Steel Waste by Niggross. 1. Cloudy with a chance of reincarnation. An 18-year-old teenage boy was leaning against the brick wall of where he was currently working. He kept his head down and listened to the music playlist on his phone as his co-workers talked amongst each other. They had around 30 more minutes until they had to get back to work. He usually just kept to himself, relaxing during the relatively short break his boss allowed them, though if it wasn't a legal requirement, he reckoned they'd not even receive toilet breaks. His name was Leonard Walsh, a college dropout who'd immediately started working as soon as the law permitted it. He lived with his parents, more for the cheap rent than anything else. He didn't care about the stigma due to the fact that a college dropout like himself would either live here or on the streets. When his parents had heard he'd dropped out of college, they'd been unamused, to say the least. It seemed they'd had some ill-conceived notion that he'd meet a girl in college, graduate, marry, get a well-paying job, and probably assist them in their retirement. Leonard had no intentions of doing any of that. It was annoying enough to have his friends' expectations thrust onto himself, let alone his parents. The reason for his lack of motivation? In his eyes, the world was, to be put simply, boring. All his life, people had been telling him what to do, but whether it was due to his stubbornness or something else, he couldn't bear to follow along like some sort of lemming. A pat on his shoulder draws him from his thoughts. Taking out an earphone, he glances towards the offending co-worker. "Hey Leonard, me and the guys were wondering if you wanted to check out the new Fallout game. It's online and'll probably be fun to fuck around on." Leonard looks behind the teen and spots 2 or 3 other people looking at him expectantly. What's your name again?" he asks, having never bothered to remember the names of these people. They look slightly offended but quickly fix their expression. "It's John." Leonard nods. "And? What's Fallout?" Apparently the fact he didn't know what Fallout is was more of a shock than his name being forgotten. John went on to describe the game, the franchise, and general premise. Leonard couldn't help but be interested by it. A post-nuclear wasteland with drastically different technology to their own, with the addition of many mutated creatures to liven up combat. Sounds like fun. "I'm not all that into gaming. My console has just been collecting dust ever since I bought it. I was actually about to pawn it off. Look, due to the release of Fallout 76, Bethesda has given a discount on all their previous games as well as creating a bundle. How about you check them out before making a decision?" Leonard shrugs. "I guess I could. When is the new one coming out?" 2 weeks, he states, and Leonard nods. "All right, I'll buy 'em on the way home. I'll let you know what I think." John nods. "Cool shit." Breaks over. He complains, having spent the entire time describing Fallout to Leonard. After work, Leonard had stopped by the store and picked up the bundle containing Fallout 3, Fallout Newvegas, and Fallout 4. It was £20, so no big loss if he ended up hating them. If it was any pricier, he might have just ignored it entirely, though. Getting home, he kicks off his shoes and almost tears off his sweaty work clothes into a laundry basket. Ignoring his parents' greetings and heading to his room to check out whether these games were any good, he started with Fallout 3 as it was the first game in the bundle, booting it up and finding that he'd actually be starting as a baby. Weird. His playstyle was what some might call haphazard, ignoring most not integral dialogue and just doing as he pleases. As his father was speaking to him, he was idly thinking about whether or not it would be possible to enter the game as a baby. The thought thoroughly amuses him. Leonard was a peculiar kind of person, lazy and motivated in most aspects of life. But when he put his mind to it, nothing would sway him. Fallout 3 was significantly more fun than he'd initially thought it'd be. 3 days quickly went by, everything except eating, drinking, and releasing his bowels forgotten. He didn't even notice his phone ringing for him, his boss firing him after the 2nd day of getting no answer. On the 3rd day, Leonard had finally completed the game, having done most of the side quests and collected the bobbleheads. The funny part was he had almost no idea what he was doing the entire time, simply shooting mutants, power armor wearing douchebags, and deathclaws, following the pip on his map to go where he was needed. All he knew of the story was that the Brotherhood of Steel were the good guys, Enclave were the bad guys, and everyone else is neutral. He dropped his control and slumped backwards, exhausted from not having slept for 3 days. That didn't concern him, though. That was fun, he muttered, running through the Capital Wasteland, having been one of the most fun things he'd ever done. His eyes glanced towards the two other games he had yet to play. Taking another mouthful of the off-brand energy drink he'd stockpiled, he popped Fallout Newvegas into his console, determined to finish all of them as quickly as possible. He didn't know what the plot would be, but he knew it'd be fun. Reading the back of the box as the game booted up, he'd be the courier, strange name, but whatever, he was already thinking of the various builds he could do. Becoming a melee-only drug-packing psychopath, energy weapons expert, or mad explosive flinger. The game was almost about to start, and the music was getting him hyped. Inwardly shouting, "I'm ready, let's do this." His excitement was quelled, however, when his vision started blurring. He blinked a couple times to no avail. His sight was getting worse and worse the more time went on. He began getting nauseous, getting to his feet and stumbling towards his window before throwing it open. He gulped in mouthfuls of fresh air, only now realizing how badly he'd let his personal hygiene go. With his vision still fading, he looked up at the clouds and had a strange thought pop into his mind. Why does that cloud look like a truck? He then collapsed, the indecent amount of energy drinks, sleepless nights, and improper eating leading to a catastrophic heart attack. His body was found a couple of days later when his parents got curious at what he was doing, only then spotting their decomposing son. 2. Blue womb, you saw me standing alone. Leonard had experienced a few things in his short 18 years on Earth, tasting various foods, feeling the full range of possible emotions, suffering pain, anguish, and despair, falling in love but it ending unrequited. But the current situation had considerably baffled and confused him. His body felt weird, not like he was used to, he couldn't breathe, but felt no urge to anyway. In all honesty, it felt like he was currently within a warm water balloon. Occasionally, he'd feel pressure from random directions, but it was nothing more than an annoyance. Leonard stretched his limbs out, but felt them reaching the barrier of whatever was holding him. He remembers that he'd just passed out after his 3-day marathon playing Fallout 3, but had no idea how he'd ended up here. He combed over the possibilities, and all of them were unsatisfactory. He'd been abducted by aliens, his government, or a terrorist organization. Probably not, but it was an option. He had a mental breakdown, and this is within his own mind. The experiences just echoes of what he true body was feeling. That didn't sound right. He'd died, and this was heaven, hell, or limbo. Leonard refused to believe that God existed, so this one was out, even if it were true. He was paralyzed, and this was simply what you felt when all senses were lost. Likely. The last thing on his mental list was that he'd somehow been stuffed inside a womb. He assumed this is what being inside one would feel like, feeling around with his weak and for some reason small hand allowed him to feel what could only be a placenta. He left it alone for the time being. If it was what he thought it was, he'd definitely die if he damaged it. Giving another kick in irritation, he could hear a female yelp. It wasn't loud and was difficult to hear due to him being submerged, but it led credence to him being inside a womb. That only brought more questions to the table, though. How? How was he here? And was he even Leonard anymore? He speculated that he may have been reincarnated, and if so, his original name would likely be replaced by whatever his new parents called him. More importantly, though, why was he here? Did he anger a god somewhere, and as punishment they'd forced him to live through life again? Some wouldn't consider that all that bad, but Leonard thought differently. Life was boring enough as it is, and having to redo school and college again made him want to just pull the placenta out and end his new life before it even began. Of course, there were other options. Maybe this would be beneficial to him. The start of Fallout 3 had you being born. Perhaps it was something similar to that. If that was the case, wouldn't that make him the protagonist? It may just be wishful thinking, but if that were possible, he'd jump at the opportunity. His experience playing Fallout 3 was still fresh in his mind, and to be honest, he wouldn't mind playing it again. He'll just have to wait and see where he'd end up. For all he knew, he could be being born in Warhammer 40k, and if that were so, even if he killed himself, he was fucked. A month went by, and Leonard continued floating in the womb, trying to find things to think about to alleviate his boredom. He'd gone through a phase of kicking his mother whenever he wanted, the yelps of pain and surprise amusing him for a time before it quickly got old. He'd then started reliving his old memories, though. Most were so boring, he just dreamt of playing Fallout. Sad, yes, but it was the clearest and most interesting thing he could remember. Eventually, he felt the fluid surrounding him drain, and loud voices from outside his prison could be heard. Either he was about to die or was getting birthed. Leonard was looking forward to both options. Soon enough, he felt a pressure on him, and he twisted himself to go head first towards wherever it was pulling him. He knew that a baby's best chance for survival was going head first. He was able to think and move himself, so it was easy to get into the correct position. What Leonard hadn't expected was the ungodly pain he'd experience as he was getting pushed out. His head was literally being crushed and squeezed as cold plastic-covered hands tried to assist his mother in birthing him. He had got through, but not without consequences. His thoughts were fuzzy, and he was almost running on instinct. His chest come next, and some hands wrapped around him to pull. His body was fragile, and he thought he'd be torn in half. He coughed and sucked in a breath as the pain continued to climb, only now realizing that he was able to breathe. Wah! He unconsciously started wailing, his unused pain receptors suddenly all flaring as a nurse cleans him off and wraps him into a blanket. A few minutes later, the pain slowly fading into a dull ache. Leonard struggled to open his eyes, but was eventually able to and started looking around, noticing that he was inside some sort of rundown building. It looked like the wallpaper was almost entirely gone, with the walls themselves slowly rotting away. His mind was still muddled after having his brain squished, but he managed to look over at the pale woman holding him as well as the large man lovingly holding her. "What should we call him?" the man asks, his scraggly brown hair and stubble making him look like a homeless person. The woman smiles down at him. Afton Parker," she says, giving the man a kiss before pecking her new child on the forehead. Leonard, or now Afton Parker, couldn't bear it any longer and passed out, wondering if he'd been born to some homeless people. 3. Day 1 and already depressed. Leonard, or rather Afton, had just woken up. His mind felt refreshed and a lot clearer. He'd not expected that having your head and brain reshaped as a baby would be so painful and literally mind-numbing. Regardless, he was alive and now able to take a proper look at the environment around him. He's currently tightly wrapped in a blanket and placed within some kind of crappy cot. It looks as if it was made from leftover materials you'd find in a skip. At least with no one else around, he could do some things most would consider highly unusual. Straining his body and neck muscles, he turned to the side and looks through the dirty and almost splintered wooden bars of the cot, looking at the wall of the building he was within. Again, as he'd previously thought before he'd ended up passing out, the wall was decomposing before his very eyes. He was honestly worried about the whole place collapsing on top of him. He'd not even been born a day and was already judging his negligent parents at leaving him in this death trap. On the subject of parents, his name was now Afton. Not something he'd personally pick, but you can't really pick your name, can you? He continued to wiggle his body to get a good look of the room around him, noting that there were some primitive-looking computers, damaged desks, and other similar kinds of furniture. Strangely enough, there was also a pistol that seemed to have been dismantled on the nearby table. Before he's able to consider the implications of having homeless parents well versed in weaponry, a pain in his stomach caused him to unconsciously tear up. Shit, is this what babies feel when they're hungry? He tries to resist the urge to cry as his dignity simply wouldn't allow it. However, dignity wasn't a factor to his body's instincts. Wah! He wails, his throat feeling strained and painful from the intensive use of his vocal cords. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for someone to open the door and enter the doom. They walk up to the cot and smile down at him. It's his homeless mother. Though she was wearing a clean-looking medical gown, which would indicate they weren't as poor as he initially thought. Her long black hair was tied into a bun, her face was clean, lacking in wrinkles, her hazel eyes matching well with the rest of her features. She was, by Afton's standards, beautiful. Her face was lightly tanned, as if she'd spent a few weeks sunbathing on the beach, but he could see how pale her arms were when she went to pick him up. "My boy, Mama's here and you hungry?" she asks sweetly, enraptured in her son's almost inquisitive gaze. Afton's stomach pains haven't faded, but the sudden shock had. He decided to reach his little arms up at her instead of crying and losing more self-respect. She takes this as an affirmative and shifts the gown before bringing him up to her breast. Now, if you were to ask Afton to suck on someone's breast before he was reincarnated, he'd do it, and then afterwards ask who you were. But with this not being a sexual act, and instead one of necessity, he wasn't enjoying it as much as you'd think. Add to the fact that he completely lacked any hormones to influence his body or mind, and you have a grown man being force-fed breast milk while having to act like he's happy about it. Oh, Dolores was right. This does feel weird, not like how Zach does it. She mutters thoughtfully. Afton tries to ignore his mother's comments, only picking out the information he needed. This Dolores person she mentioned was probably the one responsible for birthing him. Her taking her advice into consideration was the obvious clue, though it could just be another mother with more experience. Are you done? She asks, as Afton reaches the limit of how much he can drink. His stomach roils and he ends up spitting some up. It feels like he's going to drown in his own vomit as he burps against his well. Luckily, though, his mother seemed to know what she was doing, lifting him over her shoulder in a good position so he can comfortably spit it up. She wipes it off and looks down at him afterwards. Are you done? Oh, everyone is looking forwards to meeting you. Let's go see them, shall we? She says, already walking towards the room's exit. Afton was definitely not a social person, but he was willing to bear it to gather more information about his situation. The hallways his mother carries him through are all in similar states to his room. Sometimes he got glimpses of sunlight breaking through small cracks as well. Whatever was holding this building up must be magically enhanced or something. They eventually enter a room containing many people who immediately lock their gazes on him. It seems he was wrong about them being homeless, though. The weird red robes some wore indicated that he was probably in some kind of cult. One of the robe-wearing men that had brown hair and brown eyes got up from the ragged sofa he was sitting on and walked up to them. "Congratulations, Werner," he says, looking down at Afton. "Seems he inherited your good looks. He's rather handsome, isn't he?" Werner, his mother, smiles at his compliment. "I'd call you a flatterer if I didn't happen to agree, Nolan," she jokes. An old-looking woman with graying blonde hair, also wearing red robes, walks up and examines him. "Did you have trouble with his first feeding?" she asks, tentatively turning his head to check for something. Werner shakes her head. "He spit some up, but he was good." "Why? Should I watch for something?" "No, just wanted to know. The first feeding is usually the most difficult for both you and the child. I'm glad to see you didn't have problems," she says with a restrained smile before sighing. "As much as I'd like to stay, I have other duties to attend to. If you ever need help, just come and ask." 4. Baby glare. His mother gives thanks the medic as they leave before turning to a blonde woman with green eyes wearing similar robes to everyone else. "He's so cute," the woman chirps, giving his cheek a gentle squeeze, which he reciprocates with a glare, though this only makes her coo at him more. "I know, I can't wait to introduce him to your daughter." "I think they'll be fast friends, though. I'd appreciate if you didn't start plotting schemes to get them together, Susan," his mother says, giving the other woman a knowing look. Susan sighs. "Fina? But you can't blame me later if they do eventually become something. Wouldn't it be cool to be sisters-in-law? Your daughter is 10 years older, Susan. I doubt they'll be anything more than friends, or I hope at least. Who knows if you've warped little Christine's mind already?" "Hey, I resent that," she jokes back. Afton was struggling to place himself. They'd given no actual information that'd help him in any way. Apart from maybe the names of these people, but he'd end up learning them anyway, so it was a moot point. Also, it seemed like this blonde woman was trying to fix him with her daughter who's 10 years older. Is this what housewives usually talk about, or is it just some weird customs of their cult? His eyelids start fluttering against his will. It seems his body had reached its limit and was forcing him to sleep. Eventually, he relented and allowed sleep to overtake him. The women conversation was not going anywhere anyway, so why bother with it? The next time Afton opened his eyes, he found himself alone again. He stretched his limbs out and only now noticed that he didn't have a proper diaper, only ragged cloth wrapped around his groin. Damn it! Couldn't I have been reincarnated as the son of a rich couple or something? Ignoring the issue with his hygiene, he encountered another problem. He was incredibly bored. His neck wasn't strong enough to support his head, so he just had to lay down constantly. This might actually be worse than living in the womb. At least there he could kick his mother to amuse himself. After half an hour of contemplating, he eventually decided to try and make the best of a bad situation by attempting to improve himself during this downtime, exercising his frail muscles and trying to make different sounds with his fresh vocal cords. Of course, this would take a long time before he saw any results, but it was better than sitting here like a potato for months. Trying to exercise while on your back is difficult, especially when you were so weak you couldn't lift your head. But his attempts at lifting his legs, arms, and straining his abdominal muscles would hopefully lead to improvements as to his vocal range. It was honestly distressing to be only able to produce goos and gahs. He'd make sure to become completely still when his mother came feed, clean, and play with him. Her attempts at getting reactions out of him were annoying at first, but he found it strangely calming to have her nearby, even if he logically wished her to be elsewhere. The next few days, he was finally introduced to his father. A man named Zachary Parker. He towered over his mother and had a remarkably strong-looking build. It wasn't an odd occurrence to have him visit while completely covered in dirt, dust, and a black substance Afton could only think of as oil. Perhaps he was a mechanic. As to his personality, when Afton was left alone with the man, he was like an anxious boy about to take his crush on their first date, hesitant to touch or even do anything with him, even if Afton could see how much the man wanted to pick him up and hug him. Something to note, stubble is very painful against his smooth baby face, like thousands of needles jabbing him simultaneously. His subsequent cry had the man acting more demure than usual, though. It seemed like the satisfied grin he had at seeing his father get scolded had the opposite effect. Both his parents celebrating at his first smile. A couple weeks pass and Afton had begun to get suspicious over his parents' intentions for him. His mother and father would occasionally come in and start reading what he'd initially thought were bedtime stories, but were quickly recognized as indoctrination tools. I mean, what they were reading was literally called the Codex and preached things about preserving humanity and other unilateral rules. If this wasn't a cult, he'd eat his foot. Most of the things they read were axioms from a man named Roger Maxon. Shield yourself from those not bound to you by steel, for they are the blind. Aid them when you can, but lose not sight of yourself, his father recites, smiling down at him afterwards as if he'd just given him the meaning of life. Whatever being bound by steel meant he didn't want to know. He'd heard of some of the sick and sadistic things cults had done in the past, but hopefully they'd not sacrifice him to the owl god or something before he could escape, or at least learn enough to survive around here. It was a couple weeks later that Afton had finally met some of the younger members of the cult. They skipped in sneakily after his mother had fed and cleaned in, looking through the cot bars with awed looks. One had dark brown hair with similarly colored eyes and a cute face, the other having blonde hair and blue eyes who resembled the woman named Susan. The former slid an arm through the bar and placed a finger into his chubby hand. He gripped her finger with a determination, glaring at her as if to warn against any hostile actions. The excited giggle he got in response dampened his determination immediately afterwards, though. 5. Epiphany. The dark brown-haired girl hops excitedly on her heels as Afton grips her finger. "Look, Christine, he likes me," she quickly says, trying to restrain her voice. "Maybe we shouldn't be bothering him. Veronica, young babies like Afton need a lot of sleep, don't they?" she asks hesitantly. "He's the son of Zachary and Verna. He's got to be strong enough to handle this. Plus, look, I read that babies usually don't react to you until they're 2 months old," she says, massaging the baby's chubby hand. While the massage felt pretty good, Afton still couldn't bear being the object of attention for these children. If they began to stick around him like flies to shit, he'd never get anything done. "Foi ouf," he babbles, causing both the girls to stop. Veronica, did the baby just tell us to—" "No. Must just be a coincidence," she interjects, refusing to believe a baby would first of all be smart enough to tell them to fuck off, and secondary, even if it was, would tell them to do so. "Ara, Veronica, Christine, I don't remember inviting you to see Afton." His mother saves the day as she walks in. We just got lost," Veronica chirps after a moment of hesitation. Yeah, when we say how cute Afton was, we couldn't resist. What a coincidence, right? Ha ha ha. Christine continues trying to follow Veronica's story. Verna smiles at them both. Is that so? So you wouldn't mind if I too your parents about this then? It was an accident after all. Please don't, both exclaim, getting a small chuckle from Verna. Oh, I'm just joking. I'll forget about this just once, but if you want to see Afton, you have to ask me first. I trust you both, but things can go wrong even if you have the best of intentions, okay? They two children quickly nod at her. Yes, ma'am. They reply in unison. Now you two should be off. I heard Elder Elijah was looking for you, Veronica, and you, Christine, shouldn't you be studying for your initiate tests? Both their eyes widen, and they quickly rush out of the room, brushing past something metallic going off of the sound it made when hit. Come to think of it, whatever it was moving towards him. Honey, I've received orders to lead a patrol. His father's voice comes from outside the room as he enters. Verna glares at him. Zachary Parker. What have I told you about wearing that around Afton? She asks in a cold voice. Afton himself had his mind blown when he spotted his father. The man walked in wearing some kind of heavy metal armor. His 6-foot height had been increased to 6.5, and he had a distinctive-looking helmet under his arm. Power armor. What? He screamed in his mind, forgetting how to breathe as he sees it. In his other hand rested what could only be a Gauss rifle, one of the best long-range energy weapons in Fallout 3. The fact that he was apparently now inside the Fallout universe shook his mind. He simply hadn't even considered that this was possible. The small bits of information he'd gathered thus far started to make sense. The desolate building he was in, the strange robes people wore, the codex he was constantly read. Bonds of steel now made a whole lot more sense now that he knew the context, though the rule itself didn't seem to match his previous knowledge on the Brotherhood in Fallout 3. The axiom sounded more selfish than what he'd come to expect. Perhaps it was just a loosely followed rule, though. Calm down, Verna. He'd have to see it eventually. Best he becomes familiar with it before his training begins. He father says, attempting to calm his wife. Yeah, but I think he should be allowed to grow up a bit before he knows about his responsibilities. Zachary walks up, places his helmet on a nearby helmet, and wraps an arm around Verna's waist. He'll be fine, honey. Our son is new weakling. He'll be one of the best, and we'll be right behind him, watching and encouraging his growth, he says before giving her a peck on the lips. Afton slowly managed to regain his composure, momentarily giving his father a 100 out of 100 speech check success. Within his mind, if nothing else, the man knew how to handle his wife. Like what you see, son. When you're older, you'll get a set of your own. Cool, right? He chuckles with a boisterous grin. What's Nolan sending you out for anyway? She asks. Apparently the Elder's gotten a whiff of some buried old-world technology. We're to patrol the area, clear out any hostiles, and remove any locals that are currently in the area. He recites his orders. Remove any locals? She mutters worriedly. Try to talk to them first. We were at fault for what happened last time. We can't go around constantly making enemies. Zachary nods. I know. I'll try my best. But in the end, it isn't my call to make. If the Elder wants it, then we have to give it to him. Nolan's trying his best to achieve peaceful solutions. But you know the Elder, he says with a sigh. Verna nods in understanding, giving him another kiss before handing him his helmet. Be careful out there. If I hear that you've done something stupid, then death claws aren't the biggest problem you'll have, she says with a glare that quickly softens. Afton watches his father's back as the man leaves, his attention entirely on the armor that clanks heavily as it moves. A small smile makes its way onto his face. It seems his goals would have to be altered. School, college, and work were no longer factors. All that mattered now was knowledge and strength. Most would see that as a negative, but Afton saw it as an opportunity. He could only imagine what adventures awaited him in this new, strange world. 6. Relocate. With the revelation of the situation he currently found himself in, he continued his training with renewed vigor. He had no idea how similar the world would be to Fallout 3. but knew if he was half-hearted, he'd be an easily killable NPC. At least he started with the equivalent of a silver spoon in his mouth. He couldn't imagine anywhere better to be born than in the Brotherhood of Steel. Power armor was basically cheating in the wasteland. Completely covering yourself in thick armored plates that made you immune to most damage was broken enough. But with the addition of the mechanical parts underneath that increased your strength and speed, you became almost unkillable. This was not to say you couldn't die, though. The wasteland was full of crazy creatures like deathclaws that could shred steel with ease, or super mutant behemoths that could crush you with a single step. Personal strength was the first thing Afton had to aim for. Having strong allies and knowledge was great, but if you were negligent for even a moment, your life would be snuffed out. All it took was misstepping where a random raider had laid a mine, and boom, you're a goner. That is not to disparage the strength in numbers, especially when considering the Brotherhood of Steel. An army of power armor-clad men wielding Gatling lasers would annihilate any potential force. Though he was unsure of the situation of the chapter where he'd been born, if everything was perfect, then they'd not be living in some dingy, rotten building. Of course, having knowledge of the region and the surroundings was a must. Even if he had the best gear in existence, he wouldn't survive if he accidentally wandered into a Deathclaw den. On that topic, he doubted some of the mechanics in the game would be the same in this new world. Would he be able to level up? Would stimpaks instantly heal you? Would you be able to take bullets to the head and still survive? All of these questions were valid and incredibly important. In the game, you'd access your inventory, stats, and everything else with a Pip-Boy, a machine you strapped to your wrist and helped wit various things. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like he'd be given one, as only Vault Dwellers seemed to possess them. From what he knew, vaults were not actually designed to help people survive the apocalypse. Instead, they were more like science experiments to see how humans would react in certain situations. For instance, he remembered hearing about a vault that contained one woman and almost 1,000 men. He didn't know any details, but he imagined the social hierarchy would quickly break down and chaos would ensue. After thinking over it, he was probably lucky not to be one of the Vault Dwellers who knew what kind of sick experiment he'd be subjected to. One thing was for sure, if he saw one, he'd have to go for it. The slight chance that he'd get the advantages you have in the game was too great to ignore. A few more weeks pass, and Afton had started being able to produce specific sounds. It still sounded like babbling, but with a bit more practice, he'd be able to form words soon. They'd not be clean or concise due to how weird not having teeth was. He would have to be careful when speaking. If someone observed him while he was practicing, it'd raise more questions than he was comfortable with. Being called a genius was fun and all, but being too smart at an early age would attract the attention of important and powerful people. It had been a month since he'd been born. His training had gone relatively well. He was sure his muscles were stronger than what an ordinary baby would be. And he was now able to speak, even if it did sound broken and high-pitched. Afton had started to notice more people walking outside his door in the hallway. It was clear something was going on, and his assumptions were validated when his mother walked in while clad in red robes with a smile on her face. "Heya, how's my Afton doing?" she asks, even though she's not expecting an answer. "It's time to move. Are you ready? Do you want to leave this place?" Leave? What did she mean by that? His father walked in next, wearing his power armor. "You ready yet? The Elder wants to relocate somewhere. We've already scouted the area and created the safe houses." "Give me a moment. I need to pack Afton's toys, clothes, and blankets," she says, packing a rough-looking pack with everything of worth in the room. "Well, try and be quick. The Elder wants to leave as soon as possible. I don't know why, but he's got the weird look in his eye again." "Should we be worried?" Verna asks after closing the pack and picking Afton up. Zachary shrugs. "I'm not sure. I respect the man and his position, but sometimes it feels like leading the chapter is not his top priority. You'll be in the middle of the convoy with the other mothers, scribes, and newborns, so I'm not worried about that. What concerns me is where we'll be heading. It's not as defensible as our current position and is quite far from any clean water source. If it were up to me, we'd prepare for a longer journey and get further into the Mojave. Less chance of any confrontation with the NCR that way. I'm not the Elder, though, so we'll just have to make do. At least Afton will finally see outside. I can't imagine being stuck in this cramped place is good for him." She looks down at him. "You'll love feeling the sun on your face, Afton, trust me," she says, gently bouncing him up and down in her arm. Zachary smiles at them. "Susan, Darian, and Christine will be accompanying you, so at least it won't be boring." 7. Mother Gossip. Afton found himself carried through the build he'd been living in since he'd been born here. Most of the furniture was still here, but everything and anything that contained technology in it had been moved. There were many unfamiliar faces in power armor, scribe robes, and some kind of light metal reinforced scout armor. He wasn't sure, but concluded that they must have belonged to the lower-ranked members of the Brotherhood. His mother carried him out of some heavily damaged double doors, and he was immediately blinded by the light. He'd not been in direct sunlight in this life yet, and it was definitely more intense than he remembered. It took a couple of minutes for his eyes to adjust to it, but he was eventually able to start looking around. And boy, was the area around them attention-grabbing. Simply put, everything around them was covered in sand. There seemed to be a small oasis nearby, with limited amounts of foliage growing around it, even if they looked terribly weak and frail. The sun was slowly scorching his tender skin. His mother luckily noticed this and wrapped him up in a cloth so the sun wouldn't get him directly. She didn't obscure his sight either, apparently wishing him to get a good look at the surroundings. The building they'd been living in thus far seemed to be a hotel named El Manana. The sign was hanging off of the front by a thread, threatening to fall on top of the next unlucky person walking through the doors. There didn't seem to be any other buildings around. Well, standing buildings. There was plenty of rubble and clear foundations of buildings that had used to be here, most having already collapsed. Ignoring the ruins of pre-war civilization, he turned his gaze towards the place his mother was heading. He spotted hundreds of people gathering in an area. There was a large number of people wearing power armor and wielding weapons, some of which he actually recognized. Plasma rifles, Gauss rifles, Gatling lasers, and even some super sledges. Clearly the Brotherhood wasn't taking this relocation lightly. Strangely, all the people who weren't wearing power armor had large packs on their backs. He could spot metal pieces sticking out of a few of them. If he was able to speak, he'd ask them what their purpose was, as he didn't recall anything like this happening in the game. He could also spot some animals being fitted with large packs on their backs. They were large cow-like creatures with rust-red skin and 2 heads that had large horns sprouting from them. Afton vaguely remembered that they were called Brahmin, usually used for meat, milk, and as pack animals due to them being one of the only domesticated animals in the wasteland. He found it strange that a faction as technologically advanced as the Brotherhood of Steel would be using these creatures to travel, but he imagined there was a good reason for it. Werner walked past the people in power armor and arrived in the center of the group where the robed people were. Most were wearing packs, but a few who were holding newborns weren't. 2 people walked up and greeted his mother, one a tanned female with black hair and the other with pale skin, blonde hair, and hazel eyes. His mother seemed to know them, probably due to the duo both carrying their own newborn children with them. "Katie, Trisha, how are you?" The tanned one called Trisha smiles at her, "As fine as you can be in this shithole desert." She's lightly slapped on the shoulder by Katie. "Oi, watch your language around the kids. I don't know about you, but I'd rather them not picking up your bad habits." "As lively as ever then, guys," his mother remarks, amused and slightly exasperated. "Of course, pushing this one out won't change that. Was wondering if you'd ever get around to visiting us with your one," Trisha says, glancing at Afton. "Well, we're here now, so quit your complaining," Werner says as some other people walk up to greet her. Susan was carrying a lightly-looking pack compared to everyone else she approached them. Christine was at her side, looking at Afton with a timid smile. It was clear she wasn't comfortable with being out in the open yet. "Hey, you guys ready?" The elder says we should be moving in half an hour. Werner sends a glare at the pack she's carrying. "They still made you carry stuff, huh? No mercy unless you've just gone through labor." She sighs. "Christine's 10 years old now. If I complained about having to carry stuff like everyone else, I'd get the book thrown at my head. At least they gave me as little as possible." "Any idea on what the elder is actually looking for?" Werner asks, keeping her doubts about Elijah to herself for the most part. "What else? Technology. The only thing that seems to draw his interest. Here's at tip, though. If you want to prank him, then just melt some metal together and leave it around where he is. He'll spend hours trying to crack it open to see if there's something interesting inside, Susan says with a silly grin. I feel bad for Veronica. The elder isn't exactly the best role model, plus, isn't she a little young to be apprenticing under him? Katie asks, having been good friends with Veronica's parents before they were killed by the NCR. Afton wished he could just crawl out of his mother's arms and go somewhere else. Listening to chicks talk was still as boring as ever and provided little to no good or even reliable information. Fortunately for his sanity, it seemed everything had been prepared. The elder was supposed to give a small speech on where they were going and their objective for doing so, but apparently had better things to do, leaving the responsibility to head Paladin McNamara instead. 8. Gifted. The convoy started moving, with the men and women in power armor on the outskirts to act like human shields to protect the more vulnerable members and pack animals. It was difficult for Afton to get a glimpse of anything as they started moving, his vision obscured by the many heavily armored people. Occasionally, you'd hear the discharging of their weaponry, probably against hostile creature too stupid to retreat against such a force. Christine and her mother kept Werner company, the former constantly trying to play and interact with Afton. He placated her by giving a smile every once in a while, but quickly got bored of the journey and fell asleep. There wasn't really anything he could do. He couldn't work his muscles or voice, as he was being carried 24/7. He could only hope they'd arrive at their destination in a timely manner. The convoy continued walking, eventually reaching a cracked but still somewhat usable highway and heading down it. Their base had been situated nearby the highway, but still out of view, allowing them easy access to the resources in the region. The journey took around 4 weeks. People were getting fed up of walking after the second, but there wasn't really all that much they could do about it. It was their elder's command, so they had to obey. Another thing that Afton noticed was the fact that campfires had to be snuffed out immediately after they were done using them. He caught whispers that the smoke would attract attention, from whom he had no idea. Fortunately, the new Brotherhood of Steel base seemed to be relatively well built. They'd begun staying inside the basements of houses that had now been reduced to rubble. It had taken a while for them to connect them together via underground passages, but they managed fairly well. This procedure was apparently part of their training. The location of the basements themselves were atop a large hill that had various places for patrols to keep out of sight when they leave. Security was massively increased from usual as well, almost constant patrols to keep watch of their surroundings. Afton noticed that many people weren't happy with their new home, though, thinking that the relocation was unnecessary and foolish. Of course, they would never air those sentiments in public. Luckily, no one thought Afton capable of understanding them, allowing him to slowly and sneakily build a picture of how everything was going. A year had passed since Afton had been born into this world. His birthday had been celebrated by his parents and their friends, but he himself was not interested in it at all. He'd ended up losing his temper at the monotonous boredom that being a baby provided, and started speaking single words when he reached 8 months old. This had a few unexpected results, one of which was everyone calling him gifted, as he was the youngest they'd ever recorded being able to speak, even in a limited capacity at 8 months. Afton made sure to only say single words, as speaking full sentences would definitely get him in trouble. He only realized his mistake when he was placed with other children at a similar age to himself. They were able to walk for a couple seconds, but were only capable of saying bye or mama and other similar things. Compared to him, who was easily able to walk around, show proper understanding and complex thought, they were like literal potatoes. His parents had been incredibly proud of him due to this, and he found it amusing when the other parents gave subdued congratulations to them. If he were in their position, he'd be disappointed too. Their child was obviously outclassed by another's. Still, trying to compete with your children was selfish and stupid. Now that he was able to question things, he'd been able to gather specific information, though. The answers he received were always given in a way a child would understand, making it incredibly annoying to talk to anyone. His father continued reading the codex to him, allowing him to understand more about it than before. The Brotherhood of Steel had one singular purpose: the collection, understanding, and protection of technology, keeping it out of the hands of savages who'd use it to destroy and commit atrocities. Afton agreed with this. For the most part, power needed to be regulated to stop tyrants from rising up and laying waste to everything in their paths. The only problem was, what would happen if the Brotherhood became the tyrants? He quickly learned not to question the Codex or the Brotherhood's integrity. His father had been shocked that he would question the Codex, and he could sense that if he were a few years older, he'd have been heavily punished. The Codex was akin to a sacred text to the Brotherhood, and questioning it was heresy. His father told a few stories about what happened to deserters, always making them seem evil and unjust for going against him. Clearly, they were meant to indoctrinate the younger generations to their way of thinking. Had Afton not been a reincarnated person, he most likely would be completely dedicated to the Codex like everyone else. After his birthday, he'd been given an opportunity to start expanding his knowledge. While he couldn't let anyone know he was able to read at only a year old, his new mobility allowed him to sneak around and gain access to some of the terminals nearby his room. Terminals themselves were just boxes with screens that functioned as the first computers did in his original world. It annoyed him that these things were so slow and limited, but he'd have to make do. They were usually only used to keep sensitive data stored, sometimes being used to lock and open doors and other things. He was now usually kept in a place with some of the other younger children, but he wasn't worried about them ratting him out, as all of them weren't even able to walk properly yet. Still, he had to be incredibly careful, especially since security was so heavy now. 9. Newborn Hacker. Afton had just trying to sneak out of the room. He and some of the other children were being kept for a while now, but saw no chance to leave. Until now, usually, there'd be someone watching over them, but they'd been pulled away for some reason. He didn't wait and took the opportunity, slowly pushing the door open to look through the slit for anyone nearby. The loud steps of power armor alerted him to their presence, and so he waited for the group of 4 to pass, slipping out after any trace of them was gone. He was dressed in some makeshift baby clothes that his mother and her friends had made. On his feet, he donned some sandals that had been made from rubber they'd cut from tires. He vaguely knew the layout as his mother would carry him around the facility to eat, change, and other necessities. The tunnels themselves looked pretty primitive, being reinforced by metal scrap to prevent the roof from caving in due to their tunneling. There wasn't any local energy source nearby, so Afton assumed they set up some sort of generator nearby. Judging by how much the scribes had been carrying on their backs, they probably a few options of powering the place. Still, the power source probably wasn't that powerful, as they used dim lights in the hallways. There were a few things Afton could do now that he had the chance, but he primarily just wanted to get some more information on his situation, and that of this chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. There were 3 places that had terminals. One was the workshop, which was where most of the scribes were located. Those terminals would be chock full of everything and anything he could need. The only problem being is that they'd probably be password protected and constantly monitored. Another place was the security terminal that kept track of the automated defense systems they'd set up. They consisted of various turrets that had constantly monitor the situation and annihilate any unregistered personnel. Obviously, Afton and the rest of the children had been put into the system. The mothers of the children had objected to the turret's presence around their children due to the fear of them being reduced to red mist should they somehow wander out of their designated room. This forced them to put all of the children into the system. However, due to their rapidly growing bodies, they needed to be re-entered into the system semi-regularly to make sure they'd be identifiable. The security terminal would hold what Afton wanted to know, but of course one couldn't just gain access to that without a great degree of trouble. As such, the last place he knew of that contained a terminal was his father's office. From what he understood, his father was a paladin and was pretty prominent in the chapter, well respected and liked among everyone, and always willing to help should they need it. Afton himself liked the man. Usually he didn't like those social extroverted kinds of people, but he was smart and always had a positive outlook, even if it was slightly fanatical about the Brotherhood. His room was placed relatively close to the nursery, so he didn't have all that much trouble getting there. It took all his strength to open the makeshift door, but he finally made his way inside. His eyes were immediately drawn towards the set of power armor lying atop a steel table, parts of it in the middle of repair, it seemed. On the opposite side of the room was a desk that had his goal atop it, the terminal. He made his way towards it and slowly clambered up the swivel chair that was next to it, almost falling off as he jumped onto the top of the desk. Looked down from his position, he realized that he could have very well been injured if he fell from such a height. Luckily, the swivel chair hadn't strayed too far. He'd probably be able to get down with some effort. He likely had all day before his father returned. As of last, he heard the man was on patrol, though his caretaker would likely return to the nursery sometime soon. He examined the terminal for a while before finally discovering the on button. It whirred to life as he pressed it, the black background and neon green text appearing on the monitor. Enter password. Shit, why is this password locked? Was he mistaken? Maybe his father hadn't set up the password as they'd just settled in. Regardless, he was now stuck unless he could get the password somehow. He walked a circle around the terminal to check if his father was one of those people who wrote their passwords on paper, in case they forgot it. No dice. The password would probably be something personal, right? Maybe something to do with Afton. The man was awful proud of him after all. Enter password. Afton. Denied. 1/3. 1/3? That probably means he has 2 more tries before the terminal locks and logs the occurrence. That'd probably be bad. He wrung his mind of possible passwords, eventually picking out something rather significant in his life as well as his father's. His first words. Enter password. Dad away. Correct. Nice. He mentally cheered, even if he was slightly annoyed at his father for making such an even so significant. The man had kept his stubble on Afton's face, and he couldn't take it anymore, telling the man to go away. Regardless, he now had access to the terminal. Lines of text slowly appeared, and Afton quickly skimmed through them all. There were patrol reports, received orders, his journal, and other miscellaneous information. Afton selected the patrol reports and quickly read through one, finding that it was literally just information about the land around them: creatures, plants, potential water sources, buildings, defensible positions, and signs of locals. While he could probably glean some information from them, it'd take far too long to do. 10. The Smol Spy. Backing out of the patrol logs, he selected his father's journal, scrolling up to the first entry of the terminal and selecting it. One thing was for certain: his father was no poet. It was basic, and got to the point which was helpful for Afton. Apparently, they were currently in the Mojave Desert, traveling from California under the orders of the High Elder. The purpose of this? To secure technology and territory before the new California Republic could. Afton wasn't familiar with them, as he didn't remember them being mentioned in Fallout 3, regardless of how they functioned and what they stood for. They were now his enemy, simply due to their conflict with the Brotherhood. His father hadn't written down everything, but he'd mentioned some traitorous heretics that had been sent to the Capital Wasteland. Afton himself didn't know much about America, as the British rarely concerned themselves with it. Apparently, the chapter sent to the Capital Wasteland had been outright ignoring orders sent to them, as well as providing charity to those in need. Their mission had been to eliminate the super mutant presence there, but they'd not gotten word of how it was going yet. He continued reading the entries, their focus shifting from duty to his personal life as he found Verna to be pregnant. Afton backed out and shut off the terminal, as the journal mostly just contained mentions of how well he'd been growing up thus far. Afton sat there and stewed for a moment, digesting the things he'd learned. Apparently, they were far away from the Brotherhood of Steel's main force and dangerously close to their enemy's territory. Due to the proximity to the NCR, the chapter had been ordered to keep radio silence until the Elder said otherwise. Communication was fairly limited from what he understood, radio being the primary way of speaking over long distances. The only problem being that this could be intercepted. If the NCR found out about their presence in the Mojave, they'd undoubtedly be hunted down and exterminated. The Brotherhood of Steel may be more technologically advanced than the NCR, but they lacked the number of men their opponent boasted. It was incredibly difficult for outsiders to enter the Brotherhood. As such, they'd be outnumbered 100 to 1 should they be forced into a direct confrontation. Afton nodded to himself, reaffirming his determination to get stronger before hopping off of the desk, onto the swivel chair and making his way to the door. Just as it swings open, revealing his father in full power armor. They look at each other in confusion for a while before Afton finally decides to move. He raises his arms and waddles awkwardly towards his father. "Dad, up," he pleads, the man snapping out of his stupor and picking him up. "Afton, what are you doing here? It can't be a coincidence that you just walk out of the nursery and into here," he says while giving his son a hard look. Afton's heart stops in his chest when he hears this. Could he have let something slip? Was his father onto him? "You came all this way to see your daddy, didn't you? Ha 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 ha, I knew I was your favorite. Just wait till I tell your mother," he suddenly says, bringing Afton to his face and giving kisses to his forehead, his beard uncomfortably rubbing against the child's face. Afton tries to push the man away, but he was no match. If only he wasn't wearing power armor, he was sure he'd be able to defeat him. Not. This was a relief, though. The pain of being stabbed by the man's stubble was a preferable option to being discovered. After the man had had his fun playing with him, he delivered Afton back to the nursery, where the caretaker had been looking around for him in a panic. "Oh, you found him. I am so sorry," she says sincerely. "Ah, don't mind it. Little Tyke probably waited until you were gone. He's quite smart, you know," he says, but the caretaker just shrugs while thinking he's just boasting. Afton is sat by the other children. One called Melissa Watkins crawls towards him with some blocks in hand and shows them to him. "Play." He could feel the caretaker's gaze burning into his back, causing him to reluctantly nod, taking some blocks and stacking them all on top of each other while the child watches with an impressed look. He continued building various things with the blocks, eventually gathering a group of children who watched his every move. What was this, Lord of the Flies? He got up and walked away, not bothering to look behind him at the children crawling after him. He climbed onto the cushions and closed his eyes, wanting to sleep instead of dealing with the annoyances. The next day, after he was dropped off at the nursery by his mother, he was pulled aside by a scribe with short black greying hair and wrinkles wearing the typical red robes. She kneels down to get to his eye level and smiles at him. "Hello there, Afton. My name's Ada. Do you know why I'm here?" He shakes his head. "Nuh-uh," he says, attempting to seem as innocent as possible. She squints slightly as he speaks before hiding it. "I've heard many things about you, able to walk so well at such a young age, ability to speak well above your peers. I'm interested to see how gifted you are, okay?" He gives her a confused look. He wasn't acting either. He really had no idea what she wanted with him. If they'd found out about his unnatural intelligence, then he wouldn't put it past them to dissect him. Ada pulls out some things from her bag. Blocks. Each of them are numbered from 1 to 10. She places them all on the floor randomly and glances at him. "Do you know how to count?" He scoffs inwardly, of course. He knows how to count. He was sure acting like an imbecile all the time was slowly turning him stupid. His thoughts and emotions were strong towards this matter, so much so that he hadn't realized he had nodded slightly at her question. 11. ABC. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Ada smirks at him. "Oh? You can count? Excellent. How about you show me with these blocks?" Wait, what? Had he done something to answer her question? This wasn't good. Thoughts him of being tied to a table and dissected to see what made him tick ran through his mind. But were his worries really all that founded? He'd learned much about how the Brotherhood of Steel operated. They weren't really in the territory of human experimentation, especially since the organization was founded due to an incident involving just that. Maybe showing some intelligence would actually benefit him. It'd allow more time for him to learn and gain skills, instead of trying to placate the other potatoes he'd been put with. His hesitation was noted by Ada, but he eventually came to a decision, bending down and arranging the blocks from 1 to 10, looking up at her once he was finished. "That's right, amazing," she eventually says after snapping out of her daze. "Can you do it backwards?" He does as she asks, 10 to 1, and yet again looking at her expectantly. "Has someone been teaching you?" she asks. The reason she'd asked him to count backwards was that sometimes children were able to memorize the sequence, while not realizing the meaning of it. Afton shakes his head. "No." "Okay, one last thing," she says as she takes some blocks and rearranges them. "What would you do to this?" she asks after placing 2 and 3 next to each other. Afton walks over and places 5 next to them, causing the woman's eyes to widen. Why did you place that? She quickly asks, trying to restrain the excitement in her voice. 2, 3 is Phoebe, he replies in the most innocent manner he could manage. The woman, after hearing this, quickly picked him up and walked over to the caretaker who'd been watching her this whole time. I need to borrow little Afton for a bit, she says as she slowly bounces him on her arm. For what reason? She asks, not wishing to disappoint Zachary again. Having a paladin resent you would make your life very difficult in the Brotherhood. For education purposes, if anyone asks, just say that I have taken an interest in this child development and that they could find us in my office, Ada says before walking out, ignoring the woman's protest. The duo draws some attention from various people, some of the patrols nodding at Ada as they pass them. Their destination was further than he'd initially thought, it probably being on the other side of the base to the nursery. The area they reach looks cleaner and in better condition, patrols in power armor becoming less apparent and instead being replaced by groups of people in scribe robes, carrying various things from stacks of papers to materials to machinery. When they get to Ada's office, Afton could see various things of interest dotted around it. A few terminals, desks full with stacks of paper and other miscellaneous things. She sits him down on an armchair and looks around for a moment, seeming to be at a loss at what to do next. Clearly, she hadn't expected him to show such aptitude when she visited the nursery. Finally, a light bulb seems to light up in her head, picking him up again and placing him on one of the desks filled with paper. She grabs a ballpoint pen and sits on a chair next to him. Okay, Afton, before we can truly discover how intelligent you are, I must first teach you how to read and write. You were able to read the number blocks fairly easily, so I imagine you'll do this with flying colors, she says with the enthusiasm not befitting a mature woman such as herself. She goes on to tutor him in how to hold a pen, how to write various letters, and how to speak them. Afton made it look like he had no prior knowledge of them beforehand, before eventually picking them up. 3 hours of this, and he'd managed to completely master how to write and speak half the letters in the alphabet. Ada herself was beside herself in excitement, giving constant praises at any progress he made, almost passing out when he wrote A with sloppy penmanship. She was apparently determined to keep going until he'd completely mastered it, but he was slowly but surely getting tired, not just physically but mentally, due to having to act like he was relearning everything. It was around that moment when his savior had come to rescue him. Afton? The familiar voice of his mother asks as she enters the room, glaring daggers at Ada as soon as she spots her. Ah, Mrs. Parker? I hope you don't mind me borrowing your son for 3 ahem? 3 hours, she says, apparently not realizing how long she'd taken custody of him. Verna crosses her arms with a not-so-friendly look. When I heard you'd taken my son out, I'd ignored it at first. 1 hour was fine, 2 was pushing it. But 3, he's just a child. Whatever you're doing with him can't be more important than his health, she exclaims, furious with the woman. Mrs. Parker, I assure you I hadn't meant to keep him so long. But you so is so remarkable that I'd lost track of time. Verna's expression seemed to soften as the woman complimented him. And what could be so interesting that you'd keep him for 3 hours? Ada grabs her hand and brings her closer, gesturing towards some paper that had a few badly written letters on it. Now what does your horrible handwriting have to do with this? Verna sneers. Ada holds back a frown and shakes her head. I didn't write this. Your son did, she says, stunning his mother into shocked silence. What? She erupts after retrieving her senses. 12, Whizzkid. What? It's true. I've been teaching Afton the alphabet this whole time. He's a genius. I've never seen a child so gifted before in all my life. Ada presses, hoping that this revelation would allow her to continue tutoring the child. Verna looks at Afton, then back to the papers, finding the failed attempts at writing. Did you really write this, Afton? She asks. Afton gives a nod and is immediately swept him into her arms, some kind of sumo move designed for crushing your bones being applied. No, it was just her hugging him, but it sure felt like it. She cheers and peppers his face in kisses, completely overcome with joy. He wasn't all that against his mother's affection, it was preferable to being stabbed by his father's beard. The man wouldn't dare try to take him as his mother was like a rabid lioness if you even attempted it. So, Miss Parker, Would you allow me to continue tutoring your son? He has a bright future. I'd say that with time he'd become the youngest elder the Brotherhood has ever seen. Ada says, taking advantage of his mother's emotional state. Werner stops hopping around and turns to her. I think that's fine. But I'll be keeping a close eye to make sure you aren't overworking him. He may be smart, but he's still a child, she states, no willing to compromise on this point. Ada quickly nods. She'd worked with children before and mostly knew their limits. To be honest, she was surprised Afton had concentrated for so long considering his age. Perhaps exceptional people would always be exceptional, no matter their age. Then you can pick him up at the nursery tomorrow. I would have liked him to make friends and socialize a bit more, but I think he'll be fine even without peers his age, she says, nodding to Ada before walking out, beginning to skip down the tunnels with Afton as she couldn't contain her excitement. She quickly relayed everything that had happened to his father, the man erupting into laughter and inviting all their acquaintances to have a small celebration. A few were unable to come due to prior responsibilities, but many people did. Edgar Hardin, a paladin and friend of his father's, turned up first. He didn't seem fond of social interactions, but had apparently made an exception for this. Parker, I wonder if this celebration is really necessary, he says, dressed in recon scout armor. He had black hair that was slowly receding from the front and a relatively large head. Afton quietly snorted to himself as he thought up the nickname of Eggheadin, immature. Definitely. Funny? Irrefutably. His father didn't seem to take offense from the man's comment. Come on, Edgar, you know I wouldn't invite you here if it was nothing. Last I recalled, you said the same thing when your son first used the lavatory on his own. He comments dryly. Yeah, I may have overreacted, but this time is different. My son's a genius, he exclaims, causing Edgar to rub his face. And what feat of superb intelligence has he displayed for you to invite everyone over? Has he finally told you to go away and leave him be? Zachary scoffs. No, he did that months ago. He says, forcing Edgar to quickly hide the smirk making its way onto his face. No, apparently Afton is able to read and write. And what makes you think that? Did he spit his SpaghettiOs into a word? He jabs again, wishing the man would stop talking about his son constantly. Actually, Ada Lindgren took him from the nursery and taught him how to write half of the alphabet today. Werner interjects, causing Edgar to look at her in disbelief. He's 1 year old, and you expect me to believe that not only is he able to walk and speak, but read and write too, he asks, remembering how slowly his own son seemed to grow up. Werner crosses her arms and smirks. He's able to do maths as well, apparently. Werner leaves to go greet the others who'd arrived, Trisha Watkins with her daughter Melissa, Katie Stanton with her son Miles, Susan Royce with her daughter Christine, and Veronica who'd somehow found her way here alone. Maybe she'd come with Christine. Melissa Watkins and Miles Stanton were the same age as Afton, and their parents constantly seemed to be trying to get them to befriend one another. This was readily apparent during his last birthday, when they'd just dumped the three of them together on a carpeted floor and just watched them interact. Fortunately, Veronica and Christine were here. While they weren't on his intellectual level yet, they were still preferable to toddlers. The duo walked over to Afton and looks down at him with smiles. Hey Afton, I hear you're a real Whizzkid, Veronica says as she crouches down next to him. Afton nods, remaining where he'd been sat to wait for the abrupt event to be over. He wanted everyone to leave him alone so he could do his daily exercises. Veronica seems a bit disappointed by his lackluster response and glances to Christine. Remember when we first visited him? I bet he really did tell us to F off, she remarks semi-sarcastically. Christine shakes her head. Just because he's able to write a few things now doesn't mean he understood what he was saying back then. Isn't that right, Afton? You'd never say that to your big sisters, right? Afton almost isn't able to restrain himself against the temptation of telling them to fuck off again, just to see their reaction. But that'd probably damage any potential friendship they could have with one another. He imagined that showing such animosity when he was young would be a shock. It also might clue them in on his hidden intelligence as well. Instead, he just smiles at them, never big sisses. Zrenya, judging by their reactions, he'd given the correct answer. 13, Darbos. The celebration that his parents had devised proved nothing more than a simple get-together. The Brotherhood of Steel was new to the area and lacked any non-critical supplies. As such, the only things they had for the guests were a few sunset sarsaparillas and Nuka-Cola. Somehow they'd been preserved well enough these 200 years to still be drinkable, though Afton was hesitant to drink any. As the get-together was rounding up, the door to the room opened, causing everyone present to turn towards it. A man wearing blue and grey robes walks in. His pale and almost clammy skin matched his messy grey hair. With the addition of the massive beard he also sported, he looked like the ideal picture of a crazy homeless man. Afton glances around in confusion. Everyone's reaction to the man appearing was a bit too strong for his liking. Had something bad happened? His father steps forwards after the moment of silence passes. "Elder, I don't suppose you've heard about my son?" The man shakes his head. "I couldn't care less about your son," he states, causing a few in the room to tense up. "I seem to have misplaced my apprentice. However," he says, glances around the room before locking eye with Veronica. Hey, Elder." She scratches the back of her head. "I was on break, right? Ha ha ha." The Elder scoffs. "Funny, usually when someone says 30 minutes, they mean 30 minutes, or if that's too hard for you, 1,800 seconds. I also don't recall giving you permission to go traipsing around the base, doing whatever strikes your fancy," he states with a frown. "Excuse me, Elder. Veronica here just wanted to visit our son. She's young, and it would healthy for her to socialize," Verna says. "Indeed, it's important. That's why I allocated her 2 hours and 30 minutes of every day to play with people her own age." "Was it not enough, apprentice?" he asks while glaring at her. Yes, it is, but I wanted to see Afton. I'm sorry for sneaking off," she admits, her shoulders slumping. The Elder loudly breaths out through his nose before sighing. "Very well. You may stay here, but you'll not be allowed any social breaks for 3 days. You've put my research 5 hours behind, and I'll have you return that time with work. Understand?" Veronica quickly nods. "Yes, Elder, thank you." The Elder turns and walks away, thankfully seeming to have no interest in Afton, judging by how the man ignored him entirely. So that was Elder Elijah, he thought to himself. The man didn't exactly look like leadership material. This, with all the misgivings he'd been hearing from the various people in the base, painted a pretty clear picture, though he'd not really understood Veronica's relationship to him until now. From their brief interaction now, he could see that he valued her a lot. The girl had bragged to him in the past that she was the Elder's favorite due to her aptitude when it came to engineering and technology. The man was purported to be extremely strict and hated anyone going against his orders. He was worried that Veronica would be heavily punished. But apparently he had a soft spot for her. If he didn't know any better, he'd say they were more like father and daughter than master and apprentice. That made the most sense, since Veronica's parents had been killed by the NCR a while ago. After the Elder left, people immediately started conversing again, Verna and Zachary walking over to Veronica to ask whether she'd be all right, and if they could do anything to help. Veronica simply shook her head, though. "This is not the first time I've snuck away, and it won't be the last. The Elder ignores it as long as I do my best when I am working." Afton could see the worry that held for her, as the Elder was known to be awful to people that displeased him. But with Veronica's reassurances, they let the matter go. 30 minutes later, people started leaving. The children his age, Melissa and Miles, had become tired and fallen asleep, being carried away by their parents, who sent smiles at Verna and Zachary, as well as longing glances at himself. The following days were much more interesting than most beforehand had been. Learning at an advanced rate allowed him to finally do something productive other than exercise his body at night. Under Ada's guidance, he quickly became proficient at writing the alphabet, simple mathematics, and other basic studies. This encouraged the woman to press and go further every time he completed something. She kept his parents up to date on his progress, and if they hadn't thrown a celebration the other day, he had no doubt they would throw another. And so this became his daily routine. Waking up, being taken to the nursery by his mother, where he reluctantly socialized with the children there before thankfully being carried off by Ada, who started his day's education. He was occasionally visited by Christine and Veronica, who seemed to make it their duty to be the best big sisters possible, even if some of the other parents found it slightly awkward that they didn't extend that same attitude to their own children. The duo even snuck him away once to teach him how to shoot a laser pistol. That was probably the most fun experience he'd had since reincarnating, if he were honest. The feeling of power it gave you to shoot extremely deadly beams of light at anything you wished. Afton was afraid he might have developed a fetish. 14. Juicy progress. It had been 10 years since Afton had been reincarnated. He was growing like a sprout now that he'd apparently entered puberty. How did he know this? By the physical reaction he got whenever Veronica or Christine wished to hug him. He was steadily growing, reaching a height of 4.8 feet a few months after his birthday. He was sure he'd be taller in the future, as he was already a head taller than his peers. He also considered himself relatively attractive. He wasn't a narcissist or anything, but as he'd already lived once, he could look at his appearance objectively, for the most part. His messy black hair, hazel eyes, and relatively handsome face was almost constantly praised whenever he saw his mother. His relationship with his parents had become stronger as well. During his initial years in this world, he considered them nothing more than pests, or a means to an end. But as he got older and was able to interact with them, he rather reluctantly found that he'd started to care about them. His previous parents were always somewhat distant. Their constant working caused them to almost never interact in a meaningful way. And even when they did, it was always awkward, like none of them knew how to approach the other. If Afton had to give it a word, he'd say it felt sanitized. Whether or not that was the right word for it, he didn't know. But it ended up resulting in his strained and distant relationship with them. This was the main reason he didn't feel all that regretful that he'd left them. He was sure they'd be more than fine without him there. In fact, he was pretty sure they'd welcome him finally leaving their house, even if it was in a body bag. Logically, his interactions with his previous parents would be the cause for his stunted ability to socialize, but he knew that was just an excuse. In reality, he just hated talking to people. His new life provided an opportunity to try and remove that negative habit of his. He knew he'd need to try and improve everything about himself if he was going to properly survive in the wasteland, and learning how to properly talk and negotiate with people without seeming bored, condescending, or outright hostile is essential. As of now, he would say he was at an average level. Being able to practice speaking to people as a child, where people held no real expectation for you, was a boon. Being able to ask questions about basic and common interactions that he'd previously neglected was incredibly helpful. He also had Veronica and Christine to practice on. Their honest reactions made it fairly easy to judge his progress, though he was nowhere near proficient at it yet. He was also very strong for his age. He'd been almost constantly doing exercise since he'd been born. The wiggling he'd done as a baby had progressed into bodyweight exercises like press-ups and sit-ups. He'd read that attempting to lift weights while you were still growing would actually have a negative impact on his body, and so he'd not bothered with those yet. He didn't forget to train his endurance either. Due to them being confined within the tunnel most of the time, he wasn't able to run. So instead, he devised a makeshift training scheme that included jogging on the spot and other calisthenics. It was fortunate that the Brotherhood had many old files detailing exercises and which muscle groups they trained. Due to his efforts, he was probably stronger than most 13-year-olds and could potentially beat 14-year-olds. Though, now that he'd hit puberty and his testosterone was increasing, his muscle mass would likely see a substantial increase. As of right now, his body looked very toned. It weirded out Christine when she first saw him topless, as having a six-pack at his age was pretty shocking. Veronica, on the other hand, took this as an invitation to introduce him to hand-to-hand combat. And boy, was he shit at it. He didn't know if it was his own ineptitude or Veronica's own talent, but he was easily beaten down by her. She threw a damn mean punch. While she was older than him, he thought he'd have an advantage since she was female. Apparently not. He hadn't forgotten to keep his finger on the pulse of what was happening outside the base. Now that he was able to actually ask people about what he needed to know, he began learning about their situation. Elder Elijah continued to pursue technology, ignoring almost everything else. If a threat didn't pose an immediate danger to them, he'd ignore it. The group had relocated the base a couple more times and had finally reached their destination. The orders they'd originally received from the main chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel was to investigate Hoover Dam for any technology it may hold. But Elder Elijah seemed to get sidetracked by every and any site that he took interest in. Afton was very worried about the future, as he'd seen the reports detailing the various NCR scouts making their way into the area. There was also suspicious movement from the ruins of Las Vegas. The Brotherhood scouts couldn't make heads or tails of it, but something big was obviously going to happen soon. Another thing Afton had taken notice of was Veronica and Christine's relationship. He thought they were just really close friends, or maybe even considered themselves sisters. But when they turned 19 and 20 respectively, something else was definitely amiss. He'd just left to visit the room Veronica usually trained him in hand-to-hand combat in. He was early today as Ada underestimated how quickly he'd complete the assignments she'd given him. Quietly opening the door, he snuck inside in an attempt to scare Veronica. This was revenge for all the times she'd done the same to him. However, upon entering, he could hear a strange sound that immediately drew his attention. The room was large and had the middle of it cleared to allow them to train without obstructions. The various desks and other things had been shoved to the side haphazardly. The noise he heard was coming from one of the office booths that had been moved. He snuck a glance into it and his eyes widened. Veronica and Christine were locking lips and passionately swapping saliva. 15. Lesbomancy. Afton couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene before him, whether that was due to him currently being in puberty, shock, or a mixture of the two. He simply couldn't leave. He'd never seen anything even slightly romantic since reincarnating into this world, and had assumed that it wasn't really a priority for the Brotherhood of Steel. But after seeing this, he wondered if this kind of thing had always been happening under his nose. His other head was already beginning to awaken, realizing that it'd be terribly embarrassing for all parties if he were to get caught. He started to back away, only to slip on a discarded piece of junk metal, falling face first onto the floor in full view of the two girls. "Ah, who's the Afton?" Veronica exclaims after rapidly spinning around. Hey, what are you two doing here?" he asks as he awkwardly picks himself up off of the floor. Veronica tosses her hair back and wipes some of Christine's saliva from her lips before briskly walking towards him, grabbing him into a headlock. "Don't try it, Afton. You're a terrible liar. I know you saw us." "Yeah? So what? What do you want me to do? I can't unsee it now," he says as he tries to escape her grip. "I want you to forget it. If I have to knock you on the head a couple times to make that happen, then that's fine too. What the problem anyway? Why are you keeping this a secret? The Codex doesn't say anything against gay people," he asks as Veronica continues to try and choke the life out of him. Christine steps forwards and addresses them. "Let him go, Veronica. Afton, you're right. The Codex doesn't mention same-sex relationships, and so it's usually accepted. But we are a chapter far, far from the rest of the Brotherhood. We don't accept outsiders. So how do you think we expand our numbers?" The question was obviously rhetorical, so she takes his silence as understanding. "You may not know this, but if the others found out about this, they'd force us to separate and shame us until we fixed our preferences." Afton is confused by this. He'd never heard of the chapter having any homophobic sentiments, though. Now that he thinks about it, he'd never seen anyone who swung that way. "So, you'll just continue to hide it?" he asks, knowing that they'd be found out eventually. Veronica sighs and sits on a nearby desk. "What else can we do? We love each other, but they'd never understand." "You understand, don't you?" she asks, her eyes glistening as if she were about to break down into tears. "I do. I won't tell anyone, but you need to find a permanent solution to this. The longer this goes on, the worse it will be once you're caught." His voice trails off as weird and unfamiliar words almost escape his lips. He wasn't an emotional person by nature, but something about this situation seemed to call for it. "I care about you both. I'd hate for something to happen to you," he admits, feeling anxious and vulnerable after revealing his true feelings. The two women smile at him, Veronica wiping her eyes before speaking. What would a kid like you know about romance and love? I feel silly for worrying about it now," she says, her reaction hurting Afton slightly due to her not taking him seriously. "I guess today's training is off then," he says before turning, wishing to leave and do something to take his mind off of what just happened. His arm is grabbed by Veronica, though, as she pulls him closer and hugs him to her chest. "Thank you, Afton. You don't know how much it means for you to accept us. I was scared you'd be the same as everyone else, she says before letting him go. Christine nods at him. Thank you. If you still want to train, though. No, it's fine. I'll find something else to do. You should try and lock the door next time, though, he remarks as he leaves, getting chuckles from the girls. After finding out their secret, nothing significant had changed, they returned back to their happy states, and he continued his training with them both. He didn't broach the topic again, as he hoped they had some way of dealing with the eventual fallout. Afton continued his education under Ada. As he was now 10 years old, he'd have to take the initiate test relatively soon. Its function was to make sure initiates had at least the basic skills required. Things like maths, English, science, knowledge on the codex, ability to operate technology, etc. There were also relatively advanced studies that you need to have started to pass, things like engineering and mechanics. The level of these advanced subjects you needed to pass was akin to knowing how to change a tire if the original was damaged, easy stuff if you weren't a simpleton. Last but not least, you needed a minimum level of fitness. Before they'd make you an initiate, children started basic exercises when they became 8 years old. It was nothing difficult or even close to what Afton had been doing, but the kids complained about it regardless. He didn't know why, though. They were perfectly content with chasing each other to play. But when someone told them to run suddenly, it was a big issue. Children weren't expected to pass on their first or second tries either. Only exceptional people like Christine and Veronica were able to do that. Initiates were sometimes expected to assist knights in combat, so it'd be expected to make the bar relatively high to stop young children who weren't ready to be put into life or death situations. 16. Initiation. Hey Afton, think you'll pass first time? Melissa asks as Afton reads a pre-war book detailing how to manage agriculture. His feet are kicked up onto the desk as his chair leans backwards. Lowering the book slightly, he gives the girl a blank look. I will. The cute, blonde-haired 10-year-old pouts at him. How are you so sure? It's impossible for a bookworm like you to pass the physical. And an air-headed girl like you won't pass the theoretical. He replies with a shrug. He'd never displayed his physical talents to anyone apart from Veronica and Christine before. And due to the fact he was almost always engrossed in learning something, people regarded him as a bookworm or nerd. I'll have you know my mum says I'm really smart. Even if you were a simpleton, she'd say you'd be the next Einstein. I'm not being mean, but that's what parents do, he says, returning his attention back to his book. Melissa walks up and pushes his book down again. Just because you're smarter than me doesn't mean I'm dumb, and don't call me Einstein again or I'll tell on you. She threatens. Don't call you Einstein, he asks in confusion. She nods. I don't know what it is, but if it came from you, then it must be mean. Afton facepalm while tossing his book onto the table, deciding to leave before he loses more brain cells talking to this girl. They were technically friends, but due to the disparity in their intelligence, he felt more like an uncle than anything else. As much as he made fun of her, she wasn't stupid. Maybe slightly below average. Hopefully, she'd start properly studying instead of whatever else she was doing in her free time. As he was walking towards the door, he was stopped by his other friend, Miles Stanton. Hey Afton, could you maybe help me study? I've been doing my best, but I don't think I'll be ready in time, he says with a hopeful expression. No, he replies bluntly. He had more important things to do than tutor children. Miles's enthusiasm seemed to quickly dissipate as he gets rejects, looking down at the floor solemnly, as if his only lifeline had been cut. Sorry for asking, I guess, he says, and turns to walk away as Melissa smirks at him. Afton sighs. You probably won't pass this year, but don't worry about it. Most don't until their third try. Just study as much as you can, and if you fail, then so be it. Just know that it isn't the end of the world if you do. He explains before leaving, not being there to notice Miles' slumped shoulders loosening slightly. Only after leaving the room did he realize he'd left his book in there. He wasn't willing to do the walk of shame after leaving so succinctly, so he'd have to come by and collect it later. He started walking back to his room and happened to pass by the medbay as he did so. Usually, it'd be empty as they had such a large advantage, with power armor, energy weaponry, and training, that it was almost impossible to be injured. But lately, it seemed to be different. There were a few people being treated for gunshot and knife wounds. These had been the scouts that had been silently surveying the region to reports back on the happenings of the Mojave. Fortunately, no one had been killed yet, but gangs, tribes, and other savages seemed to be getting more proactive. Traps were laid in unexpected places, and random ambushes were set for the Brotherhood scouts. Clearly, the savages knew their territory better than the Brotherhood did, and they were hunting down scouting parties, not just belonging to them, but to the NCR and other tribes. Afton, as well as everyone else, had no idea about what would be causing this sudden increase in activity. He'd asked his father about it, but he just shrugged, not having any more information than Afton himself had been able to glean. Due to the attacks on their members, the scout parties had been replaced by proper patrols fitted with power armor. They lacked numbers, so taking risks with each other's lives would be incredibly stupid. Shaking his head, he passed by the medbay. He'd learned the basics in first aid as required of all initiates, but he was nowhere near being able to assist in complicated injuries like bullet wounds. He hoped to learn more in future, just in case he finds himself riddled with bullets and nowhere near a doctor. A week passes, and it's almost time for the initiate test. Afton, Miles, Melissa, and a large group of children that he'd not bothered to learn the names of were all standing in the hallway. The first phase of the test would basically work like how a regular school would. You'd be brought into a room and given an hour to complete the written test. Once that was over, they'd be whisked outside onto the surface where an obstacle course had been set up specifically for them. They'd not need to worry about their safety, as many patrols of knights and paladins had been tasked with keeping them safe. It wouldn't do for the younger generation to be torn to pieces by a deathclaw after all. Last but not least was the supplemental test. That would be where you could choose to take a test on more advanced subjects. Doing so didn't achieve anything aside from displaying your talent and potentially being apprenticed, like how Veronica had been. Though she also had some extraneous reasons for being apprenticed, so perhaps she wasn't the best person to follow. 17. Testing patience. The group of potential initiates continued to wait until they were called in. Their ages ranged from 10 to even 14. The latter people were considered the chaff due to their ineptitude, but strangely enough, the Brotherhood was very understanding to those who weren't able to make promotion. Afton was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, going over various answers and potential weaknesses in his knowledge. He doubted there was anything he'd missed, as Ada had been on him like a ton of bricks. He actually had no idea what level he'd be considered anymore, as he could have probably promoted 3 or 4 years ago. Someone waving catches his eye, and he notices his mother, father, and Ada standing at the end of the hallway with encouraging looks. A smile unconsciously makes its way onto his lips before he stifles it. His parents had been tense ever since the test had been announced, but he wasn't sure if they were worried that he'd pass or if he'd fail. He could imagine them being worried for both. It was strange. Back in his original world, he'd be dreading the tests. He saw them as busy work, meaningless, and a means to an end. But now he was itching to prove himself to his friends, to his family, and most of all, to himself. A scribe with short black hair and a short beard walks out of the nearby room. Everything about him was short, funnily enough, his height barely being over most of the children. "Students, follow me and take any available seat. Once everyone is settled, I'll go over the rules and what you'll be doing. You should also mark my words. Anyone who causes trouble intentionally or not will be immediately rejected for promotion, understand?" "Yes," everyone echoes before following the man into the room. Inside, they find many school desks spaced a good distance from each other to prevent cheating. They were all facing the front of the classroom, which had a whiteboard set up as well as a desk with a terminal atop it. Afton walks in and is followed by a nervous Miles and Melissa. He sits down at the back so the kids wouldn't get the bright idea of cheating from his paper. The scribe stands at the front of the classroom and begins to speak once everyone is seated. "Greetings, I am Doran Dumble, the scribe tasked with teaching new initiates most theoretical things they'll need to know. Obviously, I also have the unenviable task of adjudicating the test for today. I'll not tell the contents of the tests, as that'd defeat the purpose, so I'll just lay out some ground rules. Do not attempt to look at others' papers. You may think otherwise, but I am not stupid. If I see someone even shoot a glance at another, I'll have you tied up and tossed into the desert for the scorpions." he says, obviously joking, but Afton could see many students tense up at this. Perhaps that was the purpose of it. If you need to use the bathroom, then you should have done so before the test. If need be, I will permit you to piss yourself. Of course, if that distracts others from their tests, then you'll be sent out as well. If you require anything, then raise your hand and I'll come. Do not speak or cause any noise louder than a whisper. Any questions? He asks and glares at everyone. Good. He claps his hands after seeing no one has any questions. He walks to his desk and collects a stack of papers before placing a few on every student's table. Afton examined the paper and wondered where they got fresh sheets from. He doubted many would have survived after the apocalypse. Full books were burnt to a crisp after all. Perhaps they had a method of recycling it. You have an hour to complete the test. You better get started since time's now ticking, he says, causing the students to quickly open the papers. Afton looks at the first questions and frowns. Isn't this a bit too easy? Explain the method with which you would recycle an energy cell. He was already able to recycle microfusion cells, which were way more difficult than regular energy cells that you'd power small energy weapons with. He quickly filled in the answer and moved on to the next question. How would one fix a malfunctioning emitter on a laser pistol? Well, the emitter was responsible for actually firing the laser. It alone wouldn't deal any damage, without the focusing lens, of course. But if it were malfunctioning, you'd either need to replace it or take it apart and rebuild it from the base components. So this was a trick question. You can't fix it, only rebuild it. Explain how one would block radio communication. Afton shakes his head at the difficult question. He'd bet that none in the room would be able to answer it, as he himself was slightly unsure. Perhaps if you knew the frequency you wanted to be blocked, you could suppress the original with your own message. He continued answering questions, though none had stumped him as much as the previous one. His years of hard work hadn't been for nothing, and he'd completed the test in around 20 minutes. And that's only due to him double and triple checking his answers. Afton pushed the paper away from him and straightened his posture as he looked at Doran, the man giving a questioning look before walking over and whispering to him. Is something wrong, Mr. Parker? Have you given up already? No, sir, I've already finished, he quietly replies, taking a small degree of satisfaction from the man's stunned expression. Doran shakes his head and grabs the paper, quickly flipping through it and becoming more shocked the more he read. Good job, Mr. Parker. You can wait outside if you want. The physical examination will begin immediately after this test, so be ready, he says as he walks back to his desk, almost stumbling into another student's table. 18? Getting physical? Afton walked outside the classroom as other students sent envious glances at him. Once outside, he was greeted by his parents and Ada, who didn't seem surprised that he'd finished so quickly. His mother hugs him to her chest before he's able to back away. How did it go, Afton? Do you think you did well? She quickly asks. Afton gently pushes her away as to not hurt her feelings and looks at them. Judging by how the examiner almost passed out when he saw my paper, I think I did all right, he says with a small grin. Zachary snorts, restraining his laughter as they were outside the test room. That's my boy. Maybe I can request for you to be made my apprentice once you're promoted. He wonders aloud. Afton shakes his head. Sorry, Dad, but even if that were allowed, I'd not accept it. I know you're strong and could teach me a lot, but I want to prove myself. If the others found out you'd apprenticed me, they'd think it's only because I'm your son, he explains, getting a proud nod from his father. Ada, have you been training for the physical test? I've neglected that subject, as I myself only barely passed it. She asks, worried that he'd fail due to her focus on his studies. I'll be fine. You'll see that I haven't forgotten to train my body, he says, calming the anxious woman he'd come to consider a sort of grandma. The trio leave and head up to the surface to wait for the next test to begin, as Afton stays put. 10 minutes later, someone else had apparently completed their test early. Afton nods at a dark brown-haired girl with a boyish face. Finished? They nod. I didn't expect to see anyone else finish before me, though. I'd pushed back becoming an initiate to focus on other studies, so I thought I'd definitely be the best here, she says while giving him an appraising look. I'm Afton Parker, by the way, 10 years old. The girl nods. Sandra Torres, 12. Nice to meet you, Afton. What did you think about the third question on page 4? They talk about the test and what answers they gave as they wait for everyone else to arrive. Afton found the girl to be pretty good conversation. She was similar to him in a way. Rational, reserved, introverted, but still did her best in whatever she put her mind to. He was looking forward to see what she'd do in the future. A few other students came out early, but most existed just as the test ended, probably rechecking their answers as many times as physically possible. Doran walked out next and nodded to everyone. I bet you're all mentally exhausted for that, right? He asks and receives nods from the students. Well, get ready because you'll be doing your physical test right about... Now all of you follow me. If you fall behind, then you automatically fail, he states as he begins jogging through the hall. Some students are confused by the sudden activity and lag behind, having to sprint to catch up to the rest of the group. Doran increases his speed so that those following him are halfway between jogging and sprinting, eventually reaching a ladder that leads to the surface. He jumps on it and quickly climbs up, throwing open the hatch and crawling out. Afton follows with dexterity none of his peers had seen him show before, standing to attention before Doran with not a drop of sweat on him. Sir? Doran just sighs and seems to accept his absurd talent and continues to wait for everyone to climb out. Some of the kids seemed to think this was a competition and barged people out of the way to get to the ladder first, some even pulling people from the ladder as they climbed. Once everyone was on the surface, a knight wearing power armor climbed out as well, walking over to Doran and pointing out a few students. Doran shakes his head and points at them. Those of you who barged, grabbed, disrupted, or attempted to stop others from climbing are hereby disqualified. Maybe next year you'll learn some respect for your fellows, he says, causing the selected ones to grumble and leave, though some of the more unruly ones were dragged away by some knights. Afton dabs his forehead with his forearm. The exercise hadn't caused him to start sweating. The sun had. As he spent so much time underground, his skin had become pale and not suited for it. He could feel his skin slowly burning under its intense rays. He glances around at the area and spots the many heavily armored patrols wielding an ungodly amount of firepower. Only someone with a death wish and a mini nuke launcher would dare approach them unsolicited. Nothing had really changed from last he saw it. Ruined buildings and vehicles sat around like monuments to humanity's sins, though he could see red cloth tied around some of the nearby lampposts that hadn't been knocked over. Not only that, he could see his parents and some of the higher-up members of the Brotherhood watching from the sidelines. Even Veronica and the Elder were watching, though the latter seemed wholly unconcerned with them. If Afton had to take a guess, he'd say Veronica managed to get permission to watch. He glanced back at the group and spotted his friends. Miles had already been sweating from the brief run through the tunnels, but Melissa seemed completely fine. She was an airhead, but didn't lack physical abilities. Doran smirks at them and pulls out a bottle of clean water. The condensation covering it gave the impression that it was ice cold, causing the thirsty students to audibly gulp their saliva. He cracks it open and takes a large swig, exhaling with satisfaction. What? You didn't think this was for you, right? Only those who pass the test may get one, so consider it a reward to... The top 5 ranked people. Everyone else will have to wait until the third phase test is over before you can refresh yourself. He explains, even though Afton was well hydrated, he couldn't help but feel parched by the end of his speech. 19. Obstacle course. Afton started to stretch and limber up as Doran began to explain the test. You will follow the marked lampposts as fast as you can. Do not attempt to cheat or bypass the route. We will see it, and you'll not be happy with the result. Doran pulls out a 9mm handgun and cocks it. The test will start when you hear me fire this gun. Now there are a few other things you should know. Bang! He cuts himself off and fires, confusion the students who were carefully listening. In case they missed something, the rest had already sprinting towards the first red-marked lamppost. Afton was obviously ahead of the group. Sandra was somewhere behind him, but he couldn't see Miles or Melissa when he took a glance. Melissa was physically capable, but she was still just a 10-year-old against older students who were already in the midst of puberty. She didn't stand a chance. He looked up ahead to see what was coming up. Quickly spotting the first obstacle, large jagged rocks had been placed in his way. He could probably go around it, but judging by the fact it was enclosed by red marks, he would be forced to traverse it. Without hesitating, he leapt atop the first one, carefully placing his footing just in case they'd greased it up or something. The rocks were pretty sharp, so the risk of injury was likely if you fell. He hopped from one to the other with relative ease. He looked back once at the end and saw that Sandra was taking it pretty slow, probably to avoid slipping and injury herself. Continuing ahead, he saw a fenced-in enclosure. The marks were suggesting that he had to go through it, but he was stunned for a moment when he spotted the small group of rad scorpions inside it. Did they want to kill us? No. Upon closer inspection, he could see that their claws had been shattered and crippled while their venomous tails had been cut. This was more than likely to be a test of bravery, though. Now that he'd noticed that there was no risk, it looked relatively easy. He climbed over the fence and sprinted towards the other side. The rad scorpions moved to intercept him, but he simply hops onto one and jumps clear over the rest, momentarily feeling like Mario. He could hear people talking from the side where the spectators had been. Obviously, they'd not expected him to jump onto their captured beasts. He climbed out of it and ran to the next obstacle, a large wall made from rotten wood and scrap metal. There seemed to be a door that you raised by pulling the rope at the side. He gave it a tug and immediately realized that you'd need more than one person to actually lift it. Shaking his head, he'd rather not wait for someone to arrive and lose his lead, instead beginning to scale the wall. The wall itself was around 15 feet tall, but he managed to climb it in under a minute. He wasn't all that good at climbing, but the wood and scrap metal made good handholds to pull yourself up on. While it wasn't as easy as climbing, say, a ladder, he didn't find it all that difficult. Maybe the other would, though, as you sometimes needed to lift your body with just your arms. He got over and took a peek around the wall to see how the others were doing. Most seemed to have completed the jagged rocks, but he saw the medics carrying away a few people who had horribly twisted ankles and large bloody gashes going up their legs. The scorpion enclosure had definitely halted a few people. Even Sandra was hesitant to go in. He spotted Melissa just laughing as she raced past the scorpions as they chased her. She might have a few screws loose. He didn't stay any longer, as it might be a while before they reached the wall. No point in ruining his advantage. However, as soon as he made a step towards the next obstacle, he found his foot trapped. Quicksand. Fortunately, all of the students had been briefed with how to deal with it. He leant forwards to get his stuck feet out and started slowly making his way to the edge, becoming slightly irritated by how dirty he was getting. He quickly made his way through a couple more physically based challenges before he finally spotted the last obstacle. It was another wall, but had a small gap in the middle of it. It looked like only one person could squeeze through at a time, which was probably intended to make sure that they'd be able to pick out the winners, even if it were a close race. He made his way through the gap, only now noticing that the rancid stench of rotting flesh had begun choking him. Taking a glance around to see where it was coming from, he could see bits of meat hanging from above him. He got a little further into the gap and realized that there were actually small bits of meat stuffed into cracks on the wall, almost causing him to vomit right there on the spot. He held his stomach and thought happy thoughts as he tried to get to the exit as quickly as possible. Eventually, he stumbled out with a pale look on his face. Rotten meat was bad enough, but those ones there had been sitting in the desert sun for what must have been hours. He couldn't really decide what that test was for, to see those without a strong will, to see those who could handle disgusting conditions. Regardless, tried to settle the contents of his stomach as he ran course, following it until he arrived back at where Doran was standing. "Is it done?" he asks, sweating profusely from the heat and exertion. Doran slowly nods and tosses him a bottle of water, which Afton started gulping down. He was covered in tried mud and bits of rotten flesh. But that didn't matter right now. All that mattered was that he completed the course and shown his competence. 20. Test Aftermath. "I honestly didn't think you would pass this test, Mr. Parker," Doran mutters in exasperation. Afton just shrugs at him. "You should expect more from me in the next phase," he says before taking a glance at how everyone else is progressing in the course. Sandra had just climbed out of the quicksand and was making her way to the next obstacle. It seemed she'd copied him and just climbed the wall, as opposed to everyone else. Most of the students who weren't injured by the jagged rocks or unwilling to venture into the scorpion's enclosure had ended up gathering outside the wall, where some begun to pull the rope to raise it. Some of the more unscrupulous people just ran through when the gap was big enough, leaving those who'd actually put the effort in behind. The wall didn't lower after they let go of the rope. This was probably to stop anyone being crushed by it if something went wrong. This also had the effect of forcing students to crawl through it, as those who had been raising it weren't willing to be put in last place just for everyone else. Well, apart from Miles. Afterwards, some students weren't able to get out of the quicksand and had to be helped out, getting disqualified in the process due to them needing assistance. Afton was unable to see what the students' reactions were as they entered the rotten meat-filled gap in the last wall. He did have a chuckle as they exited it, though, some immediately vomiting on the floor and allowing students behind them to get ahead. The next 4 students who won a bottle of water were Sandra Torres, Mina Kilback, Turner Jones, and Steve Lynch. Afton didn't know any of them aside from Sandra, but judging by how they spoke with her, he guessed that they were around her age too. He was sent appraising glances from the older students who hadn't even realized he was there until Doran spoke about how ridiculous he was. They quickly drank their water as the rest of the students came in, most looking a lot more exhausted than the top 5 had been. Melissa skips up and gets close to Afton. "Did you save me some water?" she quickly asks. "No," he bluntly states, showing her the empty bottle. "What? I thought we had a deal. If I won, I'd share mine, and if you won, you'd share yours," she quickly says. "No, you just talked to yourself as I ignored you. Not giving an answer doesn't mean I said yes, does it?" "You're so mean, Afton," she huffs. Miles arrives last, breathing heavily and looking as if he'd pass out at any moment. Is there any water left?" he asks in a pitiable tone. Doran claps his hands before Miles receives an answer and nods at everyone. "Well done for making it this far. I'm not going to tell you if you passed or not, as it'll be up to the examiners who'd been watching you traverse the obstacles. Even the top 5 might not pass if they did something dangerous and reckless. The reason for this? What if you attempted the same thing out on a patrol and injured your leg? You'd slow the whole squad down and potentially lead to the deaths of everyone," he says with crossed arms. "Anyway, all of you who don't want to attempt any of the advanced tests can go clean yourselves up and do whatever else you want. The test, if over you, for everyone else, you should follow me." He gestures towards them as he begins walking towards the ladder that leads into the underground again. Afton follows, noticing that Sandra, Miles, and a few other students were right behind him. He wasn't surprised to find that Melissa didn't want to attempt the advanced tests. It'd be shocking if she even passed the initial ones, to be honest. He was still covered in mud and smelled of rotten flesh, but he was led to a classroom where he picked what subjects he wanted to attempt. Afton picked almost all of them: medicine, mechanics, science, machinery, and a few other more specific ones like biomechanics. He'd studied most subjects he could get his hands on. There wasn't a comprehensive library to look through, as intact pre-war books were very, very hard to come by, especially those with complex material. He wasn't a genius, but he'd put in a lot of work throughout these 10 years. He was hoping to be taught more when he became an initiate, as he was basically a jack of all trades at this point. This time around, the tests were specifically designed for each subject. He was tasked with repairing a laser pistol for one and quizzed for a few others. He was exhausted by the time he was done. Hours of wringing his mind of all knowledge it held, as well as the physical exertion of the second test phase, had him want to pass out by the end of it. His parents and Ada congratulated him as returned, but they let him leave for his room after seeing how tired he was. The students would be given their test results tomorrow, so Afton was more than happy to sleep now and wake up fresh tomorrow to see how he did. The next day, after Afton had eaten some kind of gruel for breakfast, he made his way to the common room where they were supposed to be given their test results. He entered and noticed that Melissa and were already there. Apparently he'd woken up late due to how tired he was yesterday. "Oh, you're here?" Melissa asks, while turning her head with a huff, apparently still mad that he'd not shared his water with her. "Morning," Miles greets with a timid smile. Afton just sits himself next to them. Most of the other students were already gathered and eagerly awaiting their results. 21. Test results. They waited for 30 minutes until someone finally entered the room carrying a stack of papers. "Veronica," he muttered louder than he intended. She glances over to him and flashes a huge grin. "Hey, Wonderboy, I've got all your tests here," she says as she stands at the end of the room. Afton gives her a confused look. "I thought the elder was supposed to hand those out. Tradition or something?" Veronica scoffs. "The elder has, and I quote, better things to do than hand papers that detailed each student's failures. I think he just woke up on the wrong side of the bed personally." "Could we perhaps receive our papers then? Most of us are itching to see how we did," Sandra asks, getting enthusiastic nods from a few other students. Veronica shrugs and starts calling out names, those called walking up and receiving their test papers before sitting back down again. She smiled as she handed Afton him, congratulating him before he even laid eyes on his results. He sat down next to Miles as he and Melissa looked through their own results, both frowning at the bright red "fail" written on the front. Afton nodded to himself when he had a green pass on his. He flipped it open and saw that he'd gotten an A+ on the theoretical test as well as the physical. That was to be expected, and so he continued to look at the advanced subject results. Mechanics, machinery, engineering, and science all received A's, something that should be praised as he was still only 10 years old, and these subjects weren't taught until you became an initiate. However, his medicine and biochemistry only received C's. He was a bit put out by that, but he'd just mark it up to the limited amount of knowledge he had available to him. Some knowledge was actually blocked from them until they advanced from initiate. This was due to the fact that you'd be given a choice at whether or not you're unwanted to stay within the Brotherhood of Steel when you're ready to promote. The ranks of the Brotherhood were confusing to outsiders, but was relatively easy to understand. Initiates were the lowest-ranking members of the Brotherhood. They were trainees for all intents and purposes, but could be used as a makeshift militia should the situation call for it. Initiates are taught about combat, how to properly use power armor and other weaponry, as well as basic tactics and other important military knowledge. Once they are seen to be competent enough, they will be given the opportunity to promote to either scribe or knight as apprentices. They are also given the option to simply leave. They were not heartless and wouldn't send you away without proper training, but they would still not risk integral knowledge of technology falling into the wrong hands, hence the restrictions. Scribes were the scientists of the Brotherhood, holding and maintaining all knowledge they gathered. Some were tasked with research, upgrading weaponry, armor, or other technology that could help in the war effort. They also managed the integral machinery of the compound, such as air filtration, reactors, etc. Some were tasked with teaching the younger generation, while others electing to spend their time in the medical facility. Those who weren't specified into anything usually just tried to figure out how pre-war tech worked. The patrols were constantly bringing back old artifacts that weren't previously recorded, so they needed people to rediscover their uses. Knights were in charge of all weaponry and armor that the Brotherhood held, maintaining, repairing, and using it in combat. They were akin to foot soldiers, but unlike regular armies, every knight had to be well versed in numerous subjects before they were considered competent. They were also taught advanced combat tactics and given more practical training than the scribe would be. Above both scribe and knight were the paladins. This rank belonged to the men and women who'd exceeded the expectations of their ranking. Usually it was a knight who'd be promoted to paladin due to their close proximity with extremely volatile situations. While dangerous, they also provided the opportunity to display your talents, much more so than the scribes do. Afton had asked his father about what he'd done to be promoted to paladin. The man had immediately gone into a story about how his patrol leader had been injured by a random undetonated mine that had been left since before the Great War. His leg had been blown off, and the patrol were doing their best to transport him back to headquarters to see if there was anything they could do for him. The scent of the man's blood had apparently attracted a small group of Deathclaws, though, and it was his father that stayed behind to hold them off and hopefully save his unit. Apparently, he'd used the area that contained the undetonated mines to soften up the Deathclaws before he went in guns blazing with his Gatling laser. By the time reinforcements arrived, they found 6.5 Deathclaw corpses. The whole area was scorched to hell from laser fire and explosions, and his father had just been lying peacefully on a rock, still tightly gripping his empty weapon. He still had the armor he'd worn that day. Afton had seen it and was shocked by the huge claw marks on its chest. They'd not pierced through completely, but the fact that they'd done that much damage was a testament to how dangerous those creatures were. After listening to his father's story, he'd asked around and got similar accounts. He hadn't thought that Zachary had lied, but it all seemed a bit too far-fetched to be believed completely. He had gained a good deal of respect for his father after hearing that. 22. First Taste. Paladins were considered the elite forces of the Brotherhood. Once you were promoted to them, you'd be provided with the best training they had available and learned the complete range of known tactics they had. You were also fitted with the best gear the Brotherhood was able to provide. Apparently, there was more than that, but his father didn't elaborate further. The knowledge must be restricted for the man not to tell him. Top of the hierarchy is the Elder, the absolute leader of the chapter. Of course, there were higher-ranked elders back in California, but they didn't even have a way to contact them, so their influence was negligible. The Elder controlled everything in the Order, delegating tasks, and ultimately deciding the direction the chapter would be heading. Whether it be to success or destruction, they have no way to refuse his orders, even if some were outright suicidal. Elder Elijah had been a head scribe before he was promoted to Elder. No one was sure why he was given the rank, though. Most assumed it was due to the nature of the task that the elders had sent them to accomplish. The man didn't lack any enthusiasm for pre-war technology. Afton nodded in satisfaction, not noticing that Melissa and Miles had been peeking over to see his paper. "You passed," Melissa exclaims, drawing the attention of most of the room. "I did. I'd mind your tone as well, Melissa. You're now talking to Initiate Parker," he says with a smug smirk. "I refuse," she retorts. "Good job," Miles says to him, seeming a lot calmer now that the results were finally in. A few other students walked by and congratulated him, Sandra included. Veronica ended up pulling him out of the room and towards somewhere else. Once she'd reached whenever she wanted to take him, he saw his parents waiting for him, immediately hugging and congratulating him. "Oh, I'm so proud of you, my genius boy." Verna dotes, unable to hold back the flow of tears. "Stop crying, Mom. It's just test." Afton reassures, hoping that she'd stop crying soon. I know," she mutters as she wipes her eyes. "It's just, it feels like only yesterday you'd barely been speaking. And now, you're an initiate." "I won't be going anywhere. I doubt they'll even let me out with patron units until I'm 17, he says, or more accurately complains. He'd rather get some practical experience sooner than that, but there wasn't much he could do about it. His father nods. "Yeah, I won't be letting you anywhere near combat until I know you can handle yourself," he says, more to Verna to Afton. Christine pats him on the shoulder. "Good job. Maybe they'll allow us to officially give you some training." "You better not stop coming to get your butt kicked. I need the stress relief," Veronica chirps from the side. Afton sends a glare her way. "I'll be busy. I don't know if I'll find time to be your punching bag." He shrugs. "If I can find time away from the Elder, then you can spare an hour for training. Got it?" she says, walking up and poking him in the chest. He sighs. Got it. As much as he'd like to act otherwise, he enjoyed training with Veronica and Christine. It was a good stress relief from all the studying he'd been subjecting himself to. Now that he was an initiate, they might be able to get some actual weapons, so Christine could teach him some moves. She was more adept in using knives and other similar things than she was in actual hand-to-hand combat. She'd been made a junior knight a couple of years ago, so hopefully he'd learn something interesting. His father walks to the side of the room and opens a cabinet, pulling out a bottle filled with a brown fluid. "Whiskey," Afton muttered to himself loud enough for everyone to hear. Zachary nods. "Whiskey. As an initiate, you're technically an adult now, even if your mother doesn't want to admit it. When I became an initiate, my dad sat me down to have my first drink with him. I'd like us to do the same." "Maybe it's becoming a tradition," he says, sitting down and grabbing a few glasses and glancing over at Veronica and Christine. "You girls want one?" They smile and nod. "Would it surprise you to hear that this'll be my first drink too?" Veronica says, Zachary becoming momentarily shocked by this. He recovers quickly, though, and smiles at her. "Well, considering your dad and I were good friends, I don't think he'll mind if I do the honors for him. Afton sits next to his dad, while Werner sits on his other side, sending an unhappy look at Zachary. I don't think I like our 10-year-old son drinking alcohol, Zach. We're not going to make a habit of it. It's just a right of way, I think. He gets up and walks behind her before whispering in her ear. Plus, whiskey tastes fucking awful when you're a kid. That'll stop him trying to drink later on, he says, his wife flashing him a sly smile as he goes to sit back down. He pours everyone a small glass of whiskey before screwing the lid back on and holding his glass up. Congratulations, son. You're growing up, but don't forget you're still just a kid to me, he says as everyone clinks their glasses together. Afton sips the whiskey. He'd had it before in his previous world and was impartial to it. But as soon as the liquid hit his lips, he felt himself almost gag. Harsh. It takes all his willpower not to start coughing. He hadn't realized before now how much his taste buds had changed. Or maybe the 200-year-old whiskey had something to do with it. Regardless of his efforts, everyone noticed his troubles and started laughing at his expense. He took it in stride as he knew there were no bad feelings involved and continued to try and get his drink down. 23. Malfunctioning class. It had been a couple days since Afton was promoted. He has given the Steel Scout uniform that all initiates had to wear, as well as limited access to the armory, even if that only included assisting them in repairing things. Him, Sandra Torres, and the other students that had passed with them were currently standing in one of the vacant workshops, with Doran standing at the far end of the room. The man nodded at them all before speaking. Welcome, initiates. Well, when I say something to you, I expect to get a reply, initiates. Sir, they all reply in unison. Doran nods. Good. Now, I will be your teacher for all intents and purposes on most subjects. You will likely have other more experienced people show the ropes on things I am no so competent at. For now, I think we should do something fun before we get bogged down in studies. Who's up to go to the firing range? Excited whispering immediately starts at the thought of finally learning how to shoot. A few shout out yes in undisciplined fashion, but Doran didn't seem to mind. Afton himself was pretty happy. He wanted to see at what level he was compared to the others, especially since Veronica and Christine had given him limited firearm training. Doran, all right, if you look to the side of the room, you'll see a number of small arms. Pick what you want. There'll be ammo provided at the range, he says before walking to the door. After steps over to the weapons and spots a few different kinds, laser pistols, plasma pistols, and some other variants of both. He grabbed the closest one and raised a brow. It was significantly lighter than the one he'd fired before. He quickly headed to one of the desks and grabbed a screwdriver to open up its casing, afterwards realizing that there was no battery inside. The weapon was functionally useless without that vital component. He glanced over to Doran, who smirked back at him as other students headed to the door, completely unaware that the weaponry was faulty. Afton shook his head and looked around the workshop, eventually finding an intact, slightly scuffed battery. After checking it over to make sure the weapon wouldn't explode in his hand, he made his way to Doran, only then noticing that Sandra seemed to have fixed her own weapon as well. All right, is everyone ready? Doran asks, receiving Sir from the group. He shakes his head, initiates. What is the most important thing when using a weapon? Skill, sir, an initiate chirps. Wrong. Knowledge? An 11-year-old asks. Now you're just saying words. He sighs. It's safety. You can't very well use a weapon if it's likely to blow your damn hand off. Initiate Parker. Could you elucidate what I mean for the others? Afton nods and displays his laser pistol. I felt my pistol was lighter than it should be, and so cracked it open to check if its internals were fine. It was missing a battery. We're in a workshop, so it's likely all the weapons were malfunctioning in one way or another. If we used this at the firing range, disastrous things may happen, he explains, the initiates having looks of realization flash across their faces. This was a test of mine, to see which of you could keep a clear head despite all the excitement. All of you should fix your weaponry and show it to me when you're done. If we have time afterwards, we'll head to the firing range. Doran states, causing the initiates to scramble towards the tools. Afton and Sandra remain where they stand, as their weapons were already ready for use. What should we do, sir? The latter asks. You have my permission to go to the firing range. But before that, why did you not help any of your fellow initiates? It's better they get a stern warning from you instead of assistance from us, sir. They'll remember it that way, Afton explains. Doran nods. Good, there'll be a knight on your left when you enter the firing range. Tell him I sent you to learn the basics, he says before turning his attention back to the others. Thanks, they murmur as they leave. Sandra glances at Afton and smirks. You know, I only remembered to repair my weapon after seeing you do it. She admits as the walk. Afton shrugs. Being able to spot it doesn't make your efforts any lesser. If any of the others had been paying attention, they would have noticed too. The duo enter the armory and look to their left. A man in power armor sits at a desk, writing into a terminal. He has short, unruly black hair with a handsome face and an average-length beard. It takes a moment for him to notice their presence and sends them a curious glance when he does. Now what would 2 initiates need from me? Doran too hung over to teach a class again, he questions, causing the duo to smirk at the thought. Afton shakes his head. Doran wanted you to give us basic firearms training. Where's the rest of your class then, initiate? He asks, wondering why just the 2 of them were here. They attempted to go to the firing range with malfunctioning weaponry, sir. We were the only ones who bothered to check, Sandra says, receiving a slow nod from him. All right, I'm Senior Knight Ramos, by the way, he says as he stands, taking the Gauss rifle from the desk and slinging it over his shoulder. Initiate Afton Parker. Initiate Sandra Torres, they both reply with their ranks and names. So let me see the weapons you've got and I'll decide how best to do this, Ramos asks and is handed 2 laser pistols. He examines them and wraps them with his knuckles to check the casing and internal components. Afton didn't know how much experience you'd need to be able to check if all the vital parts were inside just by tapping it. But he supposed it could be done if you were very familiar with the weight and feedback a properly working pistol would give. 24. Practice makes perfect. Ramos hands back Afton's pistol before walking over to the armory where a knight was manning the window. He retrieved some energy cells and walked towards the long walled-in stalls that held a target at the end of them. Here, I'll show you how to stand, hold, and fire the gun. Look at my fingers, he says. Sandra getting closer and spotting that he wasn't holding the trigger. Unless you are preparing to fire, do not rest your hand on the trigger. The phrase itching trigger finger comes to mind. You have no idea how many times I've seen a nervous initiate shoot the floor. I've actually been shot in back due to it once as well. Luckily, I was wearing armor at the time, he explains. He steadies the weapon by holding his other hand under his right, breathing in before firing it 3 times at the target. The target was a pile of metal scrap that had been stood up to look like a humanoid. Ramos had hit it 3 times in the chest, leaving blackened marks in their wake. He turns and hands the gun back to Sandra. An important thing to remember is your breathing. Moderated breaths leads to effective shooting, especially in a high adrenaline situation. Now stand here and spread your feet slightly like that, he says as he instructs her, moving her hands into the correct positions. Now, laser pistols like this AEP-7 usually don't come with sights, so you'll just have to judge it on instinct and practice. When you're ready, like up your shot, take as much time as you need, he explains. Sandra takes a deep breath before slowing, releasing it just as she begins squeezing the trigger. Pew! She fires a single shot which strays way off target, hitting the wall behind it. She frowns at this and lines up another shot based on where she'd missed. Pew! A bit closer this time, but still not a hit. Ramos rests a hand on her shoulder. It's your first time, don't worry about it. Try again, but aim to the right of the target. Pew! It skims the right side of the target, still missing, but significantly closer than last time. Ramos continues to help guide her, now slight left. Pew! Hit hits the target on the right side of its chest. Sandra is momentarily shocked that she'd hit, but happily exclaims, "I hit it," when she recovers. Congratulations, Initiate Torres, but you still have a lot of work to do. Laser pistols are relatively easy to operate. The true show of an expert is hitting all your shots with a Gatling laser. I'm not even close to that level, though, he admits, scratching his head before looking at Afton. You have a go, Initiate Parker. Do you need any assistance? Afton shakes his head. I watched you show Sandra, so let me have a go before seeing if I need help, he says, unclipping the side and sliding in an energy cell. He stands where Sandra had been earlier and aim at the target. He wondered why no one had bothered fitting a sight on these weapons. Yeah, the spread was worse than regular ballistics, but it could still help, right? Regardless, he did as Veronica had taught in the past and fired a 3-shot burst. Pew! 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 He nodded to himself when he spots 3 black marks on the target's chest. They were a little spread out, and one was even close to missing entirely, but with a little practice, he'd get better. Great. Nice job, Initiate. I have to say, you're much better than I had been on your first time, he says with a smile. Knight Ramos, is there a reason to why laser weapons kick? I've looked around, but the only answers I find are unsatisfactory. He asks. No one really cared to look into why a weapon firing light would give a kick. Ah, well, I asked my teacher that when I was your age too. The reason is due to the lens being struck by the emitter's light, believe it or not. But the emitter produces quite a lot of power per shot. Regular lasers are nowhere near powerful enough to disintegrate body parts after all. Afton nods. That's one of the answers he'd read about, but now that he thought about it, is it really all that realistic for a small energy firearm like this to completely disintegrate someone? He'd not seen it used in this world, but in the game it was an all-too common occurrence. All right, you two, we've still got some cells left, so let's keep at it. Afterwards, you can go recycle the cells and deposit them into the armory, Ramos says. The duo continue to practice on the firing range lane, both becoming fairly proficient with the laser pistol. By the time Ramos stops them, Afton had thought that they'd run out of cells, but apparently he just wanted to move them. He stood them in front of another lane, which was longer and had a smaller target. Both attempted to hit it, but felt like they were back at square one again. However, with some help from Ramos, they soon got back into it. Afton pressed the trigger, but instead of the typical pew, he heard a click, indicating that the last energy cell was dry. Is that all of them? Ramos asks from behind them, getting reluctant nods. Maybe we could request some more ammo, Sandra asks with puppy dog eyes. Ramos shakes his head. You've had enough practice for today. Remember what I taught and internalize it. You'll get more chances to practice later, Initiates. For now, I want you to recycle the energy cells and give them back to the armory. Afton and Sandra nod. Yes, sir. They say and go to leave the firing range, just as the other Initiates arrive with Doran. He gives the duo a nod and walks over to Ramos, probably to ask him to assist in teaching the others as well. 25. Stewed. Afton had just left the classroom that Doran had been teaching them in. He never really liked the lessons teaching the Codex. Fortunately, they were only done once a week to reinforce their loyalty. From Afton's observations, reinforce meant brainwash. There wasn't much he could do about it, though. His life hinged on everyone thinking he believed in the almost cult-like Codex. Shaking those thoughts from his head, he walked into the cafeteria where Miles and Melissa were sat. He found a place next to them after receiving some food. Some kind of stew with potatoes and unidentifiable meat. If he had to guess, it'd probably be gecko, due to how many there seemed to be outside. Afton, Melissa exclaims after seeing him sit with them. Yeah, he replies, wondering what the big deal was. This is the first time we've seen you in weeks. I don't believe you were so busy that you couldn't visit us. She continues. Afton shrugs. Yeah, I had some downtime here and there. I just didn't think it was worth distracting you from your studies. You did fail, remember? He says, causing the duo to flinch as if they'd been jabbed. That's only because I forgot one of the test answers. Well, more than one, but that doesn't matter, she quickly says before stuffing some food into her mouth. And you, Miles, why'd you fail? He ignores her and turns towards his other, more timid friend. I barely passed the theoretical test, but came last in the physical. It's my bad. I couldn't move my legs when I saw the scorpions. He mutters with a downtrodden expression. Afton shakes his head. I think you would have passed if you didn't stand there to hold the gate open. Did you not see that it wouldn't lower, even if you let go? Miles nods. I did, but it looked very unstable. If it collapsed onto someone, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself, he admits. You shouldn't worry about that. The Knights wouldn't construct something that could potentially kill their children. Next time, just concentrate on yourself. Becoming an initiate is about proving your own strength. Once you've passed the test, you can then try be a team player, he explains, getting a small smile from Miles. The trio drops into a momentary silence as they eat their food, one which Melissa seemed to be offended by as she starts trying to strike up a conversation about literally everything, no matter how mundane it is. Another voice is clearly audible from another table. However, teacher said I was one of the most talented marksmen in our group. I hit my target half the time with a laser pistol, way better compared to you guys. An arrogant voice causes Afton's ears to perk up. Afton took a small glance and spotted that it was Steve Lynch, one of the 5 that came first to receive water in the physical test. He was 12 years old and tall for his age, messy brown hair and a visibly strong build. Most of his class usually sat next to each other, no matter if it was lunch, breakfast, or any other social event. He could hear Sandra Torres snort from the table. "Half your shots." He said, "Best in your group, not class. Me and Afton got personal tutoring from senior Knight Ramos for a few hours and are now able to hit the target most of the time," she says, knocking the braggart down a peg. He seemed to not appreciate the challenge and shook his head, gesturing at Afton, who was currently sat with Miles and Melissa. "I doubt an initiate who still hangs out with children is any good at anything. I bet he still wets his bed," he loudly says, causing some of the table to laugh. Melissa scowls and looks to Afton. "They're making fun of us. Should we hit them?" she asks. Afton shakes his head. "Why would we hit them? They're just hot air and don't seem to remember who came out ahead of them in all of the tests," he says loudly enough for them to hear. Steve stands and glares over at them. "What was that, Parker? You got something to say to me?" he asks threateningly, his height a head taller than Afton. "No, but it sounds like you've got a lot to say to me. Or are you only good for insulting me behind my back?" he remarks, not even looking at them and continuing to eat his stew. Steve's face reddened at his words, and he glanced behind him to see everyone else's reactions. He could see they were expecting him to do something. If not, he'd lose face in front of his peers. His pride was worth more than any punishment he'd received, so he slowly started walking over to Afton, his hands balling into fists as he tried to psych himself up. "You know, Parker, I never did like you," he says as the adrenaline causes him to act. He makes a quick step forwards and tries to punch Afton in the side of his head from where he's sitting. Afton knew this was coming and so leant back to avoid it. The punch ended up hitting Miles instead, angering him. He grabbed his tray and flung his bowl of stew at Steve's face, the hot liquid splashing over his face and causing him to shout in pain. Afton took the opportunity to get out of his chair as Steve tried to wipe the stew from his face, muttering things about how he was going to pay for that. He couldn't help but think back to the lessons Veronica had drilled into him. The teen in front of him was nowhere near her level and looked almost comically unprepared due to his stance and posture. 26. Disciplinary. Steve doesn't open his eyes for fear of the stew burning them, allowing Afton to walk up and deliver a roundhouse punch to his face, knocking the teen to the floor. Apparently that wasn't enough as they slowly get to their feet, anger allowing them to ignore the hot liquid on their face. He charges at Afton, throwing his arms around at random in an attempt to hit him. Clearly no one had taught him how to fight, or even punch properly. Afton gets clipped on the shoulder by one, but it isn't all that effective, dodging the next and dashing forwards, hugging Steve to prevent any more flailing punching being thrown. The boy tried to wrestle him, but found that Afton was actually stronger somehow. Veronica had taught him how to punch and fight in general, but it was Christine who'd shown him how to utilize other things that weren't his fists. Afton takes a small step back to get space before slamming his elbow into Steve's jaw, the metal fixtures on his initiate uniform providing an almost unfair advantage. Crack. Steve's jaw made an awful sound as he slumped to the floor, backing his head on a nearby table as he's knocked unconscious. Afton just looks down at Steve with a small amount of disappointment. His first real fight in this world, and even his previous one. And he'd not even been challenged. He shook his head. This was the difference between a trained and untrained combatant, he supposed. The cafeteria was silent when he walked back over with his tray to get more stew. The initiate tasked with giving everyone their meal blankly, just handing him another bowl, not realizing that giving Afton any more was against the rules due to rationing. Afton found it hard to ignore everyone staring at him, even Melissa and Miles with mimicking owls towards him. That was Soocol, Melissa finally exclaimed after recovering from the shock of seeing Afton utterly decimate an older initiate. Miles rapidly nods. How did you do that? Who taught you? He quickly asks, apparently wanting to get tutored himself. Afton just shakes his head. You should ask to learn some hand-to-hand combat when you become initiates. He says simply, not wanting to trouble Veronica or Christine. Soon enough, Paladin Edgar Harden and their teacher, Scribe Doran Dumble, walks into the room, scouring it with their eyes before both find Steve Lynch's unconscious body and Afton. Initiate Parker with me, Paladin Harden commands as Doran gets some help from other initiates to carry Steve's body to the infirmary. Can I take my food? He asks, just as Harden is about to leave the room, causing most of the room to look at him as if he were crazy. Harden glances at Afton, and an almost undetectable smirk finds its way onto his face. As long as you clean up after yourself. He states and walks out, Afton picking up his tray and quickly following, getting confused and awed looks from everyone else. Afton was led into the man's office, where he was already sat down. The fact he was wearing his power armor made it look like the chair was a small stool, but he managed to keep himself from chuckling at the sight. Harden gestured to the chair on the opposite side of the desk, and Afton sat down, placing his meal on the table and biting into a potato nonchalantly. Do you know why I have called you here, Initiate Parker? The man asks with a stern expression. Afton shrugs and swallows his mouthful. No, sir, I was simply defending myself, so I see no reason for action against me. Harden slowly nods. I agree, you were provoked first, and hadn't made the first move. Not only that, by that idiot initiate managed to hit a young student in the face while he was at it. Someone he was supposed to be protecting. It seems we've misjudged his character if Initiate Lynch is capable of doing that, he explains. Why did you call me then? He asks, confused. Because regardless if you are at fault or not, I need to be seen investigating it, even if I already know what happened. I'm proud that you handled it in such a way, and impressed you managed to take on someone 2 years older than you. Those lessons you're getting from Veronica seem to be paying off, he says with a small grin. Ah, you knew about that? Harden nods. Who do you think covers for Veronica when the Elder is unable to find her? Even when she's on break, the Elder comes looking for her. The man doesn't seem to understand not everyone can go on without sleep for days. Plus, I think what you're being taught is valuable knowledge. Initiates are taught hand-to-hand combat a couple of months after they are promoted, which is too late in my estimation. Being trained at a younger age instills the movements and attitude required of a warrior. It makes you more combat-oriented and confident, something that will never be a bad thing. As the old proverb goes, it's better to be a warrior in a farm than a farmer in a war, he explains. Afton had just finished his stew as the man was talking, but he nods in understanding. He agreed with the man. Knowing how to fight did make him more confident, and being thrashed by Veronica so many times had given him a wider perception of others' actions. To most, someone gripping their fists and tensing their jaws as nothing may just irritation, but to him it was potential aggression. May I leave now? My classes should start soon, he asks, and the man nods. Afton picks up the tray and is about to return them to the cafeteria when Harden grabs his attention. Oh, and Initiate Parker. Good job in there today, he says sincerely, despite the fact he'd beaten a fellow initiate and potentially broken his jaw. No problem, sir. Hopefully this won't happen again anytime soon, though, he says as he finally leaves. 27. Death Trap. After the cafeteria incident, most people who disliked Afton stayed well away. The fact that he hadn't been punished in any capacity was one of the reasons why this was the case. The other? Steve Lynch's broken jaw. The initiate had been patched up in the infirmary, a stim pack being used to help. Along with the healing, however, as soon as he was deemed healthy, he was heavily reprimanded by Scribe Doran. He was given the punishment of having no free time for 3 months. His every waking moment would have to be spent in what could only be described as community service. Cleaning toilets, scrubbing floors, helping Knight and Scribes put away the large amounts of scrap and other miscellaneous things they'd sometimes use, etc. Initiate Steve Lynch obviously held a grudge for this. Not only had he been humiliated by his junior, but he'd also been punished and lost face. None of his friends even wanted to associate themselves with him any longer. Apparently, now that he wasn't all he made himself up to be, they weren't interested in befriending him. Afton was slightly nervous about what Veronica and Christine would think about the whole incident. His father was happy about how he dealt with it, having likely heard it from Hardin's perspective. His mother, on the other hand, not so much. Apparently breaking his friend's jaw due to an argument was way too far. Afton just silently nodded his head, though. You couldn't really win an argument with your mother. As expected, Veronica and Christine did hear about it. During their next sparring session, the former was happily kicking her legs while sitting atop a desk, while the latter was giving him a hard look. Afton, so how was it? Your first fight? Veronica quickly asks, wanting to hear every little detail. He sighed and went into how it came about, how he was provoked and attacked first. This seemed to calm Christine down a bit upon hearing he didn't instigate it. Apparently, Veronica didn't want to hear about how he got into the fight, but how he fought instead. Musclehead. Christine pops a cocky smile at her lover when he reveals that he'd ended the fight with an elbow. The elbow is mightier than the fist, she mocks, having heard Veronica spout the literal opposite when teaching him. No, if you were stronger, your first punch should have ended it. I'll have to show you how to do it again, she shouts and starts chasing after him while swinging her fists. Christine laughs as Afton frantically fends off Veronica. Despite how long he'd been training with them, he still wasn't a match against either of the two superior combatants. A few days pass, and Afton finds himself in a class he'd be excitedly anticipating. Power armor training. Doran walks in after everyone had already arrived, however he was in his usual scribe robes, instead wearing a set of power armor that heavily clanked over to the front of the class. As usual, the power armor raised his usual 5.8 feet height to 6.5 feet. It was honestly rather surprising to see such a short man become so tall just by using the armor. Greetings, initiates, he says, quickly receiving Sir. In response and nodding, as most of you know, today I'll be teaching you about power armor, one of the most important technologies the Brotherhood of Steel owns. Now, I won't be able to teach you anything specifically on how they operate or are made, as you'll only learn that after you graduate from Initiate. But I can teach you how to wear it. Afton raises his hand and Doran points at him. Yes, Initiate Parker. Sir, aren't we all still not tall enough to properly wear the armor? He asks, causing a few students to groan as they realize they'd not get to experience using it yet. Doran nods. That's right. You need to be at least 5.5 feet in order to wear the typically issued power armor units we use in the Brotherhood. This brings us to the first thing I need to teach you all, he says as he turns around to show the class his back. He touches something that causes the suit to straighten its back and go rigid. Doran takes the helmet off as the back of the armor opens up, revealing the man inside. Doran steps backwards out of the armor and turns to look at everyone while resting the helmet on his desk. Now, the reason for the height restriction is simple. It would be far too time-consuming and wasteful to fully customize each suit of armor to each individual person. The pre-war American military thought so too and designed the suits in a way to make it more accessible to everyone, he says before gesturing at the strange mechanical components inside the suit. See these? These are footholds. This is the main thing stopping anyone who isn't trained to use power armor. You need to manually adjust them before you get in, otherwise there are two outcomes. First is you don't raise them enough, the armor will close on your head and crush your skull. If there isn't anyone well-versed in how to override the armor, you will probably die in a few seconds, he explains, causing a few students to grimace. Second, you raise the footholds too much. This will cause the armor to clamp down on your chest. Depending on how high you set them, you'll either slowly suffocate or you'll simply have your chest collapse with your heart and lungs being crushed. So, when I tell you to never try to wear power armor without someone experienced watching, I fucking mean it, he shouts, displaying how serious he is on this topic. I have seen more than my fair share of initiates getting mulched in these things due to how reckless and overeager they are, so if nothing else, obey this one warning I'm giving you now, he states. 28. Safety first, kids. The class nod at Doran. No one wanted to get crushed to death by their own suit of power armor, and the seriousness in his tone made them believe that others had died trying. Afton himself had received a similar warning from his father after he'd asked about the armor, something about having a friend back in the day who snuck into the armory to try one on. They only found the body when the blood started leaking out. Doran nods to himself after he feels everyone had understood him. He then points at the arms of the power armor before continuing. The arms have a similar mechanism to the legs, but are no as dangerous. They won't crush you to death like the other would. They are retractable and can be adjusted to suit the arm length of the user. Depending on how short your arms are, this could be an advantage as the armor actually becomes thicker the more retracted they are, he explains. Doran raises his hand and lowers the back armor slightly to show everyone something. He points at a large electronic thing that could only be a microfusion pack, judging by the size of it. This is what powers the armor. There are multiple types of power armor available. Here in the Mojave, we've been given two kinds, the Mark T-45 and the T-51B, which is the stronger of the two. These armors are actually the weaker versions compared to what the rest of the Brotherhood has at their disposal. Can any of you tell me why this is? No one answers his question, and he continues. The reason for this is mainly due to their power sources. These are less powerful, but require significantly less energy than other suits. You almost never need to change the microfusion packs, aside from when they're damaged. They could literally be left for thousands of years and still be operable. That's how efficient they are. Compared to the regular T-45 armor and T-51 armor, this is an incredible advantage. They use fusion cores for power, relatively rare things depending on the location. Here in the Mojave, you'd be more likely to have a meteor fall on your head than stumble across one. Now, this wouldn't be too bad if they were as efficient at the microfusion packs, but they aren't. With the armor being bigger and generally more powerful, they required more energy. A fusion core would be drained within around 6 months of continuous use, depending on whether or not the armor had been fitting with other devices. Torres holds her hand up and asks her question when Doran calls her, "Sir, why did we not get sent with the more powerful armor and a stash of fusion cores? Surely we won't be gone long enough to justify being less able to deal with threats." Doran shakes his head. "Initiate Torres. How long do you think this expedition will take?" he asks, the girl looking thoughtful as she tried to find an answer. Afton himself wasn't sure the expedition would ever end. They'd already been away for more than 10 years, with relatively no progress towards their goal, though this was mainly due to Elder Elijah's poor management. "Maybe in 50 years, sir," Sandra guesses, not looking very confident at her answer. Doran shrugs. "I may have asked the question, but I myself don't know the answer. I personally think we'll never set foot in California again. Additionally, assuming your guess was correct, a stash of fusion cores that lasted 50 years would be incredibly difficult to transport along with everything else. Not only that, but it would be a huge investment for the High Elder to risk. The chances of the NCR spotting us and managing to claim the stash is not negligible," he says, causing a few of the students to look rather put out. Most weren't old enough to remember California, so they didn't really know how to feel about it. Afton didn't mind. In fact, he welcomed not being so close to California. He imagined his entire life would be dictated by the whims of some old fart who'd only gotten the position due to his family. Just like in his old world. He liked the chapter he was currently in. It was strict, but not too much so. He had a good degree of freedom to do as he liked. He was relatively safe from harm and had lots of things he could still learn. His friends and family were also a factor. He couldn't imagine not being able to talk and have fun with Veronica and Christine. He might actually be closer to them than he was with his parents. Doran quickly changed the focus from them never returning to California back to the lesson at hand, going on to explain the differences between the T-45DA and T-51B. The former was made from riveted steel plates that were incredibly heavy and made it far less maneuverable than the T-51B, which was made from polylaminate composite, which was considerably lighter than steel while being just as strong. The T-51B also had a protective layer of ablative silver, which assisted in the resistance of laser weapons and radiation. Not only that, but the suit had inbuilt human waste recycling mechanisms that can convert waste into drinkable water. It was also completely sealed, which prevented radioactive particles from entering. The filter that circulated air also assisted in clearing any dangerous particles from being breathed in. This was particularly helpful in frequent Mojave dust storms. Doran also went on to note and display the difficulty the suit provided when wielding small ballistic weaponry. The armored gauntlets made your fingers large enough for it to be uncomfortable to press the triggers due to the trigger guard. This is one of the main reasons the Brotherhood prefers using energy weaponry, as the trigger guards generally had a lot more room. The class continued as the man listed off the rest of the features and things they should keep in mind, at the end reminding them that they should heed his warning and not attempt to climb into one without supervision. Afton left the class feeling a lot more knowledgeable than before. The fact that the Brotherhood almost never used ballistics due to the trigger guards was surprising, as he'd never actually considered that before. Energy weapons were powerful, but he couldn't help but think ballistics still had their uses, especially concerning incredible long ranges. Sure, a laser rifle could theoretically have infinite range, but a bright red laser would be incredibly noticeable. Even if you hit, it'd be unlikely to be a one-hit kill anyway. This was something to ponder at another time. 29. New Horizons. It had been a year since Afton had become an initiate. A few things had happened since then. Melissa and Miles had managed to pass their tests and become fellow initiates. His fame had also increased within the chapter due to the talent he commonly displayed. His education was coming along handily. Unfortunately, it didn't look like he'd have a lot of time to prepare himself for whatever conflict was coming. The Brotherhood scouts had been reporting that the NCR's presence around Hoover Dam had been rapidly increasing. Their trademark rangers had actually managed to pick off 2 or 3 of their members, enraging those who personally knew them in the chapter. Afton knew that the initial mission had been to obtain Hoover Dam for Brotherhood in California, but apparently Elder Elijah had left it too long to comfortably do. As of now, if they tried to take it, they'd be fighting against a strong defensive perimeter. The NCR, as much as they disliked to admit, were quite strong. They may not have the technological strength of the Brotherhood, but they had numbers and good tacticians. The news caused everyone to look to Elder Elijah for questions on what they were supposed to do, which spurred the man into action. He immediately ordered a relocation. He looked reluctant as he wished to stay and uncover more buried pre-war tech in the area, but time was shortening and they had no idea when this whole region would be claimed by the NCR. As Afton was now an initiate, he was given a laser rifle and tasked with assisting the knights and paladins at protecting the perimeter of the convoy. Some were not happy with forcing an 11-year-old into a combat role. That was especially so with his mother. His father managed to placate her with the fact he'd be keeping a close eye on him. Sandra Torres was also positioned with him, however. The rest of the initiates in his class were told to help carry things as Doran didn't think they were even close to being ready for combat. Afton didn't know where their destination was, but hopefully Elder Elijah wasn't leading them to their doom. He waited on the surface in his typical initiate scout armor. His height was now 5.2 feet, and he was wielding a laser rifle that looked relatively large in his hands. Was he accurate with it? Sometimes. The thing was heavy and had a good deal of kick if you continuously fired. If you got shot at short to medium range in a vital, you'd probably die instantly though. Sandra stood at his side, also wielding a laser rifle. She was slightly shorter than he was at 5.1, but her thinner build made her look almost comically unsuited for the weapon. "Any idea as to where we're headed?" he asks her, hefting the rifle onto his shoulder to rest his arms a little. She shakes her head. "None. I haven't been hearing good rumors either. Has your dad said anything about what's happening?" Afton shrugs. "Things aren't looking good is all I'll say." He leans in to whisper in her ear, "Don't tell anyone I said this, but I think if Elijah remains the elder, the chapter will eventually be destroyed," he says to her grimly. She slowly nods in agreement, her face going slightly pale at the thought of it. She's about to ask something else when the sound of heavy footsteps walks up behind them. "Son, Initiate Torres, I hope you aren't planning a rendezvous when we're just about to begin relocating," his father says, his voice distorted by his T-51B power armor helmet, though Afton could tell by the man's posture that he had a huge grin under it. Sandra straightens her back and places her right arm over her chest in a typical Brotherhood salute. "Paladin Parker, Initiate Torres at your service, sir." The The two teens could hear Zachary snort under his helmet at the formal greeting. He shifts the weight of the Gatling laser he was currently holding into one arm before resting a hand on Sandra's shoulder. Relax, Initiate. I may be a paladin, but I don't mind if you're informal with me. Unless the situation calls for it, obviously. But sir, son, what have you been telling your girlfriend here? She seems to think I'm some sort of boogeyman. Sandra blushes at the insinuation. Afton can only sigh and shrug at his father. I'd appreciate if you stopped teasing my partner, Dad. She's nervous enough as it is. Partner now, is it? He chuckles slows when he notices Afton's glare. Fine. You two will stick with me as per my agreement with your mother. If anything happens, use me as cover. You're not wearing power armor, so it's standard procedure. Last but not least, do not fire your weapons until I say so. We don't know who we could stumble into, so erring on the side of caution is needed. Got me? They nod and he gives a thumbs up. Good, just follow my orders and we'll get where we need to be safely, he says before turning and stomping towards the rest of the group wearing power armor. Afton and Sandra feel a little out of place within their ranks, but they do eventually notice some of the older initiates who are not yet tall enough to wear power armor standing around. Elder Elijah gives a brief speech that does nothing to raise the morale of the convoy, eventually getting replaced by Head Paladin McNamara, who speaks of the Codex, their foundations, mission, and everything else they're tasked with. He goes on to explain that every single member here is integral to the survival of the chapter, and that everyone's best efforts will be needed if they're going to succeed in this wasteland. The Head Paladin's speech achieved what the Elders had not. That's the thing about cults. It didn't take much for encouragement. Just spouting a few lines from the Codex would invigorate any loyal Brotherhood member, no matter what the situation. With everyone raring to go, the convoy started. 30. Gauss what? As had happened before, the Brotherhood members had requisitioned some Brahmin to use as pack animals. The previous ones had been slaughtered for meat as soon as they reached their destination, a waste from Afton's estimation, but it had to be done due to them living underground and trying to remain hidden. The journey had started, but no one aside from Elder Elijah and Head Paladin McNamara knew exactly where they were going. Afton often caught glimpses of humanoid figures as they walked, but was told to ignore them by his father. As long as they didn't bother the convoy, the Brotherhood wouldn't vaporize them in kind. It was around a month of traveling later that they seemed to reach a more populated region. They'd just walked past some sort of abandoned nuclear test site that was rife with radiation, as well as an old crashed vertibird. Elder Elijah commanded them to stop the convoy so they could get a better look. The place was guarded by a few sentry bots and Mr. Gutsies. Afton and Sandra were told to sit back and watch, as getting them killed by a stray shot from the heavily armed robots was not something they wanted. Zachary commanded a small unit of paladins and knights and made his way down there, first throwing a couple pulse grenades to stun the robots before opening fire on them. Elder Elijah was shouting behind them to not damage the technology. Obviously, he was referring to the vertibird, but it was probably difficult to concentrate with your superior shouting difficult orders in your ear. Eventually, though, the robots were disabled, not being a match for the Brotherhood's firepower. Afton got a chance to look closer at the vertibird. In Fallout 3, these things were all too common. Used by the Brotherhood and Enclave alike, they are some of the only still functioning vehicles in the wasteland. For what reason? Afton didn't really know. Almost immediately, he could spot something strange with this vertibird. First of all, the Brotherhood insignia wasn't plastered all over it, making it clear it didn't belong to them. The technology it held was slightly more advanced than what Afton had seen their own vertibird posies from the logs. If you include the pitch-black color of it, probably trying to make it more stealthy, it was obvious this belonged to the Enclave, a faction that, from what Afton could tell, was completely wiped out, having been caught in the middle of the NCR and boss. The convoy would have to get moving eventually, but Elder Elijah couldn't just let this thing sit here. He had the scribe deconstruct it and carry all the valuable or repairable parts with them. It was a bit difficult to find people who weren't already struggling to carry the things given to them, but they managed by allocating some knight in power armor for the job. After that, they continued on their journey. There were a few other notable locations they passed, most containing innocent civilians that they fortunately let be. Finally, they seemed to reach a relatively undamaged highway. Trudging through the desert sand was exhausting enough, but with the added weight of all the technology they had on their backs, Afton was surprised no one had passed out yet. They walked along the road, and it was during this that Afton got his first glimpse into active combat with other humans. They'd passed by a large rocky hill. The scouts had already marked it as clear, but it seemed someone had climbed up after they'd finished observing it. Bang! A bullet shot from a man dressed in ragged clothing atop the rocks. It hit his father in the shoulder but was deflected by the armor with ease. The only thing indicating he'd actually been hit were the sparks it gave off. Afton and Sandra crouched behind Zachary as the man charged up his Gatling laser to unleash a barrage of light-based hellfire upon the unlucky cunt who'd provoked them. His father wouldn't get the chance, though, as the sound of a Gauss rifle discharging was followed by the raider's head exploding into red mist. Afton felt a little bile rise in his throat at the sight, momentarily feeling as if it was his head that had been hit. Sandra started vomiting off at the side. They were so close that she could have sworn some blood had gotten on her face. He looked over to see who'd made the shot and saw someone in power armor hefting the Gauss rifle on their shoulder. They glanced at him and noticed his troubles, walking over and crouching down. "You okay, Afton?" they asked in a distorted yet familiar voice. "Huh?" is all he could reply with, still feeling faint at having seen someone die in such a brutal fashion. The person crouching next to him takes their helmet off and smiles at him. "Christine?" he mutters, the contrast with how he usually viewed her hitting him in the face. She didn't seem all that bothered about killing the man, so it must have not been the first. "Deep breaths, Afton. Remember your training," she says, resting a hand on his shoulder. Afton nods and starts slowly breathing, closing his eyes and recalling the pattern he was taught in class. It was disconcerting to see someone die, even if they rightfully deserved it. He went through the various reasons why the man had been killed, and why it was just that it happened. Had his father not been wearing power armor, he would have been injured. Not only that, but the attack was completely unjustified. It was a single man as well, meaning he expected to be killed. Had the man been aiming for him or Sandra, they might very well not be standing. A bullet to the head was all it took to kill you, only now had it hit him that he'd almost died. 31. Hidden Sun. Afton and Sandra still hadn't completely recomposed themselves when the convoy was ordered to start moving again. Christine had to follow orders and so left them to rejoin the front, albeit reluctantly. Zachary did all he could to encourage them, but Sandra was still looking particularly pale when they started walking. Afton himself didn't really know how to feel about the situation. He was still disconcerted at having watched a man's head explode, and he felt some sort of incongruity. Regardless of his feelings on the matter, the convoy advanced. Fortunately, it seems one man dying instantly while achieving nothing was enough. It took a couple of days of stopping, making camp, and then carrying on again, but this gave Afton the time to rationalize what had happened. He'd ended up talking about it to Veronica, Christine, and his mother. It was good that he had, because they all gave good advice. Well, apart from Veronica, who just wanted to beat him up for feeling bad about it. Musclehead. Eventually, the convoy was able to see a large mountain with some sort of satellite dish placed atop it. Afton had checked the radio to see if it was broadcasting anything, and was surprised to find it was actually inhabited by super mutants. They seemed to be relatively peaceful, which was completely contrary to what he'd been taught in his classes. He knew from Fallout 3 that super mutants could be intelligent, but hadn't thought it'd be enough to create a peaceful community with. He relayed what he'd learned to his father, who frowned upon hearing the news. Super mutants? Here. Didn't think any would have made it into the Mojave. "I'll let the others know and we'll decide at a later time how to deal with it. Might even be able to bring you along, depending on if you get tall enough to wear your power armor," he says, patting him on the shoulder. "They're broadcasting to attract any stray super mutants. If we leave it too long, their numbers might get too big to handle." Afton explains, not entirely sure it'd be moral to wipe them out. "You concentrate on your studies, and we'll concentrate on keeping you safe. With how you acted after seeing a man die, I don't think you want to enter a war so soon." "Trust me," his father explains. The convoy continued for another few days before they were told to set up a defensive perimeter around a raised position. Their destination was nearby, but had apparently attracted unwanted flies. Afton could see the build Elder Elijah wanted. It was a huge factory-looking place. Behind it was an incredibly tall spire, which was for some reason surrounded by mirrors, all pointing at the top of it. He'd like to get a better look as curiosity was killing him, but they'd have to clean out the raiders who'd set up camp first. Around the facility, the damaged remains of robots that had previously been defending and keeping the place tidy were littered everywhere. A few corpses of the raiders appeared to be lying around as well, telling the story of a grim battle fought. Unfortunately for them, they were squatting in the Brotherhood's new base. Head Paladin McNamara, Paladin Harden and his father all readied their squads before moving in. None of the initiates were allowed to join this battle, as the hallways would make it far too easy for the raiders to get a lucky shot off. Additionally, they had no idea what traps they could have lain. Afton kept watch around the convoy as sounds of guns, lasers and screams travelled out from the building. It only took 30 minutes before ragged-looking people started fleeing from the building. Some knights and initiates in the convoy were taking pot shots at them, but all seemed to be missing. Afton wanted to make sure they'd not start spreading information that the Brotherhood of Steel had set up shop here. But when he aimed at the young men and women who were only a few years his senior, he wasn't able to force himself to pull the trigger. The sounds of death stopped, but it took another hour for the place to be scoured to see if anyone else was hiding. They did apparently find some, as the coupled discharges of a Gauss rifle could be heard, making it clear that no mercy was tolerated. Afterwards, the knight and paladins slowly streamed out of the facility, all looking no worse for wear. They all gathered below the hill as Elder Elijah went to address everyone. "Brothers, sisters, today begins a new opportunity for our chapter. While the NCR have taken Hoover Dam, they do not know how much they have lost in the process. I promise you, all taking this facility instead of the dam was the smarter choice by far. Those that doubt me will see their error soon enough. This place is called Helios 1, and once it is operational again, I will show you the true meaning of power." His voice travels over them. Afton had to admit this singular speech held more emotion than he'd ever seen the man exhibit before in the past 11 years. The uncomfortable, shocked silence from the man's sudden charisma slowly gave way to restrained clapping. The elder was clearly pleased with the response he'd gotten, as no one had ever reacted positively to him acting publicly before. Afton turned towards Helios 1. From what he could tell, it was a solar array. Sure, it was impressive, it was able to produce a good amount of energy, but he didn't think it was valuable enough to trump the worth of the Hoover Dam. The elder was playing a dangerous game. Afton had no doubt that the NCR would soon find their location. The position wasn't an easily defensible one and would be difficult to fight against multiple angles. 32. Moral Quandary. With the raiders now gone, the Brotherhood slowly made their way inside Helios 1. The Knight and Paladins had already checked it over for traps, which allowed the scribes to go mental and do whatever they like. They'd already requisitioned what looked like a control room, someone's voice echoing through the building as a young scribe spoke into the intercom. Apparently they hadn't realized it was working and had said some embarrassing things that they'd not soon be allowed to forget. Afton had to assist with carrying the half-disintegrated bodies of the facility's previous inhabitants. They were all dumped into a large pile a good distance away from the building before being set ablaze. He couldn't help but notice the ages of the raiders. It seemed that head Paladin McNamara, Hardim and his father hadn't shown mercy, even to the children of the raiders. The youngest was around 8 to 10 years old. Half their face had been reduced to ash by what could only be a laser weapon. It was a grim reminder of what could have happened to himself had he not been fortunate enough to reincarnate in his current situation. Some wanted to bury the bodies as a sign of respect and regret for their deaths, but in the end they were burned to prevent predators and potential diseases from becoming a problem. Afton still hadn't shrugged off his previous world sensibilities, so he was finding it hard to digest just how indiscriminate the Brotherhood was at removing threats. When he asked his father about it, the man just gave a shrug. "The moment they raised a weapon against us is the moment they sealed their fate. I might not like it, but there's no other recourse. It's kill or be killed out here, son. A moment of hesitation could mean your end." Afton felt like his father's feelings on the matter were actually the minority opinion, so he went to ask Paladin Harden what he thought. Any who don't follow the Codex's axioms are no friend of mine. Our role is to safeguard humanity against themselves. Regular people don't know what responsibilities they have. They are only concerned with their own struggles. So, dealing them a swift end is a mercy. The alternative is letting them out into the Mojave. Those raiders, they don't have any skills or ability to survive without causing harm to others. It's better they die at my hands instead of in a ditch someone after ransacking a settlement. He explains his view, a pragmatic and unempathetic argument that Afton couldn't really find faults in. But what about the children that were killed, he asks, wanting to find out where Harden stood on that particular matter. As I said, it's a mercy to kill them. Their parents didn't teach them how to survive properly, and in turn would only die of starvation, getting eaten, or continuing to raid. Had we let them live and assisted in getting them to a nearby settlement, they'd still likely hold a grudge against us. I'm not in the business of making enemies, only ending them, he states. After his talk with Harden, he'd began walking back through the facility to his room, but ended up walking into Head Paladin McNamara. He'd ended up asking the man about his own position on the subject. I'm not like the others, Afton. I think we could be a little less strict with how we deal with our enemies. The raiders we faced today stood no chance against us. Our armor and overwhelming firepower saw to that. I had tried to intervene when the slaughter of the younger raiders began, but it was a lost cause when they started taking up their parents' firearms and retaliating. He looks around the hallway as if he was about to give a big secret before leaning down and speaking quietly. I think we could do a lot of good for the wasteland. Unfortunately, the Codex strictly forbids it. I'm sure you've learned of what had been happening in the Capital Wasteland. I imagine that group has been eradicated by the Brotherhood due to their insubordination. As head paladin, I have many responsibilities that are hard to fulfill, but the one I feel is the heaviest to bear is the one I've placed on myself. You are not wrong in that we could have done something for those children, but there's nothing that can be done. All we can do is try to make decisions that'll have the most merciful outcomes. The Elder wanted this facility, so everyone inside had to be eradicated. But in my capacity as head paladin, I can sway the chapter in the direction that'd be more beneficial for everyone, he explains, clearing remorseful over what had been done to the children living here. Afton nods. I see. Thank you for your time, sir, he says and gives a nod before beginning to walk away. Ah, and Afton. McNamara's voice causes him to turn. Let's keep this chat to ourselves. You know as well as I that questioning the Codex is not regarded well. Don't worry, sir, I'm very aware of that, he says with a knowing look and finally leaves. It had taken around 3 weeks to completely clean the facility. There was trash everywhere, and the raiders that had previously been inhabiting the place weren't worried about tidying up after themselves. Afton wouldn't put it past those savages to shit on the floor just because they felt like it. He was honestly started to agree with Harden the more he saw inside Helios 1. The raiders hadn't just gone around stealing food and supplies. No, they'd been kidnapping people. Specifically women and children. What for? You can use your imagination. They'd even been writing plans for their next raid on the walls with the blood of their victims. Afton regretted not following everyone else and taking pot shots at the surviving raiders. The despicable bunch of cunts deserved everything that came to them. 33. Sun in the Bear's Eye. Slowly, the chapter was getting comfortable in their new permanent home. It was much, much more comfortable than living underground, and the opportunity the initiates got to train outside was invaluable. They were no longer hiding, and as such, they were allowed outside for a limited time. Afton used this to start thoroughly training his cardio. There was only so much you could do in a small metal-reinforced room after all. During his spare time, he'd done a lot of running. He might have actually run a couple marathons around Helios 1. His studies continued as well. It took a while for a firing range to be set up, but it was a lot easier to do outside than it was underground. Plus, the additional distance would help him get better, faster. Not everything was buttercups and roses, though. Veronica had been terribly busy and wasn't able to spend any time with either him or Christine. The Elder had apparently taken an interest in the underground facility that was accessible behind Helios 1, Apparently, you would be able to access the spire and solar panels from down there. The only problem was that everything needed massive repairs. Nuclear bombs had for some reason left the Mojave relatively unscathed. Maybe the Chinese didn't think it was worth bombing a desert. But that doesn't really make sense, as Las Vegas was untouched as well. Afton had no idea what could have so heavily damaged the technology under Helios 1, but if he had to guess, it'd probably be the scientists that were working here. A precaution in case someone stumbled across the place. If what Elder Elijah was saying was correct, then something important was clearly hidden here. How long would it take to fully repair? He had no idea. Most of the free scribes were working overtime down there, occasionally returning to the main building covered in oil and metal shavings. The paladins and knights were constantly sent on patrols to gather materials that the scribes requested. Fortunately, there was apparently a scrapyard owned by an old woman that contained many discarded technologies. The Brotherhood couldn't figure out why so much would be tossed away like trash, and only Afton knew the amount of waste produced by the pre-war society. After all, it was the same in his old world. Head Paladin McNamara managed to make a deal with the old lady named Gibson. They'd trade her bottle caps, the current time's premium currency, and she'd let them scavenge in her backyard. Some of the members of the Brotherhood wanted to just take whatever they needed without bothering with her, but it seems McNamara hadn't lied when he said he wanted to find peaceful solutions for everyone. It had only been a few months since they'd started staying in Helios 1 when something big happened. Afton was outside and had just completed his daily run, walking to return to the base when suddenly the stars in the sky dimmed. He wondered if it was a natural phenomenon for a moment, but realized it was simply light pollution. Light pollution from behind Black Mountain, where the super mutants were living. The next day, he found out what had actually caused it. Las Vegas had reopened. Well, it's now called New Vegas. Afton preferred the latter as it was easier on the tongue. The scouts reported a rumor that the NCR had made a deal with someone named Mr. House. It took the Brotherhood some digging, but they eventually managed to discern who the man was. The founder of Robco and numerous other industries. They were all confused, as he'd be over 200 years old now if that were true, and if that were the case, then he must be using some sort of advanced technology to keep himself alive. Afton had seen the elder marching through the hallways after the news broke. He imagined the man was salivating at the thought of technology that could make you immortal. But for some reason, he chose to ignore it, and the fact the NCR had completely taken Hoover Dam. This would rapidly ramp up the conflict between the chapter and the NCR. Afton could see why they were so eager to control the region now. New Vegas would most likely be an economic powerhouse, and if they controlled it, then they'd control the Mojave. Head Paladin McNamara had started sending out patrols to scout for potential safe houses, not mentioning his preparations to Elder Elijah, as the man would likely force all resources into Helios 1, instead of their own safety. A year passed and Afton had turned 12. The repairs of Helios 1 were slowly progressing, but the difficulty of restoring a facility that had unclear functions was terribly difficult. Veronica had eventually managed to persuade the elder to give her some breaks, and she used them to complain to Afton and Christine about how annoying it was to work on this project without knowing what you were actually doing. Elder Elijah kept whatever this place held to himself, not even telling Veronica, the person he was closest to, when asked. Afton was slowly becoming resentful of the elder. The man was completely disregarding the lives of everyone in the chapter was supposed to protect. NCR scouts had already been spotting lingering around the area, telltale signs that they were plotting something, otherwise they wouldn't hang around for so long. Neither had attacked the other yet. Head Paladin McNamara feared that it'd only escalate the inevitable conflict with the NCR, and the Rangers hadn't made a move due to their orders, probably along the lines of wait, observe, report. Afton was thankful McNamara was so keen on keeping them all safe in the Elder's absence. Those hidden bunkers they'd found and started to restore were looking mighty welcoming, with the NCR breathing down their necks. 34. Sundered. Afton was in the midst of a knife fight with Christine. Veronique wasn't present as the elder had called her away again. He stabbed at her stomach but didn't fear injury her. She was a lot more skillful than he was, and their armored clothing protected against any half-hearted strikes. She backed away and performed a snap kick at his hand as she did so. It had surprised him and knocked his knife into the air, which put him at her mercy. She leapt forwards and punched at him, forcing him to lean back to avoid the strike. This was what she wanted, however, as she plucked his twirling knife from the air, leaving him defenseless. "You got me," he says with a sign, showing his palms. Christine would usually shoot a smug smile his way after winning, but lately she seemed subdued. Both Afton and Veronica had noticed it, but they'd not broached the subject yet, as neither had any idea what it may be. The two girls' relationship was going excellently, and somehow no one had learned of what they were doing. Perhaps the excuse that they were just training him was enough. Regardless, now that he and Christine was alone, he'd take the chance to ask what was bothering her. "Christine? You've seemed pretty down lately. Is something wrong?" he asks, giving her the most sincere smile he could muster. She halts upon hearing this, chewing the inside of her cheek before shaking her head. "No, nothing is wrong. I'm just worried that you'll never beat me or Veronica." Now, Afton wasn't the greatest at social interaction, but it was obvious she'd deflected his question. He wanted to think she'd tell him if it was important, but he was starting to doubt that'd happen. "I know that's not true, Christine. Me and Veronica have both noticed it. You can't hide anything from us, no matter how much you train yourself." "It's nothing, Afton. I'm just not used to living above ground. The things that are happening around us with the NCR is worrying me. The Elder," she frowns as she almost spits his name, "doesn't seem to care what happens to all of us, as long as he gets his hands on whatever secrets this place holds," she quickly says, and he could see she was sincere in her wish to leave this facility, as well as her hatred for the Elder. "I'm worried too, Christine, but you need to remember Veronica and I have got your back. I think both of us would give our lives for you. Just remember that we'll always hear you out, no matter what it is that's bothering you," he says in a low tone. He didn't know if their inevitable conflict with the NCR was the cause of her worries. But if she refused to tell him, then all he could do is offer to help whenever she needed it. Christine finally showed a true smile at his rather emotional statement, giving him a warm hug that seemed to last forever before shoving the knife back into his hand. "All right, enough of that. I'm going to see if I can get you to finally beat Veronica, so prepare yourself." She drops into a low stance with an almost sadistic grin. As always, Afton had been keeping a close eye on the happening in the Mojave, reading every report he could get his hands on. The end was nearing. The NCR had set up a large force in the airport near Newvegas and called it Camp McCarran. It was an almost perfect place to secure their position in Newvegas, as it was near enough where they could easily reinforce it, as well as protect the farms surrounding the bustling city. If that was all they'd done, it would have been relatively fine. Sure, they were setting up a strategic point that would probably be used to destroy them at Helios 1, but it'd not be the end quite yet. Except that wasn't all. One of the rangers that had been loitering around Helios 1 had done something unforgivable. They'd fired upon a patrol coming back with supplies from the Gibson scrapyard. 4 knights and 2 initiates were dead. Afton didn't know whether he should feel guilty that he was thankful no one he was close to was killed. Unfortunately, one of the knights killed had been Bert Stanton, Miles' father. His friend had been shocked and heartbroken upon hearing the news, immediately breaking down into tears as his mother comforted him, even though she was hurting as much as he was. This was the spark that started the conflict between the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel and the NCR. They'd not stand for having one of their own brutally killed without even a warning. Almost everyone was enraged at the attack and beckoned Elder Elijah to allow them to mount a counterattack. Paladin Hardin was at the head of these talks. Elder Elijah refused, though. He commanded them to focus on Helios 1 and to not engage the NCR. He didn't seem to care that this would endanger anyone who went out for supplies or the parts that were required to repair the bloody facility. Most of the chapter now truly resented the man. He kept making promises that Helios 1 would be their crowning achievement and that they'd retaliate against the NCR after they'd fixed it. But his honeyed words fell on deaf ears. They couldn't refuse the man's orders, as the Codex strictly prohibited them from disobeying orders, but it didn't mean they couldn't argue with him at every turn. Head Paladin McNamara had started sending out patrols of paladins and knights in power armor to protect those transporting materials to the base. There hadn't been another attack yet, but that was probably due to the Rangers not being able to find any easy targets like last time. 35 NCR Psyche. Miles hadn't taken his father's death well. The timid boy that was usually kind, empathetic, and helpful to anyone who asked had changed. He was colder, sarcastic, and uncaring even when Afton tried to have a real talk with him. It was like he didn't care anymore, but that obviously wasn't true, as the boy now spent most of his time studying or in the firing range. Afton had snuck up behind him in the cafeteria to try and scare him, but ended up hearing him murmur about the NCR and how they'd pay. It wasn't as if no one else hated the NCR in the chapter, but Miles had started bordering on obsession. Afton spoke to the scribes in the medbay, but apparently they weren't all that suited to psychological problems. Plus, they didn't see a problem with the boy hating the NCR. They were their enemies, and it was the correct thing to feel. A few weeks after the incident that killed Miles' father, he pulled Melissa and his mother, Katie Stanton, to a room to have a chat. "You two, do you know what's going on with Miles?" he asks as soon as they're all sat down. Melissa just shrugs, but Katie nods. "I do. The NCR will pay for what they've done to my family," she mutters through gritted teeth. Maybe getting her to help would be more difficult than he'd thought. "Mrs. Stanton, I understand you're in pain, but Miles is not taking all of this well. He sits alone in the cafeteria, muttering about how the NCR will pay. He doesn't acknowledge me or Melissa anymore, and he's running himself ragged with all the training he's doing. I'm not an expert, but I don't think he'll be able to keep this up for more than a year." He explains his worries to them. "Afton, they killed his father, my husband. If he wants to seek revenge, then let him. The NCR will attack eventually, and his hatred will help him through the conflict," she says with a hardened look. Melissa glances at Katie with an odd expression. Clearly she disagreed, but found it difficult to say it aloud. "I think Miles needs help." Afton nods. "Katie, it's fine to hate the NCR. We all hate them to some degree after all. But he's obsessed. It's not good for him physically or mentally. It might not even be good in battle, as he might break ranks and charge the enemy. You're his mother. He won't listen to Melissa or me, but maybe you could get through to him," he asks, hoping she'd attempt to help her son instead of reveling in her resentment and anger towards the NCR. Her face goes from a number of expressions, from furious to shameful, from sad to disgusted, and finally to tears. I'm sorry," she mutters as she wipes the sudden tears away. "I'll speak with him. You two should be off to your classes. I'll be fine," she says, standing up and leaving, presumably to her own quarters. Afton glances at Melissa as the woman finally vanishes. "Think it worked?" he asks, unsure what to think about her reaction. Melissa slowly nods. "It did. I don't know if Miles will listen, though. I want the old crybaby back. The way he acts now is like a quiet version of Steve Lynch," she says, causing him to chuckle at the comparison. "Well, let's hope he doesn't attack us for no reason then. You've got mechanics class, right? You better hurry, otherwise you might miss it. It's on the other side of the facility after all," he says, causing the girl's eyes to widen as she sprints away, giving a brief wave before she gets out of view. Afton sighs to himself. Hopefully Mrs. Stanton would be able to help whatever psychological problem Miles was experiencing. If not, then he'd end up losing a friend earlier than he'd ever anticipated. The next day, Afton was eating a breakfast his mother had prepared. Verna was on the opposite end of the table, eating her own breakfast, already dressed in scribe robes. His father had apparently left early in the morning to patrol the area. Something about special methods are needed had him slightly worried about the man. He was an incredibly strong and experienced fighter, but in a world with guns and mini-nuclear bombs, you would die if someone definitely wanted you dead. He'd just eaten the last mouthful as the metal door to their room slid open, revealing Zachary in his power armor. Almost immediately, their eyes were drawn towards the large dents in it that was clearly not caused by small firearms. "Zach, what happened?" She jumps out of her chair and lifts the helmet off of her husband, examining his face to see if he had any injuries. "Don't worry, Verna. NCR never knew what hit him. Don't know how they didn't notice us sneaking behind their sniping spot. We aren't exactly the most well hidden," he says, banging a metal fist on his chest plate and causing a metallic clank to ring out. What are those dents from? Power armor is almost entirely immune to ballistics, so they must have had something heavy-duty, right? He quickly asks, glaring at one particular dent that seems a few inches deep. Zachary follows his gaze and notices it. Ah, that? Anti-material rifle. I'd say it's the most powerful ballistic weapon they have at their disposal. Packs a mean punch, especially with armor-penetrating rounds. Lucky they hadn't landed a shot on my helmet. That would have knocked me clean out, he explains. Did you wipe them all out? Verna asks, wanting to know that those who attacked her husband were now gone from this world. His father shook his head. One escaped, jumped off of the cliff we were standing, and rolled to a stop. We assumed he was dead until he started running again. Wasn't able to pick him off with my Gatling laser, and the others missed with their Gauss rifles. A shameful display, if ever there were one. Humph, let's get you out of that armor and fed, she says, grabbing his hand and taking him to the armory where they'd leave the armor to be repaired. 36. Dramatic exit. A week after Afton had spoken with Katie Stanton, Miles had actually approached him. He was sitting in his quarters, reading a book about how biological humanoid move and how that translates into machinery. Afton? Miles asked from behind him, causing him to quickly turn at his unexpected visitor. Yeah, he replies, not continuing as he wanted Miles to say what he needed. I'm sorry for acting like I have. I've been trying to get better as quickly as I can, but I'm exhausted. We need to be prepared for when the NCR attacks. I won't have them taking anything else away from me. I won't let them, he quickly says. Miles wasn't as cold as he'd been before, but his obsession with the NCR didn't seem to have changed. Perhaps his mother had shifted his focus from personal strength to collective. He could imagine the boy would accept that as there was only so much a single person could do. That meant he wanted to help, as well as receive help from Afton. This wasn't really what he had in mind, but at least Miles was started to introspect on his situation. Admitting he was exhausted was the first step after all, and it was very rational to be worried about the looming fight with the NCR. What do you want me to do, Miles? I want you to help prepare me, Melissa, and anyone else who wants to fight against the NCR. Why not ask Doran? I'm not a teacher, and am nowhere near qualified enough to teach it, he says, more to excuse himself from having to tutor others. You're one of the best initiates. The teachers have other duties and won't prepare us fast enough. Afton shakes his head. I'll help you, Miles, as I always have. But any more than that is asking too much. I'm still learning and training. I can't spend that amount of time training others. If you want to do it yourself, then that's up to you. Miles nods. That's fine. At least you're trying. In the end, he and Miles worked out a time where he'd tutor Miles in some of the advanced things he knew, tutoring him at the firing range, some basic melee skills, and other things that may be needed. They'd do this once a week for an hour or two, similarly to the arrangement Christine and Veronica had. Well, they used to have. A week after he'd made the arrangement with Miles, he left to go meet with Christine and Veronica, only to find Veronica standing there in the room, alone with a worried look on her face. When he entered, she turned towards him. Afton, have you seen Christine? I haven't seen her all day and can't find her, she quickly asks, almost panicking. Are you sure? Where is she usually? He asks, trying to remain calm at the rapidly declining situation. I've already looked there. I've looked everywhere. She might not even be inside Helios 1, she exclaims as she runs through her thoughts. Veronica quickly turns to him with a determined look. You stay here and wait to see if she returns. I'm going to look outside for her. We have a hidden spot that we'd spend time together in, she says before sprinting out of the room. Afton tries to follow after her, but knows that he'll not be allowed outside due to the NCR becoming more aggressive as time goes on. He starts wandering around the halls in case Veronica had missed Christine. Unfortunately, she wasn't anywhere to be found. Veronica hadn't even put on her power armor as she left Helios 1. The guards at the door questioned her briefly, but she gave a lie about how the Elder had given her permission. She stayed well away from their usual patrol paths, as the NCR would most likely be monitoring it. Instead, she climbed and shimmied around the mountain until she got to an isolated spot. It'd be the perfect overlook for NCR snipers had they been aware, or even able to get to this position. The only way to access it was from the side closest to Helios 1, making it impossible for them to get to. It looked over the facility and all the roads, allowing her to see the distant Gibson's scrapyard and many other places. It was a good spot, Veronica's favorite spot. She wasn't alone when she finally reached the top. However, Christine had her legs dangling off the cliff with a forlorn look on her face. "Christine!" Veronica shouted as grabbed the girl away from the edge, fearing her lover doing something stupid. "I've looked everywhere for you. Do you know how worried you've made me?" Christine smiles slightly before her expression returns to a frown. "I'm sorry, Veronica, for everything," she says ominously. "What? What do you mean?" Christine tugs her collar to the side and reveals her holotag. It was a metal border with holographic technology in the middle that displayed her information. One detailed her name, age, and parentage, while the other detailed her rank and experience within the Brotherhood of Steel. She unclipped the one holding her personal information and forced it into Veronica's hand. "I want you to have this to remember me by," she says, her eyes glistening as she attempts to hold back her tears. Veronica's eyes widen at this. No, you're not going anywhere. You can't leave us all behind. I won't let you," she says, grabbing Christine possessively, dropping the holotag onto the dirt. Christine hugs her, and they remain silent for a while before she responds. "Then come with me," she says simply. Veronica slowly exhales through her nose as she thinks about it. Why are you leaving? If something's bothering you, I can help. You know I will." "There's nothing you can do about it. I want to stay, but I have no choice," she says, not explaining the situation further. 37. Breaking up. Veronica and Christine hug for a few minutes in tense silence before the former begins speaking again. "You want me to come with you?" "Where?" she asks hesitantly. "Somewhere I can't tell you about. I can only show you." "It's for your protection, Veronica," Christine says, keeping a tight grip on her lover. "What about our family, our friends?" "Afton," she asks, not knowing if she could truly leave them all to follow Christine. "We have to give up people we love eventually. You're only getting the choice of when to do it now," she says slightly callously, though Veronica could see Christine herself was struggling with the decision. "I can't leave. You know what's happening right now. I'd never be able to forgive myself if something happened to them, because I wasn't here. I want to protect them. I want us to protect them," Veronica says as she finally comes to a conclusive answer. With the NCR aggression slowly getting worse, there'd be large-scale conflict eventually. She didn't know if she'd be able to help at all, but perhaps if she and Elder Elijah found whatever he was looking for, it'd completely solve their problem. Christine had a single tear flow down her cheek as she heard her lover's answer. It hurt that she wasn't her top priority, but she understood. She admitted that within herself, she wanted Veronica to stay and protect everyone, even if it hurt more than she'd like to admit. She slowly nods and hugs Veronica tighter. "I see. Let's not keep them waiting then. When you wake up, tell my parents and Afton. I'm sorry." Veronica is momentarily surprised by her words when she feels a prick on her neck. "What do you mean?" "Wake." She passes out as the drug she'd been injected with takes effect. Christine drags her lover's body away from the cliff and props her up against a rock, slipping the discarded holotag into Veronica's hand before laying a kiss on her lips one last time. "Goodbye, Veronica. I love you," she states as she turns and leaves. Afton was starting to freak out. He'd not seen hide nor hair of Veronica or Christine for hours now. He didn't want to report anything, as they'd undoubtedly find out that the two women were romantically involved. His worry for their lives only increased every moment they hadn't returned. Had they been captured by the NCR? Raiders? He shivered at the prospect. Raiders didn't treat women well, particularly those as beautiful as Veronica and Christine. As morbid as it sounds, he'd prefer them torn apart by a deathclaw than captured. It'd be swifter and more merciful. In the end, he decided to trust in the two for a couple more hours and wait. If they didn't return, then he'd speak to his father about getting a search party for them. Fortunately, that didn't seem needed as the doors to the facility slid open and revealed the slightly dirty figure of Veronica, her face twisted in immense sadness and despair. His body moved on its own, and he hugged her tightly. clearly feeling how distraught she was. "Veronica, are you okay? Where's Christine?" he quickly asks, only then realizing that he'd asked the wrong question. She began crying and slowly mumbling things, and Afton dragged her into a vacant room to avoid attracting attention, putting her down on a sofa and sitting next to her with her hand in his. "She's gone," she states miserably. "She's gone? Where? The only place we know or belong is the chapter." "Where could she have possibly gone?" he asks incredulously, wondering if Veronica was lying to him. "She wouldn't tell me where, only that she had no choice. She drugged me and left," she says, looking down at her hand before opening it and revealing the holotag belonging to Christine. Afton noticed that it was missing the Brotherhood rank records, but perhaps she planned to do something with it. "Did she say anything else?" he asks, not really knowing what to do in this situation. Veronica nods. "She wanted me to tell you that she's sorry," she says, causing him to tighten his grip on her hand. Why would she leave? Had someone blackmailed her? Perhaps someone had found out about the two's relationship. Afton wasn't able to think straight. The sudden loss her felt didn't quite seem real yet. He was struggling to process he'd likely never see Christine again. The only thing keeping him relatively focused was Veronica's obviously distressed state. She needed him, and he wouldn't abandon her like how Christine had. "Veronica will find her one day. I promise we won't let her get away with such a shitty goodbye," he states with determination. For now, he'd keep his eyes open for anything that might give him an indication of why she'd left. The two stayed there for the rest of the day, eventually falling asleep still holding hands. Afton had missed all of his classes for the day. But he likely wouldn't get in trouble due to how far ahead he was. In the morning, Veronica jolted awake as if she was having a nightmare, her face twisting into a scowl. Christine really had just left like that, huh? She was about to get up but felt something holding her hand. Looking down, she spotted it was Afton. Her expression softened. The hollow feeling she'd had since Christine had left was a little less harsh, knowing that Afton actually cared. Taking in a couple of calming breaths, she fixed her expression before waking the boy up, flicking his forehead and causing his eyes to flutter open. "You have classes, sleepyhead, and Elder Elijah will probably want to know where I was yesterday," she states as cheerfully as she could manage. Afton rubs his eyes and slowly gets up. "Are you okay, Veronica?" he asks, knowing that she was just putting on an act. Veronica nods. "I am. Let's get busy. There's still much to do," she says before leaving the room without allowing Afton to get another word in. 38. Rumours. It had been a couple days after Christine had left, and most of the Brotherhood had heard of the incident. Due to Afton and Veronica having obviously been involved, they received many questions and inquiries from the superiors about it, but both remained tight-lipped. This was mainly due to the fact that Christine would be actively hunted down due to her betraying the chapter. She'd not decided to leave when given the choice, which by the Codex meant that her life belonged to the Brotherhood. The constant attention on them had clearly been fraying Veronica. She was struggling to keep herself together as it is, but with never-ending questions concerning Christine Afton could see her breaking point in the distance. Whether it was due to her no longer spending time with Christine or Veronica working to try and forget her, she spent significantly more time working with Elder Elijah on their project, though she still had no idea what it actually was. Afton made it his personal duty to pull Veronica away from the Elder and have her relax for a while to prevent her overworking herself. These were the only times she actually had breaks anymore, which had Afton struggling to keep himself from walking up to the Elder and punching him as he was clearly taking advantage of her emotional state. He was beginning to become even more disillusioned with the Brotherhood the more time he spent thinking about why Christine left, and why they were treating Veronica so poorly. There was a rumor going around that the two had been lovers, which only caused the more devout members to constantly pepper he with veiled insults. Afton had been walking through the halls when he picked up on Veronica's voice. He stalked over and glanced down the hallway to see what was happening. "Just leave. I don't have time to be dealing with you idiots again," Veronica states as she turns to walk away from the three men accosting her. Afton didn't know their names, but knew they were all relatively new knights. "Yeah, that's just like you, isn't it, Veronica? Following in your girlfriend's footsteps and leaving, pathetic," One states, causing her to stop and grip her fists in anger. They continue mocking her, ignoring the telltale signs of an incoming fight. Yeah, it's a shame too. She was pretty good looking. I would have made her my woman if she didn't swing that way. Maybe if we catch her outside, I'll still get the chance, he says before laughing obnoxiously. She'd be good though, wouldn't she? Never having had a cook. Poochie. Veronica whirls around and punches the one talking so hard in the face that teeth rocket out of his mouth like projectiles. They fall to the floor unconscious as the others jump into action, having expected her to retaliate. One throws a kick at her which forces her to move, the other throwing a wide punch that misses completely. Veronica has her fists raised and her posture low in a kind of boxing stance. She blocks another punch and palm strikes one in the face before grabbing him and sweeping his feet out from under him. His head collides heavily with the metal floor below, blood starting to pool out from the injury. Veronica is stunned momentarily at potentially killing a Brotherhood knight, not being able to react as the last one attempts to attack her from behind. Afton had already been moving when the attack started and tackles the man before he hits her, struggling to hold the man against the wall due to their wide age disparity. He receives a couple harsh uppercuts to his ribs before Veronica slams her own fist into the man's nose, breaking it and knocking them out completely. Afton lets go of the unconscious man and falls backwards, sitting against the opposite wall while holding his ribs. "Are you all ready, Veronica?" he asks through rough breaths, ignoring the pain reverberating throughout his body. She glares at him. "Am I all right?" "Idiot, I should be asking you the same thing. Who cares about me? You're the one who got attacked," he says, more worried about her mental state than his physical one. Veronica bends down to examine him, applying pressure to his ribs, which causes him to wince. "You've got a broken rib. Come on, let's get you to the med bay," she says as she helps him up. "What should we do about these guys?" he asks, not liking how much blood is flowing from one man's head. Veronica shrugs. "Someone will find them. I doubt they'll tell anyone about this. Getting beaten up by a woman and a 12-year-old wouldn't be good for their pride," she says with a smirk. Afton glances at her while they walk. "Do you get that a lot?" he asks tentatively. Veronica sighs and nods. "I do. Don't worry about it though, they're just helping me get better at fighting," she says, not acknowledging how exhausted she was getting at having to deal with it. "You know, if you're having trouble, you could always talk to my dad. He'd be able to sort the problem out. I know he doesn't think the same way as those guys do." Veronica shakes her head. "I don't want to bother him. It's not serious enough to need him to intervene," she says, leaving out the obvious yet. They arrive at the med bay where Afton gets examined and treated, Veronica staying to make sure he's all right. 30 minutes later, the 3 men that had attacked her were brought in on stretchers by other people. It was kind of amusing to see them awaken and see the duo on the other side of the room. They tried to put up a tough front, but the man who'd lost most of his teeth was having a mini breakdown at the fact he couldn't get them replaced. Serves the bastard right. 39, dangerous son. Veronica wasn't the only one struggling with Christine leaving. Darian and Susan Royce were also feeling the after effects. They didn't get it as bad as Veronica due to the rumors of them being lovers, but as they were Christine's parents, many considered them responsible for Christine's wrong lifestyle. Zachary and Verna tried their best to comfort them, but their daughter's disappearance had clearly taken a toll on them. Afton didn't see them much anymore, but when he did, he would always notice their previous happy attitudes had changed into more subdued ones. His training continued, learning as much as possible and spending a great amount of time within the firing range in preparing for the looming conflict. He followed through on his promise and occasionally trained Miles and Melissa. The two were improving steadily, but not at the rate either would like. One day, everyone in the facility was alerted that the Elder would be giving a speech through the intercom system to let them know of the situation and how they'd succeed regardless of the odds. It was obvious this was only to maintain morale, as people were starting to get very tense and anxious from having the NCR constantly at their doorstep. Afton saw this as an opportunity, however. This would mean that the Elder would be restrained to the intercom room for some time, potentially allowing him to find out what the fuck they were even doing here for. He made his way to the underground half an hour before the speech was to be given. It was mostly empty, aside from a few scribes milling about to accomplish basic tasks. It was relatively easy to sneak by them as well. They weren't paying much attention to their surroundings and instead focusing on their work, that primarily being to repair the facility. The other defenses here were the turrets and robots, but as he was already a registered member of the Brotherhood, they didn't bother him at all. He quickly made his way through, trying to get to the large room that the Elder had only allowed Veronica inside. The reason for this? Probably because it held the answers to what Elijah was looking for. Eventually he reached the heavy metal door, pressing a button on it, which causes it to loudly slide open, revealing a large room with many computer mainframes visible. It looked relatively well maintained, apart from the few damaged bits here and there. It seemed that Veronica was tasked with repairing the place alone, as the Elder seemed to only trust her. He walked over to the mainframe and bent down to access the terminal attached to it. It wasn't locked, surprisingly, and he was presented with 3 options to proceed. Power grid options, details about some sort of initial trials, and Archimedes testing. He attempted to access the latter option, but found it was password protected. He'd learned much since last he attempted to access a locked computer, but was nowhere near competent enough to hack something like this. Shaking his head, he checked the others and found that the facility was running at 98% efficiency. All power was being kept within, however, and not being distributed anywhere else. Afton backed away from the terminal a little discouraged. The only thing he'd found of interest is this Archimedes thing. If he had to guess, it was probably the weapon Elijah wanted to utilize. He stepped onto the metal walkway and got to the 2nd floor, immediately noticing the large holographic map set in the middle of the room. He wasn't sure what it was for or even where it was meant to be displaying, so he ignored it for now. There were a few robots held in stasis at the side, but they weren't really anything important. Instead, he turned to the lone terminal sat up there. Judging by the papers scattered everywhere, he assumed this was where Elder Elijah worked, and that'd mean this was his terminal. He tried to access it, but found that it was locked. Damn, how was he going to find something out now? He glanced around the room, but found nothing else of notice, eventually slumping into the chair sat in front of the terminal. Had he come here for nothing? As he was thinking of ways to crack the terminal open, he noticed something yellow poking out from under the terminal. He tried to pull it out, but found he actually needed to lift the terminal to retrieve it. Once he got a better look at it, he realized what it was. It was a sticky note with a password on it. Afton can't stop himself from facepalming. He'd thought the wise elder and genius Elijah wouldn't do something so stupid as to write down your password. That was something only simpletons and old people did, though the elder did match the latter description. Quickly, he accessed the terminal and entered the password. Power of knowledge. Accepted. A number of entries appeared on the screen, but he immediately selected the one speaking about Archimedes. An orbital weapon? He mentally screamed, his eye threatening to bulge out of his skull. The world had already been destroyed by a nuclear Armageddon, and yet this man wanted to utilize an fucking orbital laser to destroy his enemies. Wow, everything made a lot more sense now. The reason the Elder refused to go to Hoover Dam, the reason they were stuck in this facility, the reason he refused to tell anyone what the purpose of them being here was. If someone from the Brotherhood got captured and spilled the beans about what was here, the NCR would likely abandon the dam and send their entire army to reclaim the place. Shit. Afton didn't know what to do with this information. It was incredibly dangerous, and if it spread everyone in the Mojave, now everyone in America would converge on the facility to take it for themselves. 40. Can't find rangefinder. Afton sighed to himself. He couldn't tell anyone about this. Not even Veronica, the person who was literally working on fixing the weapon of mass destruction. If Elder Elijah found out that she, or he knew about its true purpose, he'd undoubtedly have them executed to keep the secret safe. He didn't know whether he wanted Elijah to get the weapon working or not. Sure, it'd probably keep the NCR away from them for the time being, but they'd be permanently surrounded and stuck within Helios 1. They'd probably try to starve them out by denying them access to supplies. The Elder didn't strike Afton as the most sane man either, who knew if he'd turned the weapon upon the chapter itself, wishing to keep the power for himself. The only boon to the situation was the fact that there seemed to be one vital component missing. The weapon required a rangefinder, one that had a unique signature and couldn't be replicated, one that the Elder was currently searching for. If Afton had to guess, one of the raiders that managed to escape were probably carrying it on their person. From its description, they most likely thought it was a flashlight or children's toy due to the large glowing Poseidon Energy logo on it. Regardless, he needed to get out of here now. He'd almost forgotten that he had a time limit. He returned everything to its original location, even the sticky note with the password written on it. Once done, he quickly dashed through the halls to get out of the underground facility. He wasn't actually supposed to be down here, as only certain scribes were given access. Hopefully, he was able to make it out unnoticed. There were more scribes than before, most probably returned after hearing half of the Elder's speech. He'd just reached the doors leading out when the door in front of him opened, revealing a scribe who just started at him blankly. It was Susan Royce, Christine's mother. She looked at him in confusion for a moment before the sounds of steps from behind her caused her eyes to widen. "Quick, hide," she quickly whispered, her eyes looking towards a utility cupboard at the side. Afton quickly climbed inside it as he heard who was behind her. "Scribe Royce, what's the hold-up?" the Elder's familiar gruff asks. "Nothing, sir. I was just making sure all the scribes were attending to their duties properly. My apologies for holding you up," she says, stepping to the side to allow him past. "I almost forgot to ask. How are you getting on, scribe, without your daughter, I mean?" He asks the strange question. Neither Susan nor Afton knew why he was interested, as he showed no interest in Christine or them previously. I am struggling with my loss, Elder. I don't know if it was something I did or could have prevented," she says non-committally, not wishing to discuss this with someone she was so unfamiliar with. Well, don't let it distract you from your work, scribe. I understand it will affect you, but what's done is done. Time to forget the betrayer and continue your duties for the chapter," the Elder says before leaving. Afton felt like he could sense Susan's rapidly rising anger from here. Once he knew the Elder was out of sight, he walked up and escorted the woman out of the facility before she could march up and slap the man. "Ignore him, Susan. He's an idiot and doesn't understand what emotions are," he says, trying to placate her. She forcibly calmed herself down before looking at him. "I just don't understand what his problem is. Why would he ask something like that? Why is he even interested?" Well, if the rumors are to be believed, Christine had a close relationship with Veronica, his apprentice. "Maybe that's the reason," he remarks, not sure if he was right or wrong. Susan slowly nods before getting serious once again. "What were you doing down there, Afton?" he asks. I was exploring," he says, taking from her expression she didn't believe him in the slightest and continuing, "Exploring technology. Yes, I felt that I wasn't learning fast enough and decided to visit you guys down here to learn what you were actually doing." Susan just shakes her head. "If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, Afton. Just don't do it again, or I might not be able to save you next time. You know how strict the Codex is about preserving technology. If you'd gotten caught, you might just be exiled," she says, trailing off as she thinks of her unofficially exiled daughter. "Don't worry, Susan. I'll make the same promise to you as I made to Veronica. I'll find Christine one day. Once I do, you can give her an earful for ditching us without even giving a proper goodbye," he says with a grin. Susan smiles and ruffles his hair. "I'm sure you will, Afton. Just try not to get yourself killed doing something stupid, Kay?" He nods and quickly leaves. He may be outside the facility, but he'd rather not be anywhere near it right now, in case the Elder notices something amiss. Afton returns to his quarters and flops onto his bed, wondering what he was going to do about Archimedes, and the fact it wasn't ready to deal with the NCR. Elder Elijah kept promising the chapter that he'd be able to repel them, but without the rangefinder used to operate the orbital laser, that plan wouldn't work at all. He jumped out of bed and immediately headed to the firing range, deciding that practicing his marksmanship was more productive than just idling around in bed with just his thoughts. 41. Poor chess master. Afton was sitting in class as Doran went over some advanced mathematics. He could feel himself slowly drifting to sleep, as the subject was just as boring as he remembered. Fortunately or unfortunately, something had come to disrupt them. The metal door to the room slides open, and a knight wearing scout armor and covered in blood leans heavily against the frame. "The NCR, they're coming. Thousands of them," he exclaims, before leaving and shouting the same thing to others in the facility. It took everyone a moment to process what he'd actually said, but once everyone understood, the young initiates were on the verge of chaos. Were it not for Doran, who immediately took charge of the situation, he had no doubt they'd be running to their parents. "Initiates, all of you, come with me, quickly. Ignore your study material," he says as he briskly walks out of the class. Afton follows closely behind next to Sandra. Both knew where they were heading, but neither knew if everyone was ready for it yet. Members of the Brotherhood were frantically making their way through the halls, everyone wielding some kind of weapon, all wearing a determined expression. The class reached the armory, where 30 people were already waiting, the person manning it quickly passing out weaponry and ammunition. The initiates were among the last to receive their weapons, as they didn't have any official duty of specialized purpose yet. Afton grabbed a laser rifle as he was most familiar with it. He'd not yet had a chance to try the Gauss rifle, and he didn't think he'd be able to properly use a Gatling laser either. Sandra mimicked him and grabbed her own, shoving some microfusion cells in her pockets in case she needs extra. "Is this really happening? Are we really going to do this?" she asks, her voice shuddering slightly in fear. Afton frowns. "It is. This is war, Sandra. The best we can do is to try and stay alive," he states as Doran begins to address them. "It's been an honor to teach you all thus far, but now we must part ways. Go to the night workshop and await your orders. Initiates, do not disobey them, as it could mean the life or death of the chapter," he says before jogging out of the room, probably having other duties to attend to. Afton doesn't waste time and immediately starts marching towards the workshop, his discombobulated classmates following him like lost ducklings. When they reached the workshop, they were greeted by a familiar sight. Senior Knight Ramos was already there, trying to calm the younger initiates, which included Miles and Melissa. When he saw their group, he gestured for them all to line up before him. They stepped into formation and gave a brief Brotherhood salute, which caused the man to nod at them. He looks at a piece of paper and glances around the room, starting to speak just as an older group of initiates arrive. "Seems that everyone is here and accounted for then. I'd say it's a good thing they decided to attack while you were all having your classes. But obviously the situation is not so good," he says sheepishly. "I've already received reports from our scouts, the ones who made it out alive at least. The NCR has thousands of troops heading our way. I have no doubt that they will eventually surround us and begin to siege the facility. We built many defenses while we've been staying here, but I don't think the security turrets will last a few minutes against their firepower. The Elder has already commanded us to hold the position. Whether or not you'll think he's correct is irrelevant. We must follow the chain of command. If I see any disobey his orders, I will have no choice but to punish you, depending on the severity. This could potentially mean execution," he states, causing some of the initiates' eyes to widen. Ramos then gives a 17-year-old initiate named Hugh Mungus the superior position of everyone, in case he is no longer able to command them. Once that's done, they're all lead towards the back of the building, where the back entrances are. The large room is filled with metal walkways, which lead to the second floor. Many knights and a few paladins were already gathered in power armor to wait for the NCR when they eventually get inside. Ramos places all the initiates on key positions on the walkway, so they were able to easily fire upon any NCR that came through, all without putting their allies at risk if an initiate wasn't all that great a shot. Afton imagined that similar formations to this were placed all other Helios 1. They weren't able to defend the outside due to its terrible positioning and lack of cover, so their best bet was to wait for the NCR to come through and annihilate them with superior firepower. The intercom buzzed to life and allowed the Elder's voice to echo throughout the eerily silent halls of Helios 1. Everyone was almost completely silent as they awaited the enemy, the tension only being broken by the Elder's voice. "We will defend this facility until the last man. We cannot allow those bureaucratic slaves to gain access to what is held here. If they do, the entire Brotherhood, not just our chapter, could be at risk. Remember the Codex, remember your training, and remember your friends and families who'll be lost should you fall." He states it sounded less charismatic and more like a scheming dictator trying his best to hold on to power. The knight and paladins below them slammed their fists on their chest, the metal of their power armor colliding to make a large reverberating sound. "For the Brotherhood," they shout, adrenaline pumping through their bodies as they psych themselves up. 42. Taste of Blood. A good distance outside of Helios 1, a fat man with a pudgy, pockmarked face, large moustache and receding hairline sat in a chair overlooking the facility. He was wearing camo trousers and a green shirt that didn't seem large enough for his size, as well as a hat that denoted his rank of major. Around him were many rangers wearing veteran uniforms, most wielding anti-material rifles or some other strong ballistic firearm. One approached and gestured towards the thousands of men now surrounding Helios 1. "Major, we've taken care of the outside defenses of the plant. We have enough supplies to starve them out, hopefully without losing a single man," they explain, their red visor concealing the sour look they had due to having to serve under this walrus of a man. The major scoffs, "And let them retreat into some pre-built tunnels?" "I think not. Our orders were clear. Eliminate any trace of that damn cult from the Mojave. We have enough on our plate with that group of savages that call themselves the Legion, and I won't allow us to be troubled by this lot. Prepare the men to breach the facility," he states, causing the ranger to turn towards him. "But sir, this Brotherhood chapter may not be large, but they will probably have enough armor and weaponry to kill many of our men. The loss would not be worth the risk." "Shut your fucking mouth, Ranger. You'll do as I say, or I'll have you court-martialed," the major exclaims, his face going red in fury. The ranger just sighs. "At your orders, sir." They say before leaving, a few rangers split off to go give orders to the others. Meanwhile, two walk together towards the ones positioned behind the facility. "Do you think we should actually listen to him? He sounds like he doesn't give a shit about the men serving under him." A feminine voice comes from behind the mask with red visors. "We don't have a choice. Best we can do is report the situation to headquarters afterwards. I doubt we'll be able to sustain these kinds of losses every battle, no matter the threat the enemy poses," the male says. Afton rested his laser rifle on the railing of the metal walkway, pointing it exclusively at the door where the NCR would at any moment been streaming through. He could see how nervous his fellow initiates were at the side, but wasn't sure how to comfort them, as he himself was worried about how this battle would go. 10 minutes pass, nothing. 30, nothing. 40, bang! The metal door explodes, a knight in power armor waving his arm and backhanding the large metal pieces launched towards him. Smoke conceals their vision from the entrance, but something is tossed through it. Tink, tink, tink. Afton focuses on the object, it looking like a metal cylinder with a bulbous round head. His eyes widen upon notices what it was. "Pulse grenade," he shouts, allowing some of the night to back away from it just as it explodes in a large electrified shockwave. Anyone wearing power armor that is caught in the blast immediately feel their limbs lock up, the armor's mechanisms spasming due to the pulse. The systems immediately try to correct themselves, but they aren't fast enough as lightly armored NCR troops were already running into the room. This is probably what the initiates were for. Just in case the NCR had access to pulse grenades, they'd be available to lay down suppressing fire until they recover. The NCR men wore crappy-looking armor that was reminiscent of stuff he'd seen worn by America in the Middle East in his original world, though they didn't have any bullet-resistant vests or even armor plating. Afton immediately opened fire upon the NCR soldiers who seemed to have no idea what awaited them as they exited the smoke. His laser rifle hit one in the eye and liquefied their brain, causing him to grimace but not stop firing. The other initiates seemed to get the idea and fired with their own weapons. A barrage of lasers and plasma projectiles reduced the unfortunate soldiers to ash and green mulch. Most weren't even able to get a shot off with their service rifles, instead just dropping and adding to the increasing pile of bodies lying next to the door. Soon enough, the knights recovered and started firing their own weapons, their Gauss rifles and Gatling lasers killing the soldiers before they could even leave the smoke concealing the exit. The NCR's screams of agony and terror seemed to quell the coming troops slightly, which was probably wise of them. Afton knew he'd rather run away than try and breach into this room. It was tantamount to suicide. They had a brief reprieve as the NCR soldiers' attack seemed to falter. Afton's adrenaline was through the room, and his heart was beating furiously. He imagined the situation was the same across Helios 1, but wondered how they'd get out of this mess. He glanced to Sandra, whose hands were almost violently shaking as she held her gun. "You all right?" he asked, worried. She gives a shuddering nod before glancing at his own hands. Fine." "You?" she asks, causing him to look down and realize his own hands were in a similar state to hers. "I don't now," is all he's able to say as the next round began. Bullets start spraying through the smoke and clinking against the knight's power armor, doing no damage and only displaying where the offending person was. Crack. The sound of a Gauss rifle discharging gave way to the now familiar sound of someone's head exploding. The angry and terrified shouts of the outside NCR could clearly be heard by them. "You metal fucking bastards! I'll kill all of you! Your women, your children!" Someone shouts but is interrupted from their trade. "Soldier, we are not savages and will commit such atrocities. You will sort yourself or I'll deal with you personally." Seems like the Brotherhood wasn't the only faction with problems. 43. Bloodbath. It had been 10 minutes since the NCR had charged through the doors. Everyone was still behind cover and ready to fire again at the doors. The bloody, burnt and melted bodies still lied in a pile in front of it. Neither side wanted to move them, as anyone who tried would likely be added to it. Now that the adrenaline had mostly worn off, Afton and most of the other initiates started to look pale and sickly. The fact that they'd just killed some men, deserving or not, had finally hit them. Afton didn't want to feel like he'd done anything wrong, but the sense that something was off had him unable to concentrate fully for a while. He couldn't put his finger on whether it was his conscious, his rational mind, or some ephemeral feeling from his soul attempting to punish him. Whatever it was difficult to brush off, even more so when he thought he'd have to kill a lot more today, as well as later on in his life. It couldn't be helped though, could it? This was an apocalyptic wasteland. If he hadn't shot them, they might have shot him. This was for the survival of himself, his friends and his family. There'd always be casualties in war, but the best he could do was to make sure he wasn't among that number. He just resolved himself when the next wave of NCR men charged through the doors. They had much more vigor than the ones previously who were currently lifelessly strewn around on the floor. They ran in with guns blazing, firing semi-randomly in the knight's direction, though all the bullets of their service rifles plinked off the power armor as if they were shooting at a block of steel. Again, Afton started firing his laser rifle. Each pull of the trigger and kick of the gun gave way to another vaporized man. Their position on the always above the door allowed them to easily hit their targets. Some were started to feel sorry for the poor fools forced to charge through here while their commanders watched, but carried on shooting when an elder initiate reminded them that they were here to murder everyone they've ever known or loved. The NCR charge halted momentarily as a number of ballistic grenades were thrown in. Some of the knights kicked closer ones towards the door, but most just exploded a good distance away, achieving almost nothing at all. The sound and smoke from the explosion must have been a trigger for the next wave. Hopeful, or perhaps even resigned shouts from the NCR echoed out as they charged through. Afton wondered why they were still being sent in when it was obvious this kind of attack would fail. It seemed that the NCR had similar thoughts, as after the previous attack none came after. Ramos commanded the knights to hold their position as went up to the initiates. "That was fine work, everyone. I know some of you are affected by what you just had to do, so if anyone wants to talk about it, you can see me, Doran, or anyone in the med bay. The fight also isn't over yet, so there'll be no more recreational activities until the NCR leaves, or we all die. Half the knight and I will be staying to keep this entrance secure. You and the rest of them are given permission to rest. Be ready, though, you will be called upon when the next attack occurs," he says, waving them away and taking his position back in front of the door. The initiates get up, most with wobbly legs, and start moving towards the cafeteria. Most just wanted to eat and fall asleep. It hadn't been any more physically taxing than usual, but mentally everyone was exhausted. "Sandra, you sure you're all right? You can talk about it if you want." Afton asks. He'd made his peace in between the fighting, but his emotions were still a bit raw concerning it. Perhaps helping someone else come to terms would assist him in some way. Not to mention his friend was struggling more than he had been. She shakes her head. I just want to grab some food and talk to my parents, I think. She admits to him as they walk. When they reach the cafeteria, they can vaguely hear the sound of gunshots, as well as the discharge of energy weapons. He couldn't see Miles or Melissa, so they were probably still in combat. Hopefully they'd be all right. Afton mindlessly shoveled food into his mouth before returning to his quarters, idling, noting that neither of his parents were around. He wasn't worried as they'd both be kitted in power armor. If the NCR had a way to hurt them, they'd have shown it during their attack earlier. As the sky dimmed and darkness slowly took over the region, the major in charge of the attack on Helios 1 was smoking a cigarette while glaring at the facility. Obviously the initial charge had failed, and dedicating any more troops to trying to breach it would result in massive losses. They might even lose the battle if something like that was even possible. So with nothing else to do, he decided to play the long game. They already had the place surrounded, and there was nothing they could do if they had an underground passage leading out of here, so he'd just have to starve them out. He had no idea how long that'd take, or if the Brotherhood would just let that happen. He reckoned after they ate through their resources, they'd perform a desperate last-ditch attack, one they'd undoubtedly fail. Still, there wouldn't be nothing for them to do. The Major was determined to win, no matter the kinds of tactics he was forced to use. 44. Road to Disaster. Afton was awoken in the middle of the night as some kind of explosion went off at one of the entrances. He sighs and pulls the pillow over his head. The NCR had not sent any more troops to their untimely deaths. Instead, they'd just been occasionally chucking grenades into the entrances. Afton had heard of this kind of tactic in the past. Exhaust the defenders and keep them on high alert, so when you do attack, it'll be significantly easier. The tactics weren't used all that much in the Wasteland as superior resources and firepower would usually determine the victor. He just wanted to run out there and start shooting at them. It was so incredibly annoying to finally fall asleep, only to be awoken by yet another fucking explosion. His parents still hadn't returned to their quarters, which was slightly worrying as they should have been allowed to rest. Perhaps they had more important duties to attend to, though. This continued for the next few days. Everyone was constantly on high alert as another attack could be coming at any moment. Afton himself had spent most hours of his days straining his eyes at the entrance, carefully listening in case he caught the sound of charging feet. He'd met Miles and Melissa in the cafeteria as well. Miles looked relatively okay, if a bit shaken, but Melissa... There were bags under her eyes, and it appeared that she'd been crying recently. Not something he'd expect from the usually jovial girl. Miles had been training and waiting for this day to come, so it wasn't surprising that his first kill hadn't affected him all that much. This was probably also the reason Afton was able to rationalize it so quickly. Whether he intended it or not, his mind had constantly been on the NCR lately. The fact that they'd invade and he'd have to defend himself was obvious. Melissa wipes her eyes and sniffs before looking at him. Afton, how are you? She asks as she pokes her food with her fork. Good. You guys holding up well? Miles nods. Yes, I'm finally able to avenge Dad. Those bastards will get what's coming to them, he states. Melissa slowly nods. Yeah, what Miles said. She says, glancing away at the last moment. You don't have to act tough, Melissa. What you're being asked to do is awful. You need to understand that someone our age shouldn't have to kill. That's what you're torn up about, right? He asks. She nods slightly. It all happened so fast. One moment I was poking Miles' arm, the next the doors explode and we're shooting at people. I think I hit some. I had my eyes closed, though. She admits shamefully. Miles places a hand on her shoulder. You did what you had to do. They came here to kill all of us. How would you feel if you hesitated and they killed me, or your parents? Her eyes widened momentarily at this, her expression darkening before she slowly nods. I think you should speak to your parents or someone in the med bay, Melissa. It'll help, trust me, Afton says, giving her a reassuring smile. She nods and scoops the rest of her food into her mouth before standing. I'm going to see my parents, she says before hurriedly leaving. Afton stands afterwards. You be safe, Miles. Try not to get yourself killed, he remarks before heading towards where he'd been stationed, Miles giving him a small nod in reply. The chapter didn't really have a plan to survive this. The Elder was occasionally on the intercom to reassure everyone, but it was starting to feel like false promises. He'd not seen Veronica since the conflict started. The Elder was probably working her to exhaustion every day in an attempt to get the Archimedes weapons operable. Afton knew that wouldn't happen, though. They didn't have the rangefinder, and even if they did, there was still much that needed to be repaired underground. He reckoned most of it was fixed, but as they weren't able to leave to gather materials and components, the repairs have likely halted. It had been a week since the siege started, food was beginning to get low, with water being rationed even more so. Things weren't looking good, but a smile came to his face when he finally spotted Veronica in the cafeteria. He was instantly at her side as she slowly ate her food like a sloth, clearly exhausted. "Veronica, where have you been?" he asks, semi-demanding. "Quiet, eat," she states, not even looking at him. Afton waits at her side as she slowly finishes her bowl of food. Once she's done, she takes a sip from the bottle of rationed water and looks at him expectantly. "You all right?" he asks, not liking the weird way she was acting. Veronica nods. "I am. I've just been working non-stop for days. I've been eating nothing but junk food while doing my best to repair everything the Elder tells me to alone. Feels like he doesn't trust anyone but me," she admits. "And what's the Elder going to do about the NCR on our doorstep?" Veronica shakes her head. "I don't know. I think he's starting to lose it. While I work, I can hear him muttering about not being able to find something. He's ordered me to open up the walls so he can check if anything is inside them. I'm worried, Afton." "As am I. The only hope we have is if the Elder can make something happen. We're sitting ducks here and are already running out of food. Sooner or later, we're going to have to act," he says with a frown. "Do you honestly believe the Elder can do anything?" "No," Veronica finally says, after a moment of silence. Afton exhales out of his nose and nods. "Then we'll need to find another avenue to get out of this situation. I think I know just the person to talk to," he says, grabbing Veronica's attention. 45, Abandoned. Afton and Veronica quickly made their way through the facility. Neither knew when next they'd be called to their posts, so it was best to get this down as soon as possible. The area they were headed? The front entrance of Helios 1, where the more senior paladins were located. This is the most vulnerable place the NCR are likely to attack, mainly due to the large door and relatively wide area outside with which to shoot from. Afton ignored everyone else present and headed straight for McNamara. He was sitting upright in a side room, still wearing his power armor, apparently having a quick nap before the next attack began. Veronica walked up and snapped her fingers a couple times in front of his face. He grumbled after a few before his eyes sprang open. He was about to reach for his gun when he finally noticed who was accosting him. "Wake up, sleepyhead," she says with a small smirk. He sighs. "Yes, Veronica, for what pleasure do I enjoy your company?" he asks sarcastically. Afton glances at the shut door behind them and gives the man a determined look. The Elder is insane, and whatever plan he has devised will fail. We need another strategy, otherwise we're all fucked. To be put simply, he explains. Head Paladin McNamara nods. "Yes, I know," he states. Veronica raises a brow at him. "Then why have you not done anything about it?" "Sure, he's the Elder, but there must be something in the Codex that'd allow you to replace him." "Right." McNamara shrugs. "There probably is, but I've looked and haven't found any concrete way yet. Even if I replaced him, it's too late for this facility." "If you've put this much thought into it, you must have some side projects ready," Afton asks. McNamara restrains the smirk appearing on his features before answering. "I've thought the Elder was incompetent when we disregarded orders and headed here instead of the Hoover Dam. As such, I've had years to make my preparations. The Elder didn't notice when supplies and technology were slowly being funneled off to a hidden bunker I'd had some paladins secure. Yeah, Elijah doesn't bother checking the supply logs. He's only interested in getting the facility to work. I still have no idea what its purpose is," she admits sadly. "Is the hidden bunker close?" Afton asks. wondering if they'd be able to break through the NCR's siege to reach wherever it was. The paladin nods. Behind the facility, there's a small, almost hidden canyon path that we can use. The NCR would not dare follow us through it, as any who tried would be annihilated. The only problem is we'd have to leave the base to reach it. Veronica continues for him, while being shot at by thousands of soldiers. Damn. It might be our only shot for survival, Afton adds. Are you sure the NCR wouldn't be able to find the hidden bunker? He asks, worried that they'd just be swapping one doomed base for another. McNamara nods. I would have had us heading for it now, but the Elder is still our leader. As long as he's determined to remain here, the Codex dictates that I can't do anything. So, we'll just wait until we're all half-starved or shot to death until we move. That's Dash. Stupid, Veronica finishes for him. The Codex is supposed to help guide us and prevent our destruction, but right now it's the only thing holding us back. You should quieten down, Veronica. It wouldn't do to have the others hear you. I'm a lot more relaxed than they are about the Codex, but don't forget it's still the foundation of the Brotherhood and our very lives. He scolds. Just as Veronica is about to retort, the Elder's voice echoes through the facility via the intercom. Will my forlorn apprentice return to me? There is drastic and important work still to be done. She sighs and looks at the others. My dear master has need of me. Nolan, just remember, it won't be the Codex responsible for all the deaths that'll undoubtedly happen. It'll be on you for no doing anything to stop it, she states before leaving. Afton could see the head paladin's complexion pale at her words. He knew that McNamara was more sensitive than your average person, taking on responsibility and the guilt that goes along with TI without logic or reason. Clearly her words had affected him. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of rapid gunshots have both of them standing rapidly. Afton needed to return to his post, and McNamara presumably had people to command. He waved to the paladin before sprinting out, picking up his laser rifle while hoping nothing too bad had happened. And so the conflict continued. Both sides were posturing proudly, but only one was starting to waver. Food and water stores were running dangerously low, and it was only a matter of time before they were out completely. Everyone in the chapter was beginning to have dour expression. It was clear the Elder had no clue what he was doing, nor would the man illuminate them on what his plan was. Resentment had been steadily growing towards the man. His small social inadequacies, breaches of procedure, and lack of leadership had turned almost everyone against him. The only reason they still obeyed is because of the Codex they adhered to almost religiously. Afton had just gotten to the cafeteria where a commotion was happening. A grizzled old paladin, still wearing his power armor, was holding a tray and looking at the initiate, who was tasked with feeding everyone. What do you mean there's nothing left? He shouts, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Sir, there's nothing in stores. We only have a few bottles left. I'm sorry. The initiate quickly says, his eyes tearing up as he feels it's his own fault. Everyone in the cafeteria clearly knew what this meant. Afton left, running towards where McNamara should be and spotting him propping his gun up while aiming towards the entrance to the facility. He taps him on the shoulder and whispers in his ear, Sir, we're out of food. If we don't do something now, we're all dead, he quickly says. McNamara stood abruptly, instantly walking towards one of the intercoms and asking to be connected to the Elder, eventually getting connected with a panicking-sounding Veronica. The Elder, he's gone. I have no idea where he went. 46 No Man's Land. Head Paladin looks back at Afton after hearing that the Elder had apparently abandoned them. Well, that makes this much easier then. He mutters before speaking back into the intercom. Veronica, I need you to gather all the scribes. Have them prepare for combat, power armor and all. There should be enough for everyone. Make sure we leave nothing behind. He quickly orders before shutting off as he hears Veronica hurrying off. What should I do? Elder, he says semi-cheekily. McNamara grimaces slightly. Go to Senior Knight Ramos. Have him equip any initiates tall enough in power armor. We mustn't leave anything for the NCR to pick through. I'll be heading to the intercom room to make an announcement. Be safe, initiate. Afton leaves and relays Ramos's orders just as McNamara's voice is heard over the intercom system. Brother and sisters, I am Head Paladin McNamara, and I am sorry to say that Elder Elijah has gone missing, presumably abandoning us. Do not despair. I will be taking up the position of Elder and leading us out of this sorry situation we have found ourselves in. Continue to defend the entrances and await further orders. We are out of food and water, so we'll make our move upon nightfall. In my place, I promote Paladin Edgar Hardin to head Paladin, treat his orders as if they were my own. Ad Victoriam, brothers. With that, the chapter burst into movement. All of the initiates tall enough to properly operate power armor were given a set. All of the scribes were outfitting as well. There was enough armor for everyone, and they even had extra sets in the hidden bunker where McNamara had been funneling resources. Due to the sudden surplus of weaponry, Afton had strapped a plasma pistol to his side and slung a tri-beam laser rifle onto his back. He currently had 2 laser rifles and a plasma pistol on his person, along with a few plasma grenades in a pouch at his side. Everyone else was getting as kitted out as he was. They needed to take as much as they could and destroy the rest. The Codex made it clear that technology could not fall into the wrong hands. Sandra, Melissa, and Miles all had wary looks on their faces. Despite all the weaponry they currently had, they felt more vulnerable than ever. The main reason for this was due to the fact they'd literally be running into the enemy's line of fire and hoping not to get shot. Fortunately, they would be surrounded by a wall of power armor. The most vulnerable people, like pregnant women or people with children, would be shielded with the other members' bodies. Eventually, nightfall came, and Afton found himself at the back entrance of Helios 1, surrounded by the whole chapter. He looked behind him and saw his mother standing there, clad in power armor, while presumably smiling at him reassuringly through her helmet. His teacher, Ada Lindgren, was next to her. He hadn't known, but the woman was apparently once one of the best fighters in her class. He was pretty sure Veronica was someone near the front of the formation, along with his father, close to McNamara, who'd be leading them. Elder Elijah had apparently sabotaged the Helios 1 facility while activating all the security. Only those with Brotherhood holotags would be allowed through. This allowed everyone to get ready quicker, due to them not having to sabotage it themselves. At least the old man had done something positive, aside from leaving, of course. Veronica wasn't happy about it, as the man was basically a father to her, but she restrained her emotions for now due to the situation. He'd make sure she's all right if they survive. He didn't know how she was handling not only losing her father figure, but lover almost all at once. McNamara stood in front of everyone, his helmet in his hand, so he could look them in the eye as he spoke. "You have all been notified of my plan. There is a bunker through the canyon and at the base of Black Mountain. Supplies have already been dropped off there, and the NCR will not be able to find us once we're inside. All we need to do now is get there, and by Maxon, I swear we will leave this place, dead or alive. The NCR will fire upon us as soon as they are aware of our plans. All of you donning power armor will be required to shield the center of the formation with your bodies. We will undoubtedly lose many, but this is our only shot at survival. My paladins and I will lead the charge to take the brunt of the damage. I will tell you this now. It doesn't matter if I fall in battle. Keep moving. Head Paladin Hardin had been given the information he needs should I be unable to lead you. We are all bound in steel, brothers and sisters in arms, family by the Codex. I love you all, and I promise I will do everything in my power to see us through this. Ad Victoriam, he shouts, slamming his right hand over his chest, immediately being mimicked by everyone present. Elder McNamara puts on his helmet while grabbing his Gauss rifle. Everyone knew what was coming, and their muscles tensed while adrenaline pumped through their bodies. Afton imagined this is what the soldiers in World War I felt just before they were commanded to charge into no man's land. Without another word, McNamara opened the doors and ran through, followed by other paladins. Afton took one last reassuring glance behind him at his mother and Ada before following everyone else. 47. Dire escape. Strangely enough, they weren't immediately under assault as the group left Helios 1. Maybe the NCR hadn't noticed, or their guards were too relaxed. Perhaps they hadn't expected them to leave the facility and instead just starve to death silently. All these thoughts were interrupted as a flash of light illuminated the area momentarily. Boom! A large amount of dirt was unearthed at the front of the group as what sounded like multiple mines went off all at once. The NCR had apparently been waiting for this and started opening fire as soon as the explosion was heard. Hundreds of service rifles were firing at them all at once, the barrage of bullets barely being held back by the power armor surrounding them. Afton shot back with his laser rifle, attempting to hit the distant flashes, but had no idea whether he'd reduced their numbers or not. Of course, he wasn't the only person responding. The area was lit red by the barrage of Gatling's lasers that sprayed upon the NCR's firing line, killing what must have been 30 people all at once. Someone in power armor standing behind him lifted some kind of ballistic device. This confused Afton momentarily, as the Brotherhood usually stayed away from them. However, he understood when the man started firing. Boom, boom, boom. A spray of grenades left the heavy weapon, laying down explosions wherever he turned. The flimsy sandbags the NCR had erected were like paper against the weapon. Splattered of blood and limbs of the unfortunate victims hit went everywhere. Afton was starting to think that they might be able to defeat the NCR. Until the discharge of a ballistic weapon louder than the others sounded out, Afton watched as the bullet shot through the grenade launcher's visor. The bullet wasn't able to leave the back of the helmet, but the man was dead regardless. They dropped heavily to the floor, and Afton forced his legs to keep running instead of trying to pick up and using the weapon. The rumor about those NCR snipers wasn't incorrect, apparently. They were fucking crazy at their job. Afton knew he'd never in a million years be able to shot through someone's helmet visor, let alone while they were constantly on the move. Afton fired a shot at the top of the canyon where they were moving, having guessed that'd where the man was judging from the angle of the shot that had killed the man earlier. The red light traveled through the area and lit it up briefly, allowing him to spot the red-visored man wearing the typical veteran ranger coat. Upon being shot at, they hefted their anti-material rifle onto their shoulder and left to relocate their position. The sniper was apparently timid. Afton nodded to himself at the thought that he'd bought his chapter a few minutes at not being targeted by the sniper again. The NCR didn't seem to know about the hidden canyon passage. The only thing stopping the Brotherhood from reaching it was the line of firing soldiers who were firing madly as if they had infinite ammo. The soldiers wielding service weren't that big a deal, doing almost nothing to the men in power armor. Occasionally, a bullet would get through the walking wall of metal and hit something in the center, but these were usually non-lethal injuries. Only 2 initiates had died thus far, which was considerably less than Afton had expected. What was the biggest problem, though, were the huge amount of mines laid out. They didn't have time to sweep for them and disable them, so the paladins just ran blindly. Now power armor could resist a couple mines, but eventually the shrapnel would make it through. Afton had seen 18 men with crippled legs being left behind by the group, still firing their weapons defiantly. They were definitely going to die. The metal legs of the power armor had been so dented that it had basically crushed their legs. All the machinery inside was like a grinder against their muscles. They couldn't even take it off if they wanted to. They screamed ad victoriam as the NCR snipers put them out of their misery. The group had only gotten halfway to the passage when pulse grenades started getting thrown. Almost everyone was caught in the blast, causing power armor and weaponry to malfunction. Once this happened, people started dropping like flies. The knights, scribes, and paladins in power armor were not able to move properly, allowing the NCR to fire upon those in the center of the formation. Blood sprayed onto Afton's face as a woman holding her newborn child was riddled with bullets. A couple bullets whizzed past his head, and one eventually lodged itself in his shoulder, throwing him to the ground. Miles grabbed him and helped him up while blindly firing his laser rifle at the NCR in the distance. Afton's laser rifle had ran out of ammo and needed a reload, but his mind was frazzled with pain, and so he just threw it to the side and slung the tri-beam laser rifle from his back. It was like a shotgun, firing 3 red beams in a burst. He fired it at the formation ahead of them that was blocking their destination. Seeing that he wasn't doing all that much to them, he let the rifle hang loose on the sling and retrieved a plasma grenade. He didn't know if he was able to throw it far enough, but he didn't know if he'd get another shot. He reared back and threw it as hard as he could. The pulsing green light traveled just over the NCR's sandbag blockade, and he could see soldiers scrambling to get away. It was futile, though. Plasma grenades weren't like the typical ballistic ones. Their radius was massive and liquefied anything caught near it. His grenade had reduced the sandbags and nearby NCR soldiers to a glowing green mulch. It didn't take long for those affected by the pulse grenades to regain their bearings. They had anticipated such an attack and did their best to shield the circuitry. It was a slap-together job at best, but it was all they could do with the time and resources given. 48 sacrifices. "Come on, we're almost there," McNamara shouts from the front, occasionally firing off his Gauss rifle. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of more anti-material rifles go off. The NCR had finally repositioned them from the other entrances apparently. None of the bullets were fatal, but a few knights were knocked unconscious when struck in the head. A couple people wanted to assist them, but were put down with the rest. The Brotherhood's numbers were dropping quicker and quicker the more time they spent outside the facility. Afton winced at the bullet in his shoulder as he pushed himself to keep moving. Dust was kicked up around them as more bullets littered the ground. Many of the NCR soldiers had been killed, but their numbers seemed to just keep coming. Once the group had finally reached the sandbags, they started killing the NCR soldiers who'd survived the Plasma Grande, all the while using their bodies as shields for the others to file through. An NCR soldier with a crazed look in his eye jumped onto one of the knights with a combat knife in hand, attempting to lift the helmet to stab them in the neck or face. The knight was about to drop their weapon and beat the man into pulp with their power armor-enhanced strength, but a paladin swiped some kind of metal spear at them. The metal spear's tip glowed as it passed the NCR soldier. It hadn't seemed to have done anything, but Afton's eyes widened when the soldier's lower half dropped to the floor, their intestines trailing after it like a slinky. The NCR soldier had finally noticed his injury and let go of the knight, screaming in agony as they attempted to stuff their intestines back inside their body. They were dead regardless, though. No amount of stimpaks could help with that kind of injury. The NCR Rangers released another barrage of 50 cal bullets. Bright sparks flew off the armor they'd hit, some Brotherhood soldiers grunting in pain as the forced heavily bruised flesh, or even sometimes broke their bones. Boom! Another mine exploded at the front of the group, causing any near it to stumble backwards, impeding their progress. Due to this, they were sitting ducks. Afton glanced behind him to see if everyone was still all right. Melissa, Miles, and Sandra were all covered in dirt and some blood, but looked relatively uninjured. His mother and Ada were... Bang! Sparks danced off of his mother's helmet as her head was violently knocked to the side. She immediately fell unconscious, and Afton's feet were moving before he'd even thought about it. "Mom!" he shouted, trying to lift her, but finding her power armor was too heavy for him to lift. Ada began trying to lift her instead, as he wasn't able to help in that regard. He looked up at the top of the canyon and spotted the dim flash of a suppressed muzzle, instantly firing his tri-beam laser rifle at them. It was incredibly inaccurate to use this weapon at such a distance, but he more hoping that illuminating the sniper again would get them off of their backs momentarily. That wasn't the case, though, as the illuminated sniper just shifted their rifle towards them. "Up there!" Afton shouted, continually firing at the sniper. His friends began trying to hit them too, but none could land a good shot. Bang! The sound of shattering reinforced glass caused Afton to turn. He saw his mother's visor implode as blood sprayed out. She'd been shot. "You fucking NCR bastards," he roared, firing his rifle at the sniper as they retreated. Afton was enraged. They'd just killed his mother and gotten away with their lives. He quickly looked around for anything that could hit them, eventually spotting his mother's Gauss rifle on the ground. He jumped for it, picking it up and firing at the sniper in the distance. He aimed for their back, but wasn't entirely sure where he'd hit. Their rapid movements, lack of light, and his unfamiliarity with the weapon made it unlikely he'd hit. His blood was still boiling, though, and he made the shot. Pachink! Afton watched intensely as the blue streak traveled through the air, lighting up everything it passed. It looked as if it would miss its mark, but the ranger turned as they were running, inadvertently placing their right hand in the shot's path. Splatter! Their right hand and upper arm exploded into blood and gore. They dropped to the floor out of Afton's vision. He was still enraged and wanted to climb up there to finish the bastard off, but his friends and Ada dragged him away. Boom! Boom! More mines went off at the front. As the group finally reached the passageway, Afton would be happy were it not for his mother's death. Just as the group was about to enter the passage, though, he spotted something lying in a crater created by a mine. "Dad!" he shouts, going off to the man who's still firing his Gatling laser at the incoming NCR. Zachary didn't turn away from the enemies as he addressed his son. "Follow the others, I'll buy you time. Go." "No, they killed Mom. They'll kill you too," he shouts. "Damn it, Afton. Listen to me. I'm dead anyway. Just get out of here. I won't let my family be wiped out by these fuckers. Now," he roars, the Gatling laser expelling the hot, empty electron charge pack as he shoves another inside. Ada and a few other knights run back and grab Afton as he tries to squirm out of their grips. He tries to escape to help his father, but goes limp when they eventually lose sight of him. The sound of his Gatling laser could still be heard as they ventured further into the canyon. 49 Dwindled numbers. Afton was silent as the group continued through the canyon path. Ada tried a few times to get him to respond, but he really just wanted to be left alone with his thoughts. The Brotherhood laid down mines behind them as they continued. Any NCR who followed them would have to contend with enough plasma mines to start nuclear fusion. Along the path, there were a few threats, the primary one being what seemed like an army of rad scorpions. Seems like the insects had made this passage their breeding ground. Fortunately, the Brotherhood was more than equipped enough to deal with them, even if they were exhausted from the previous battle. After an hour or two or walking, the ground finally existed out into a large area. Metal wire fences block entry inside as some sort of dust storm rages on, preventing anyone from seeing inside it. McNamara had some knight use their thermic lances to cut the fence before turning to address everyone. He has them all holding one another so no one gets lost in the storm, as well as having everyone wear something around their mouths and noses to protect against the dust. Everyone does as they're told and follow the new elder as he leads them. There's the occasional sound of a Gauss rifle discharging at a rad scorpion, but other than that, everything is blared out by the storm. Occasionally, they'd pass by a small bunker, but the elder walked past it. 30 minutes later, and they'd finally arrived to a bunker that resembled the rest. Spray paint and other graffiti had been written on the metal door and concrete walls, something that had a few of the members grimace at the disrespect. McNamara lead them inside. It was quiet. The temperature was fine and the air vents seemed to be working at full efficiency from what they could tell. They reach a door at the end of a large room, and the elder presses the button on the intercom placed next to the door. "Knight, this is your new elder Nolan McNamara. The time has come." No one says anything on the other side of the intercom, but the door clicks open anyway. The group steps inside and finds themselves walking down a seemingly endless stairway. Truly, this bunker was built to withstand anything besides a direct hit by a nuclear missile. Once they reached the bottom, they were greeted by a knight in power armor. Afton didn't know his name and hadn't seen them around Helios 1 before, which meant they had probably spent most of their time in this bunker. "Elder," they say, folding their arm across their chest in a salute. "Wilson, everything has been prepared?" he asks as the rest of the Brotherhood stream into the room, crowding it. The knight nods. "Reactor is stable and will last a projected 300 years at a minimum. As you probably saw, outside the Dervish camouflaging system is online. We've also managed to get the combat simulators working at 80% efficiency. We have enough supplies to last a month. Had our numbers been the same, with what's left of our chapter, we could live down here without resurfacing for..." The knight does a quick head count of everyone who'd survived. "At least half a year," he finishes. McNamara nods. "Could I ask you to give everyone a tour of the facility? This'll be our new home for the seeable future. Once done, I want everyone gathered, as I have an announcement to make." Afton and the rest of the surviving members of the Brotherhood are led around the bunker. There were a few Brotherhood of Steel flags placed around, but all in all, everything was metal and clinical. Most of the floor was made of grates, and under them were even more rooms. This was presumably to save space and energy for the air filtration systems. He and the other initiates would all be given a barracks. The younger children would be placed with them as well, but they didn't make it. Not even the pregnant women were left alive by the NCR, so the younger generation had all but been wiped out. The youngest members they had in the Brotherhood now were 10. It was fortunate Christine wasn't still with them. If lesbian relationships weren't scorned before, now you'd likely be exiled for even mentioning such a thing. Over half of their members had been killed by the NCR. The chapter was just a shadow of its former self, and there was only one person to blame for it: Elder Elijah. Everyone there knew it. The resentment for the man was through the roof. If he somehow made it down into the bunker, he'd likely be shot on sight. Not only was he a traitor, but his leadership had led to the deaths of many people. Once the tour was over, Afton followed the group lifelessly as they left to see what Elder McNamara had to say. The elder was sitting in a chair that was surrounded by a circular desk you'd only see vault overseers use. On the wall was a huge holographic map with a few scribes working on it. Upon seeing everyone arrive, McNamara stood up. He'd taken off his power armor and was now in the typical dark blue elder robes. "Greetings, brothers, sisters. I know you are all exhausted by the ordeals you've struggled through, but there are a few things I need to make clear before we get comfortable. First, I am declaring a complete lockdown. No one but that given authority by Head Paladin Hardin or me is allowed to leave the bunker. The NCR is likely looking for us at this very moment and are probably already through the canyon passage as we speak. If we want to evade them, we'll need to do our best to remain undetected. Second, our numbers have dwindled considerably. We are in dire need of people, and as such I implore any who are able to think about having children. I will not force the matter, but any who does so will be rewarded with extra supplies and more comfortable lodging. And third, I will not tolerate insubordination at such a crucial moment for our chapter. Any seen to be flaunting the rules or intentionally causing trouble will be punished most severely. Right now, we are unable to exile anyone, and so it pains me to inform you that the only other option is death. Hopefully it will never come to that, but I must look out for the interests of the collective. Ad Victoriam, brothers, you should all get some rest. There is much to do. 50. Pity or pride? After the new elder's speech, Afton walked to the barracks and fell into his bed. The room he was in was large, with many beds beside one another, a single footlocker next to his bed to keep his possessions in. He couldn't even work up the energy to talk to his friends, or to see if Veronica had even survived. His parents were dead, mother killed right before his eyes, and father sacrificing himself for everyone else. It hurt, a mixture of fear, anxiety, sadness, pain, grief, and fury, all bundled into one jumbled mess. He had no idea what to do with himself. So, he did nothing. It took a couple of hours for him to fall asleep. Memories of seeing a bullet enter his mother's visor playing over and over. Eventually, though, he just stopped thinking, his world turning black as sleep took him. The next day, he was shaken awake by someone he still didn't feel up to getting up, much less doing work. He glances at whoever was shaking him, and the harsh words he was about to spit at them died in his throat. Veronica. She was sitting beside his bed, a hand on his shoulder as she slowly shook him awake. She showed him a dim smile. It was clear she'd been crying last night due to her slightly red eyes. Whether it was because of Elder Elijah abandoning them, the numerous deaths caused by the NCR, or something else, he didn't know. "You're finally awake." "Veronica," he repeats, not really knowing what to say. "Are you okay?" he asks at having nothing better to say. She nods. I'm sorry about your parents, Afton. Maybe if I could have gotten through to Elder Elijah." "Stop," he says in a dull tone, "just stop. There was nothing we could do about it, Veronica, I promise you. If I thought for a moment you were responsible for the deaths of my parents, I'd kill you the first chance I got. Right now, you're the only family I've got left, so don't start blaming yourself for something that wasn't your fault." He reassures her after gathering his thoughts. Veronica, upon hearing this, pulls him into a hug. Both had lost almost everything during only a few short months. Almost everyone they loved and cherished had been taken from them. Who knew how much time they had until that was taken too? They remain like that for a couple minutes before Veronica lets go and rubs her eyes. "Afton, the elder wanted to speak with you." Afton slowly nods. "Okay. Once I'm ready, I'll be there," he says as she gets up to leave, sending one last glance over her shoulder at him as she exits. He gets out of bed and pulls on his initiate clothes. They hadn't been cleaned and were still covered with dirt and blood. The metal plates were smudged, and the bullet hole where he'd been hit in the shoulder was still there. He didn't know who, but someone must have attended to his wound. He hadn't felt the wound after he'd been dragged away from his father. Sighing at the fresh memory, he left to the elder's office, passing by a few knights and scribes who were setting up the automated turret defense system. McNamara was sitting behind his desk and brightened up slightly when Afton came in, though it dimmed when he saw the state of his uniform. "Initiate Parker." Afton nodded at him. "Elder, what have you called me for?" he asks as politely as he could manage. "Before I speak on what I called you for, I wanted to apologize for your parents. Both were amazing people and very dedicated to the Brotherhood. The chapter is less than it was before after losing them. Doesn't matter how good they were, they're dead now." He can't help but mutter. McNamara hears him but doesn't have a valid response. Shaking his head, he continues, "From personal experience and eyewitness accounts, I've decided that you're ready to advance. I think you could have been promoted a year or two ago, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Before I ask you what you want to do, there's the prerequisite that all initiates must decide. Do you wish to stay within our ranks? You may not be able to leave the bunker anytime soon, but the Codex dictates that you have the choice." He says, all the other Brotherhood members guarding the room perking up, wanting to hear his answer. Afton didn't know what he wanted to do. To be honest, he felt like flipping the board and starting over ago, saying fuck off to his responsibilities. If he accepted, he'd likely be trapped down here all his life, not something he was particularly looking forwards to, but he still had a lot to learn. Perhaps there'd be a day where they'd be allowed to leave the bunker for missions. He couldn't leave the Brotherhood. He didn't care about the Codex or most of the people in it. Only the friends that had survived the NCR. If he wanted to get back at those bastards, he'd need every advantage he could get. The only real place to do that is in here. "I want to stay with the Brotherhood." McNamara breathes a sigh of relief at hearing this. Afton had clearly thought about it. Most just instantly refused to leave, but it was clear the boy had misgivings about the chapter. He couldn't blame him either. He'd just lost his parents, mainly due to the previous elder's failure. "Have you thought about what order you wish to join?" Afton nods. "Knights." He states the scribes would help him understand technology better, but he wanted to learn to fight, to attack and defend against his enemies. "Becoming a knight, The reason I've promoted you is because 2 people came to me to ask to apprentice you, Scribe Ada Lindgren and Knight Katie Stanton." The elder looks to a nearby knight and gestures at them. "Retrieve Katie Stanton for me," he commands.